is slowly coming to an end here. 2 more days of Group B action before we get to quarter-final and finals day. Only time will tell how long Belgian ball can last though. I'm looking forward to it. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Belgium. Good morning, welcome back to Mechelen here in Belgium for day number 9. Well, we've had 8 days of interesting cricket, haven't we? We've seen the ups and downs of Belgium, but only time will tell how long that's going to last. We have some interesting matchup here in this morning. ICCB, they will be taking on Liège. And I can tell you that news from the toss, ICCB skipper Diore, he's gone ahead and he's going to bowl first here in match 33. Only time will tell how that's going to improve on their performances yesterday. Obviously some lackluster performances with bat and ball in hand, so only time will tell how they're going to go about things here this morning. I'm certainly looking forward to taking you through the action, but we're going to go across to Vinny Sandhu, who's in the Ice Cube. He will take us underway for the first ball of match number 33.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome to a big day in European cricket. It is day 9 here in Mechelen in Belgium, about halfway between Brussels and Antwerp. This is what happened yesterday on day 8. See, Royal Brussels got their first points of the series with a big win over Beveren, who are highly fancied in this competition despite the half-century by Abdul Rashid. There was Mustafa Mahmoud with 65 that was able to carry Royal Brussels to 122. And in the end, they ran out winners by 13 runs. Noor Oryakelt bowled really well at the death, taking 3 for 13 and just keeping Beveren out. But Beveren had the right to reply, didn't they? And how? As we saw, Beveren put a bunch of runs on the board as they got 159. Saber Zakil finally getting amongst the runs. He scored 71 of 28. That was the innings of the match, really. Abdul Rashid, back-to-back half centuries for him. I suppose the difference this time, he had the support of Zakil, who was able to carry him to a big score. Royal Brussels just never in the hunt. And Jabakal coming up with 3 for 4 in the reply. Beveren back on the winning train, splitting their morning series. And then we had ICCB, who were looking good earlier in the series, but they batted first after winning the toss twice in matches 31-32. Didn't really work out for them. You see here, match 31, they're only able to post 92. And Ghent got their first point of the series. Bit of a team effort in the chase. Majid Ali top scoring with 25. And Barty made some runs for ICCB. We wouldn't see him again. Slight injury concern with him. But Ghent were able to double down on that after once again rolling ICCB for 86 in their 10 overs. And yeah, you see only 6 wickets lost, but they weren't able to do too much with the bat. Ghent didn't make too much work of the chase as well. Sent us home early after chasing down the runs within 5 overs. I've got to say that Faisal Khalik was really impressive with the bat in that chase. But Rayhan Faiz came up with some runs, 28 of 12. That's to go with his 4-wicket over back in match 31. So this is the state of play in Group B. And we are going to start with this match. Well, these 2 matches between ICCB and Liège. See, ICCB have their final group matches this morning. So really it's up to them to try and push for more points so that they're safe going into tomorrow. At the moment, they're not quite safe, depending on the results of this afternoon's games as well. And later on, we'll see Ghent and Royal Brussels going head-to-head with Beveren having the day off. So only the top 4 out of those 5 tomorrow night will qualify for the quarterfinals. Let's have a look at this match. And as Charlie said, out there in the middle, it was ICCB that won the toss. Their skipper, Sid Diore, decided to bowl first. So this is a definite change of tactics. And this is a team that made 169 batting first on Saturday morning. But when they batted first twice yesterday, they weren't able to crack 100 both times. So obviously he's decided it's time to just change it up a little bit. So that means that Liège will be sent in there. And you can see that Majid mentioned that he's a good player, that's for sure. And Umair Butt, I mean, he's had a very good series as well with the bat, very experienced campaigner. Esnullah Ibrahim Kaul has taken a few wickets. Falkenullah has contributed with the bat and the ball as well. I see that Javed Oryakelt comes into the side for Liège. So it's going to be a very interesting game. Both these teams in the middle of the table. And let's see what the bat versus the ball wall says. Well, it says Liège are 7-run favourites. I mean, that shows you how much ICCB have dived since they set a world record, or not a world record, it was an ECS record power play of 80 on Saturday morning. Their openers, TP and Sundaram, did the job then. But no Sundaram in the lineup today. So TP will be up there. See who he opens with. You can see that with no Sundaram, goalie is back though, and he is now the second highest run scorer in the team selected. As far as Lees though, got Umair Butt there, 121 runs. I mentioned that he's been good. Falconola has been good with the bat and the ball, like I mentioned as well. You've got someone like Barry there that's contributed for ICCB. So yeah, I suppose it was just a matter of the fact that their top players didn't really stand up yesterday, ICCB. So they'll certainly want to have some good results today, and then assuming they get into quarterfinals, they'll want to carry some winning form in. I mean, even if they do qualify, if they lose 2 games today, that means they've lost their last 4. And that's no real form to sneak into the finals. Of course, we know that all the teams here in Belgium are very, very talented in this form of the game. We talk about Belgium ball, which is a hashtag that we kind of coined earlier in the week, thanks to one of our loyal viewers, Lily Panda. The Belgium ball is just fearless T10 cricket, where you have the ability to hit sixes from the get-go, and you don't really worry about getting out because you know that a lot of your teammates can do the same. So it's a very different approach, but something that seems to work here. And of course, we're not too far away from the European Cricket Championship, which is just starting in 5 days' time. And I know that a lot of people are really looking forward to that, and particularly looking at the Belgian side, who are a team that play that brand of cricket. And they went all the way to the final last year, where they lost out to the England 11. And really, even in that England 11 chase, more or less a 150 chase to take the trophy away from Belgium. So they're certainly a team that a lot of people do love to watch, including myself. So settling in now, and you can see that ICCB are taking the field, and their keeper, Gunnar, has got the old sleeveless jump up. Well, that shows it's a little bit chillier this morning. It's 17 currently. We did have a little bit more overnight rain. There you go. Just kind of rocking the sleeveless vest, if you don't mind. Haven't seen that in a while because it has been a pretty long, hot summer. But that shows you at the moment it's a little bit fresh. We're expecting a maximum temperature of about 25 degrees. Like I said, currently about 17. There was a little bit of overnight rain again, not as much as the night before. We had quite significant thunderstorms. Still, some concerns about the weather going forward in this series, with tomorrow, Friday and Saturday, a significant amount of rain forecast. So hopefully we get lucky with that. We have been a bit lucky so far that the rain hasn't interrupted proceedings. We've had rain 2 nights in a row, but no rain during the day. ICCB, got to say, I'm a big fan of their uniforms. A little bit of a Mumbai Indians tint about it. Let me know what you think. This is a guy, Sanjit Kumar, tends to have the ball in a string early. We're ready to start day 9 action right here in Belgium. Thanks for your company, whether you're watching on FanCode or our YouTube channel, and we're away. Starts with a pushed single, and it's fielded there by Posum Shetty, another key player. And so that was Harjot. Goss gets off the mark first up, hands it over to Safi Majid. Yeah, Harjot's been a bit hot and cold with the bat. At his best, he can smack him around the place, but also got a bit bogged down the other day. Nice looking drive this time. Again, you'll see there's a little bit of moisture on the field. You can probably pick it up out there. It'll be glistening first up, but with the sun coming out and becoming more and more prominent, I think you'll see that burn away pretty quickly. So I want to invite everyone to comment on our YouTube channel, Eastern European Cricket Network. Now this is smacked, and this is the first one of the day. Maximo! Oh, when he's good, he's really good. And Harjot has no patience with this. He is on the walk, and I suppose he has the width there to free his arms, doesn't he? And sends it away over cover. That's a slightly shorter boundary in that side of the ground. If you've been with us, you'll know that there is an obstruction in that area which forces that boundary to come in. Yeah, probably around about 6 to 8 metres compared to what the normal boundary would be. Well, there's Charlie lurking in the background, if you saw him there. A bit of a Where's Waldo moment. Tries it again and does it again, but this time the field has moved around a little bit. Didn't quite have the same kind of contact. There he is. Look, there he is. Charlie, can you spot him? There he is. Just sneaking back towards the ice cube little by little. This one's in the air, and this one's flying into Adventure Island. That's a big hit. Maximo! Yep, this is a good place to hit them. We know that. Once again, you see just a little bit too much width, isn't it? And I mean, it's just a beautiful, easy swing of the bat there. That's a fantastic shot by Majid. But again, Kumar, that's probably maybe a good width late in the innings, but at this stage, with the new ball, it's flying off the bat. Goes again, and we'll get it again. Maximo was raining balls in Adventure Island in the first over, which goes magical. And yeah, it's just a good shot selection, well executed. 21 without loss after one. Let's have a look at the daily run rate. And a bit back to normal, I suppose, in Group B after a Saturday that saw a record 14.1 per over. It's been back in the 11, so 11.0 on Monday, 11.3 on Tuesday, which was yesterday. So all up, it's still slightly higher scoring, I think mostly because of that first day. 12.1 is the average run rate in Group B, 11.5 in Group A. Overall, you can see that 115 and 120 seems to be par based on that. Thanks so much to Ravi for his work compiling that data for you. A lot of people wondering what a good score is. As we get ready for the second over, it's going to be Ganga Barry who will bowl it. Over number 2 on the way. That's with a full toss driven. 2 fielders guard this area of the ground. Any sound to hear Mr. Maximo. And he has joined us after lurking behind the sign. We saw him a second ago, but it is Charlie Hunt back in the commentary box. Hello, Charlie. Good morning. And how are you today?
I'm good, thank you. Thank you very much. No, bit of a chillier morning this morning, isn't it? Once again. Again, overnight rain. Just changing a few of the conditions. But when you're hitting it in the air, you don't need to worry about the ground, as Majid is doing so far.
Yeah, it's flying away. 6 to each batter first up. There's a bit more of a, I suppose, a more circumspect shot. And Barry is again, he's a reliable performer. We'll just try and curve that new ball in a little bit. And they've got their mid-off and deep cover. That shows you the areas these Belgium guys like to hit the ball. This time he goes leg side, curves in, he goes with it. So Majid off to a flyer here. And Liege, after being sent in, now making hay while the sun's coming out to shine with 26 without loss.
Yeah, nice shot again. This time just rocks back. Gets a nice bit of bat on this one and races away. 4 more to the total. This is a really good start for Zafi Majid, coming in at the top of the order. Of course, due to really unforeseen circumstances, this ground, obviously the rain wasn't really expected last night more than it was the night before. So it's going pretty well so far, though.
Better delivery. Decides not to attack this one. That's another one he could have got across and maybe whacked to the leg side. Yeah, it's pretty unusual to have a mid-off and a deep cover as your 2 outfielders in the power play. But I think because the batters are attacking that boundary, it's slightly shorter. Something we're seeing here a bit more in Belgium. Oh, this one goes straight through him. He won't get a bite. But yeah, tries to take on this leg side and misses. And a bit lucky not to get bowled here, Majid.
Yeah, no, certainly is. But taking on the shot, don't mind that, especially when the fielders are up on the leg side. And it's a bit of a leg side delivery from Barry. Yeah, Harjot Singh just playing, what's that, 9 or 4 now. So he had an interesting time of it last time around. So he'll be wanting to improve on a pretty lackluster performance with the bat, that's for sure. He had a good start to the tournament.
Well, this would have been a wide. Instead, he gets a bit lucky. The batter just bunts it over the infielder. Yeah, so obviously trying to attack everything, including ones he should probably leave alone, but he will retain the strike. Majid moves to 18 after 2 overs. It's 27 without loss.
Yeah, good first 2 overs here for Liege. Going at 14 and over, which is always pretty decent start. There we go. Take a look at the standings. This is the story so far. So ICCB playing their final round robin games here in Group B. So they'll be looking to try and get at least up to 8 points. They want to take at least a win here this morning, possibly trying to get up towards 10 points. They'll be happy if they can do that. But also for Leeds, these are 2 must-win games because they've got pressure from below them in the table. So they'll be looking to really try and get off to a flyer start here this morning.
So I'm going to go with a change of bowling. It's going to be Diore, the captain, to try and close out this power play. Knock down the ground. They will take 1. Yeah, so the first over went magical. 21 off it. Second one a lot better. Just 6. So they've made a change and Barry's coming on. Up to Barry's over, I should say. Diore coming on to bowl. I'll say hello to a few people in the chat. To Sundori. Good morning to you. And Dishant Kumar watching from Melbourne. I gave him my hot breakfast tip. He said he's looking forward to going this weekend. Well, this is smashed, and this is going to go all the way as well. Maximo! What a good shot this is. And really both batters attacking this area very, very well. He talks about 2 left-handers being dangerous at the top, but 2 right-handers that are solid over cover. Probably just as dangerous, maybe even more so, because it's a more correct cricket shot, isn't it? And 6 more to the total.
Yeah, it's a really nice shot coming down the track once again. Bit of a dance, getting those feet moving early on here. On a pretty chilly Wednesday morning, to be fair, isn't it?
Here's a little bit. Not too much of a breeze, I suppose. Not too unbearable at the moment. On the advance this time. Touch and go. Umpire saying that this one's okay. My instinct was it probably caught a little bit of the tram line, but umpire being a bit kind there.
I think he might have been put off a little bit by the advancing seam.
Yeah, that's true as well. But, yeah, I wouldn't say it's freezing, though, compared to some of the days we've had. Pitched up and straight up. No run here.
Yeah, closes himself off here to that leg side, means that trying to open that front leg. It's that front leg that he doesn't get out of the way.
What do you think of the sleeveless sweater on the keeper there?
Okay.
Shashidaguna.
Interesting.
Has been rocking it so far this morning.
I like it.
Oh, this one flicks the pad. It won't be out. He's pretty lucky this goes over the stumps, in fact.
Yeah, this is a really good delivery from Diori. Look at this one. Nips away. Flicks that pad. I don't know if that's a terrible shout. How low does this?
Yeah, I suppose he's a long way down.
Yeah.
There's a few elements there.
Elements of doubt.
That's true. Well, that's the fake step away, then the real step across, and it'll be no run. So Harjot, bit of hit and miss. But when he's hit him, he's looked good after the power play. No wickets for ICC beat. And Liege, they get 34. 34 without loss.
Yeah, good start for Liege. We've seen a lot of scores at 34 after 3. So add that to the addition. But yeah, 34 for none. And key, isn't it? No wickets down after 3 overs. So they've got 10 wickets in hand with 7 overs left. So that just goes to show that it provides them a license of a bit of free will now, so they can go ahead and really take the attack to the bowlers here.
It's a good fight back, really, after 21 off the first, to then only concede 13 off the next 2 overs, and kind of gets them back to level pegging in the game, I suppose, despite not taking a wicket. RCC beat. Again, definite change of tactics for them. They like batting first normally. They batted first really well on Saturday morning, obviously. But yesterday, they batted first twice and could only make 92 and 86. And that just tells me that they're just hoping for a change of tactic. Also, no Sundaram in the lineup to open up. So now we're going to get some spin, I think, with Shreyans Jain.
Still plenty of talent, though, in that ICCB squad. Again, they missed a few players yesterday, didn't they, of course? So they'll be looking to bounce back after I think they self-critically as well would have called a pretty poor performance in the 2 games.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. But we are almost ready to go. Now, I've got to say, the sleeveless sweater, I haven't seen in a while because it's been a long, hot summer. Something I would say. And so I thought for a second we had kind of like the goalkeeper jersey or something. It's not the same blue, but that's okay because it is a sweater over the top. Here we go with over number 4, and he's got no patience for it, Majid, who sends him over the leg side. Maximo! I know that Shreyans Jain spent a lot of time setting his field for that ball, but it didn't matter because this one wasn't getting caught by anyone on the field anyway. Yeah,
that's a really nice shot. Normally we see batsmen sort of take a delivery or 2 just to have a look at a bowler, but he's clearly just gone, nope, I know what's coming. I'm going to go for it. He executes it brilliantly.
Okay, looks one actually spin the ball. This is a quicker one. Annoyed with himself, and he doesn't catch up with the bounce. Well, there's a guy setting high standards.
He's furious with himself, isn't he? Trying to run this down to third man. Misses out. Look at that one. Completely furious.
Yeah, didn't deal with the extra bounce. It was quicker and maybe got a bit out of this pitch. It'll be a little bit moist. Now, gets it slightly wrong. It's in the air. It's hanging. Does it have the legs? It does. Maximo! Well, still a few coffees going around in the scorers' tents. They know about this one. I thought it was more of a top edge than anything, but I suppose he had just enough. Probably 3-4 metres on that one. So 6 more to Liege.
Yeah, races into the 30s now to Safi Majid. Promising start from him off only 12 deliveries as well.
Just pitched up and he just gets the outside of the half of the bat on this one. Up to 47 and this opening partnership edging towards 50.
Yeah, it's a good start, isn't it, for Liege here in the first game of the day. course, we're slowly coming to the end of Group B, aren't we? Quarterfinals Friday coming up in over a day.
Yeah.
Today and tomorrow, and then Friday, of course.
Just around the corner.
Not far away.
It's a quicker one as well. Just really good fielding. One hand pick up from Potomshetty going to his left and fires in the return.
Yeah, good bit of fielding there. One-handed pickup from Potomshetty. He's actually really impressed me for ICCB in in many elements of the game. He's just been really classy with the way he's gone about himself. I like the way he holds himself on the playing field.
Now gets a bit inventive. There's no fine leg at all, so he just tries to work it around the corner, but doesn't really get a lot on this. Hard job, but he will get a single, and he will retain the strike. After 4 overs, the score is 48 without loss. Very good morning to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Charlie Hunt is here as well. There was some discussion about us shaving and comparing for the weekend, but we decided after further review that wasn't necessary.
I decided.
Okay, yeah, you decided that. Anyway, look, hope you will. And I see that Tala's in the chat as well. And then Suntory's in there. And as people are trickling in, we want to invite you to send us a message in the live chat. And like you said, you know, we're only 48 hours away from the start of quarterfinals. Things are going to really ramp up. But first, you've got to get there. And this Group B, still wide open, especially after some of those results yesterday.
Yeah, well, we thought Group A was going to be close, and Group B's just blown it out of the waters, hasn't it? Completely. It's been really good to see. And again, it's just a showcase of the talent that's here in Belgium. It's just non-stop. It flows in every department of the game and in almost every club as well around Belgium.
Yeah, and so it's not just the top 4, but also the top 2 is a bit important, especially with weather around. It's something we don't like to see, but it is possible. We've had matches washed out on quarterfinals, and then if you finish in the top 2, because you're a higher ranked team than your opponent, then you'll get through to finals day on account of that. So certainly something to watch out for. 120 pace first up, pretty much par pace. And the batters have looked reasonably comfortable there for the most part. Roger Sakagoli comes in now, and he gets hit back over his head. Bit of work for the fielder, who is, well, he might have done this. I don't know about the last foot before he kicks it. It's certainly one misfield. This will be a super interesting replay.
This is interesting.
Because
my initial reaction is full.
The ball never goes over the boundary. But the thing is, this last step, that step there you go, he's on the line. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
You can see the dust. And now it is called for. It was a good effort. It's just that the non-kicking foot was on the line. So the other foot, not the kicking foot, was on the line. He looks pretty nonplussed about it, but the evidence is there. Anyway, it's going to be, oh no, another misfield. Well, that's really 2 misfields in 2 balls. A bit of a bonus. The 50 came up, and that's Konduru. He has magic hands. And that was so yesterday as this one blasts through in slippery conditions. So back-to-back boundaries unearned for Liege to start the 5th.
Yeah, not easy out there. It is wet out there, the outfield. Still quick, though, as well. Just goes to show. Add those 2 together. Makes it pretty much nightmare conditions for fielders. Good start to the over, though, for Liege.
Now he's going to go aerial, and this one is gone. Out of the ground, Maximo. 4-4-6 pick-up sticks and a big start to the over. And it's not a welcome return for Golly, who's going places.
Yeah, this is not the way that he wants to come back into the team. And he's been dispatched for 3 back-to-back boundaries. Good start to the over again. 14 off it now.
Good morning to Alam Sheikh, who says, morning to me, and saying that Charlie looks a bit like Paul Sterling. This is a big chase as well, and this is a good bit of fielding. I mean, there's not much of Diore, but he got all of him behind that one, and it does well to knock it down.
Little smile on his face there. He knows he's done a pretty good job. Take a look just to be sure. Yeah, nothing on the line. Well, listen, if I could hit the ball as well as Paul Sterling could, I'd be pretty happy.
Diore is a man who's wearing many hats, figuratively and literally. Now a walking waft, of course. He's pretty alert. Imagine to get back in his crease. I've got it. So here's something. Something got sent to me last night.
Uh-oh.
And we were talking a bit about lookalikes.
Oh, no.
And how I look like The Rock and whatnot.
Yeah, of course you do.
I think it's the best one yet.
What, for you?
No, for you.
For me? Oh, no. Oh, I already have a feeling.
I'm not going to say anything. Just something got sent to me. And we're not saying anything at this stage. Cannot confirm or deny it. This is in the air. And hanging a long time, it's Diore who's under it, and he will take the catch. Well, he stood up in this over. So this over's had a bit of everything, hasn't it, from goalie, but it does end with a wicket of margin for 32. Then halfway through the first innings of the day, it's 63 for 1, and that's the one ICCB sorely needed to pull things back.
Yeah, it's a big wicket. Oh, Safi Majid, he goes for 32 off of 15. Good innings, comes to an end, but again, explosive start from the openers, and that's all you can ask really from these, especially when you haven't lost a wicket. And the first one that does go, it's right at the end of the fifth at the halfway stage. So 63 for 1 on the board. Now, what's this photo? What's?
Can't say anything yet.
Not yet.
It's too early in the day. Yeah, it's not happening, just so you know. Anyway, let's talk about what's coming up, something to look forward to. And it is the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. We talked about it a little bit this morning already. And only 5 days to go now. It's crazy. I'm travelling in 4. We start in 5. And the other thing that's pretty exciting about this is it will be under lights for the first time. So the temporary lights are going in right now at Khartoum. We'll have 5 matches today. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We'll have our regular 4-match finals day on Friday. Each week is a separate group, and the group winner goes through to the 5th and final championship week. And we also have cricket on the weekends. Spanish domestic cricket. Anyway, Ganga comes in and bowls a full ball first up, and it's 2 full. It's been called a no ball. Yeah, so just losing his grip on this one. Even though the batter's advancing, I mean, the umpire has to make a calculation, and that's the hard thing. The umpires are told if they're not sure that it's going to be below the waist, then it should be called. So I think that's one of those cases where they're not sure.
Interesting one for me. I don't know if that would have been, but
it's
anyway.
A very hard one to call because you're making a guess. Free hit though, and this gets smacked. It's smacked out of the ground. It's over the cube. Maximo. Wow, what a shot that is! And you can see it's the worst possible start to this over from Barry. This one's in the slot and disappears. What a big shot that is.
Yeah, nice switch to get off the mark for Forcanilla. Gets a pretty nice, easy full toss. Or for a free hit, I should say. And he gets a treatment 6 down the ground. That's over the cube.
The full toss wasn't particularly easy first up, but it is easier when you know you're not going to get out the next ball. So all the momentum from the wicket kind of undone by this first ball of the 6th over. Now he's going to go the same way, and I think he'll get the same result. It's going a long way back. Tipi tries to catch it across the road, but the result, Maximo, another one to Forcanula. He's 2 for 2 now.
Yeah, it's a carbon copy, really, isn't it, in terms of where it's gone. It's gone high, it's gone long, and it's gone the exact same line. 6 more. Wow, Forcanula, what a start. 12 off of 2. Doesn't quite get much better than that for a batsman after 2 deliveries.
Yeah.
Good start.
Again, balls that bounce. Forcanula's enjoying them so far. Going to get on block hole here, I think. Same kind of a length. This is hit pretty hard as well, but out to the fielder. Shriyan Shane. So healthy total this. And kind of backfiring a bit on ICCB. The decision to bowl first. I mean, this is the kind of conditions that they made a big first inning score on Saturday morning against Royal Brussels. The biggest score of the series, in fact. Now it's a good shot, except it's hit straight to the man at deep backward point. So he's perfectly positioned there. And there's Sanjit Kumar that takes the catch. Gotta say, I liked it off the bat. It was good footwork, did everything right. The only wrong thing he did, went straight to the fielder. And so well held down there, looking into the sun. So Harjot is going to have to go. Both openers have now been removed. The score, 78 for 2.
Yeah, really good innings comes to an end again. Better from Harjot Singh, getting his shots away early on, getting that strike rate right up there, right at the start. So he goes for 32 off of 17. 78 for 2 now for Leach here in the 6th over. Yeah, so that's, again, they've had the license to go for it because now any batsman that comes in, they just have to start swinging because there's an abundance of wickets still remaining for Leach. So again, a couple of wickets in quick succession. Shouldn't do too much damage because we've seen the amount of number 11s coming out and hitting some long balls. Number 11s are averaging around 40, I think, at the moment.
Yeah, they're doing pretty well. This is a drive on the up. Again, it's going to test the fielder out there. It's well done by Giant to block that one off.
Yeah, nice confident start from Munawar, who hit some really elegant cricket shots down the ground the other day. Struggled on the first day to get his strike rate above 100, but last time around he hit some lovely shots on offside and leg side, 360-degree hitting. But he just starts off with a single, gets off the mark nicely.
One's called wide this time. It's a tight one, but I do think probably grabs a little bit of the tram line there. If the ball isn't completely inside the tram line when it passes the crease, it'll be called wide. I mean, that's tight, but you can see why the umpire's called that one.
Yeah, I think that's Stefan Gooch out there doing a bit of umpiring this morning. Wasn't too sure because he's shaved his beard, but it is.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Nice to see Steph just tuning up his skills. Hits the ground here, I think. Again, he's not going to fall for that one. Got to get up pretty early in the day to fool Stefan Gooch, and it is pretty early, but not that early. Anyway, it is the end of the over. It's 80 for 2 after 6.
Yeah, good comeback in the end from barring that over. Only getting dispatched for the 2 sixes, which in the context of the game isn't too bad. But he also got that wicket as well, didn't he, of Singh, so he had to go.
He did. And so, see the bowling figures here. You're right. The only one in single-digit economy, Barry was, but that second over a bit more expensive from that player. And so 80 for 2. Where could they get to from here? I mean, 2 a ball gets them to 128. Yeah, I suppose with 8 wickets in hand, you probably want a few more than that. Maybe something in the 130s. Good slow ball, though. This is Ranjaseka Goli, who's coming back. And yeah, nice to see him coming back. And his first over didn't start very well. It was a tale of 2 halves. The first half of his over went for 14. And then the second half of his over just went for 1 and picked up a wicket. So even within an over, you can get quite a lot of variation, obviously. I think that's why he gets the second over. TP is the man who will field this one, and he's going to be really important in the second half of this game, especially with no Sundaram at the top of the order.
Yeah, for sure. They'll be looking to him to hit some maximums. We've had 9 sixes so far in this innings. I think that's really what's been key for Liege.
Well, this is going to be missed, and it might have been missed by everybody. It is. It's 4 byes. I thought it was a little edge, but I think the keeper's already thinking about coming in and trying to stump the batter there, and so he just forgets plan A, which is just to catch the ball. So it's going to result in 4 byes.
Yeah, again, I think as I remember being taught or coached as a kid, when you're a keeper, my coach, he didn't want to notice me. That's what he wanted. So not quite exactly what Gunnar's gone for there, but it's 4 byes, so he's going to have to switch back on.
Wow, this is banged. That's really big. That's straight over the tower and out of here. Maximo for Canola. Oh, this one, I don't know where it landed, but I know we're not getting it back.
That's gone a long, long way, Vinny. I'll tell you what, new ball, please, because that has gone a long way. That's into the car park. See you later. Can we have a new ball, please? That's hold the pose there. Look at that. Well, Deanna's there taking some photos, but I don't think she was really in harm's way because that sailed a long, long way over her head. That's a beautiful shot, punished down the ground for Canilla. He's now 19 off of only 6 deliveries. What a start to hit this innings from him.
That was absolutely crazy, that shot. Now it gets wide. So, yeah, forces the bowler a bit wider. Doesn't work out too well for him.
Yeah, that shot was incredible. We've seen some big, big hits here in Belgium. That was probably one of the biggest ones we've seen so far.
We love it as well, don't we?
Can't say no.
Now gets lucky. It's a thick outside edge, and Falconulla's come, and he's really got things moving. We're happy to break the opening partnership, but that just brought this guy to the crease. And Hussein Falconulla right now, he is looking super dangerous.
Yeah, he's motoring along, isn't he? What's that now? That's 23 off of just 7. So he's going at a really exceptional rate. Well, and as Krishna saying, is that the biggest 6 in Belgium? I think it might be. I think that might be one of the biggest ones we've seen.
It's one of the biggest ones we've seen.
It's up in the list.
But the thing is, there's been probably a few that big, if we're honest, over the first 8 and a bit days of action. Yeah, Nish, I think they enjoyed that. Dala enjoyed it. How could you not? This one's going, but it's higher than it is long. That's a really tough opportunity, I think. And he's taken it. Well, Potem Shetty, he can't believe he's taken that. To be honest, he's run back with the flight, and he seemed like he's on the long march to nowhere. But he's got a big wicket of Falconulla, who's going to go for just 23. I thought there's no chance of this being caught. Not because he's not a good fielder, just it was such a difficult catch. He's running, he's turning with it. And, well, he judged it absolutely perfectly. So What a great finish to Golly's spell. He finishes with 2 for 27, and after 7 overs, the score is 96 for 3. What a catch.
Well, yeah, I gave him no chance. I was signalling in the box. I said, no, that's going down 100%. That's an exceptional catch. And again, it's just an instance of what we've seen here in Belgium, is that every single element of the game has been perfect.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you want to see action like that, don't look away, because we are 5 days away from the ECC, like we said. Now, Belgium, they're in Group C. You can see they're with Scotland 11, as well as France, Malta and Luxembourg. So they're Belgium fans. You can watch them from the 26th of September. But I think before that, you do want to watch the other weeks, because we're starting 12th of September on Monday with Ireland 11, Spain, Austria, Czech Republic and Portugal. I know one of the most competitive groups that we've picked out. I mean, they all are really. They've all got a different flavour about them. Group B, it's got a bit of a northern twinge to it with Denmark and Sweden and Finland in there, but also Hungary and Netherlands. Very good T10 sides. And we talked about Group C. I mean, Group D, Italy and Germany renew their rivalry, so it's going to be a lot of exciting cricket coming your way. 120 matches, the biggest ever European Cricket Championship.
Yeah, no, for sure. I obviously won't be there. I'll be taking a bit of a backroom role, I think. That's what's going on.
This is going to go over the leg side. It's a little tap away. It's going to be 4 runs. So, yeah, very, very neat shot, really. I mean, takes off middle and off and just dismisses it away, flicks it away.
Yeah, to have Umar coming in at number 5 is a serious bit of batting to come in at number 5, because he can hit a long ball.
Certainly can. This brings up the 100 as well. So just one bounce and 4. So they may just want to have a look at that. They may just want to get a new ball out there. But yeah, Umar Bhatt, I mean, 5 for him to bat. He's just showing you straight away what he's capable of. Shaukat Ali, hello to you. And he's talking about what's happening in Dubai, about the relation between winning the toss and winning the match between World Cup and Asia Cup. But what I will say, what a game last night between Sri Lanka and India, right down to the wire.
I know our PM.
As a keeper, I shed a tear when it was buys that were the winning runs.
Never nice to see. I know our PM, Mida, she was keeping an eye on it. She was pretty happy this morning.
Yeah, mixed emotions from players around the ground. This one is going to be gone, so he's going to go 4 and out here. Umar Bhatt, well, he lost one ball. The next ball wasn't so lucky for him. And, well, this guy has caught well, hasn't he? And it will be another catch in the over. Diore removes Umar Bhatt. So, again, a couple of dangerous hitters have been removed from the equation. It's 101 for 4 now.
Yeah, Diore's deserved that wicket, I think. He's actually bowled really well. Obviously got hit for that 4, the previous delivery before that wicket, but until then he actually bowled really tight lines and length, so he's been pretty impactful here. The skipper, it's a good question there for Manish Krishna, saying, Vinny and Charlie, what's the reason for so many big hits in this series? Is it because better batting, poor bowling, or shorter boundaries? Because bowling averages have been extremely poor, is what he's saying. I don't think it's due to the bowlers.
Batting.
Yeah, I think the batting should
be.
Better
batting. And, okay, partly you could argue the field, but the field's not that different. Okay, there's one slightly shorter boundary. It's the Belgium approach. It's Belgian ball. We saw it in Khartoum, if you watched the Belgian national team last year. These guys really have an approach to T10 cricket, which is we're going to be fearless. And so bowlers aren't getting the luxury of batters trying to play themselves in. So that's why. I.e. this, where he tries to go down the ground and he almost gets out. But, I mean, the guys aren't scared to get out at all. But you've got to respect the approach, really. It's quite selfless, because no one likes getting out, and no one likes risking getting out, especially earlier in the innings. You wait so long to bat.
Yeah, 100%.
That's the reason.
100%.
No, and they're so good at it.
Yeah.
They're so good at hitting early in their innings. There we go. This is Munawar, who tries to dismiss this one away. Yes, I mean, bowling's always a bit of a tough gig. But he's talking about bowling averages. The other thing is, there actually have been heaps of wickets in this series.
Yeah, there has
There's been heaps of wickets and runs. So, I mean, if you looked at the total wickets in the series, I think it's way more than average. Wow, that is absolutely bagged up. And good luck finding that one. Maximo and Munawar, he missed a couple. This one was so high, it might have brought the rain back. And he takes Diore out of the ground. What a shot.
Yeah, really nice shot there. Just picks it off the bat and it flies. That's gone a long way. Pummeled into the leg side. And that 6 will bring us to the end of the 8. So Liege will be 108 for 4 with 2 overs remaining.
Yeah, so it's not like a batting-dominated series where we've seen lots of batters getting high scores. I know we've had a couple of hundreds, but it's been the exception, not the rule. And I think that basically what we've seen is incredible entertainment because you're focusing on bowling averages there as well. If you looked at batting averages, I reckon they'd be down as well per player. You know what I mean?
Probably.
Yeah, because they're getting out a lot too. So it's a strange one, but a very entertaining one.
The thing for me is I think loads of batsmen have contributed over the course of the tournament as well.
Yeah, exactly right. Konduru gets a bowl and gets a dot first up.
Yeah, I mean, how many times have we seen going into that last over, we've gone right into sort of 9, 10 and 11, getting a healthy amount of balls to face. So I think really, I don't think it's down to poor bowling. I think the bowling's just, it's not been terrible. It's not been incredible, but I think it's been spot on.
Some balls are bowled poorly, but you can say that all the time. It's good bowling as well.
This is good bowling there from Konduru.
Konduru. He's the one came up with fantastic catch. First ball of the innings yesterday.
Yeah.
Against Ghent.
Anish just saying maybe it's because a lot of runs have just been scored. It feels like the bowlers have taken a beating. They have taken a beating, but it's not like they've bowled terribly.
And also yesterday was a bit more of a
regular
day. It was 11 and over, which is...
But that was an anomaly in the context of Belgian ball.
Yeah, true. Yeah. But it feels like when batters do get in, it's like, where are you going to bowl to them?
Yeah, there's you can't bowl
You're almost
anywhere.
waiting for them to miss-hit one or waiting for them to make a mistake. But that's not all the time.
Yeah, for sure.
Uruwa, he's going to try and launch one. And this is going to be very well fielded, I think, out there. Just probably check this one, but I think that's a very good bit of work.
I was asking for it there. He said, check that. I think that's gone for 4. Take a look at this one. Well, nothing on the line there.
I'm going to say my instinct was it's all right.
He's fine.
That foot's all right. And then it kind of gets away from him. But I don't think he ever goes that close to the line again.
No, he's fine.
Check again. Yeah.
He's...
There
actually.
we go. No, he's still all right. Keep going. The thing is, no, that's fine. Unless you see some power to go, it's inconclusive at best. And he'll get the benefit of the doubt there. No problem.
Should just be the
Look at
one run.
Munawar's super confident. He's starting to walk back to the non-strikers end, to the strikers end. I mean, this will be fine. I don't think you could say that's conclusive.
Yeah, they might just want to take one more look at this one, possibly.
It's the last step that's the most suspicious, but I still don't see any white powder. You see, it's okay. I've said it's fine now, so that's good. This is up in the air, and well. It's a good effort, and this one is going to be a teaser as well. And got to say, in the end, put that down as a pretty good piece of fielding from Sanjit Kumar. He's only got little arms, but his left arm was able to get in the way of the ball there. I suppose this drop catch to be very harsh, but he also saves the boundary.
Put the brakes on. Look at him. Put the brakes on, Sanjit. Stop.
He's lucky that there's been a bit of rain on this field, because otherwise that runs away for 4. This is hit pretty powerfully as well into the gap. And another good piece of boundary fielding from Trion Shade. Now, Munawar really wants to get back, and he will. So, there's a guy that loves the strike. And so, that'll be 2 to the score. Munawar will move to 12. And that's the end of the 9th over. We say it all happens in the 9th. Well, a fair bit was going on there. It's 113 for 4 after 9.
There are only 5 runs coming off that over, so that's going to be interesting. Yeah, so go ahead, stay up to date with all what's coming up, especially with the ECC. Only 5 days away now. I know lots of content is being looked at, and there's going to be plenty of content being pushed out on all of the social media channels: Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Josh, and TikTok and Telegram as well. So plenty of options for you to choose from there. So it is going to be that man, Sanjit Kumar. He's going to take us into the final over here, and this could be a very interesting final battle here. 6 deliveries left in the innings now.
Yeah, here we go with Sanjit. And a big swing and a miss first up. Kind of goads him into throwing there, I think. But yeah, it won't be out, of course. Had a question in Shaukat Ali.
Job for you at the in the innings break, I think.
I've already done it.
Oh, you're so quick.
It was, he wants to know the scorecard of the lowest score defended in ECN cricket. And it was Prague Tigers versus Prague Barbarians. There it is there. I've dropped the scorecard in the chat. That was an incredible game. It was actually their first day playing ECN cricket as well, Prague Tigers. Scored only 60. We were ready for an early lunch, and then they went out and defended it. Our Barbarians to 34. Anyway, here's going to be a 4, and Ibrahim Gill has had a bit of trouble getting going, but doesn't have too much trouble with this one. It's ball probably on middle and leg, probably getting a bit too straight. Poor Kumar, he probably doesn't know where to bowl. Early on he bowled full and wide and probably decently, but got banged for 6 over the offside. Now he goes straight and he still goes for 4.
Yeah, he's just struggled to get the correct line and length, hasn't he? His rhythm's not been an issue because he's carrying himself well, but it's just not been able to quite pay off for him here. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting chase, isn't it? Because you look at ICCB's lineup, there's a few big hitters in there, TP, Barry, Golly as well. This could be interesting, you know, Vinny. I think we're going to be a close one.
Definitely could be. This is hit, and it's hit pretty well, but I've got to say, it's fielded very well out there. Shian Shane saved a lot of runs, so I mean, for all things we've seen this morning, it looks like it's going to be around about a par total of 120 or so, maybe a handful more, but ICCB, if they bat well enough, they'll be able to chase these. Liege, of course, coming off the day off, they'll want to make the most of this last few balls. Maybe they can push up towards the 130 still, especially with this guy on strike. Watch that for a wide. That's good eye. That's we'd say doesn't get in the way of that one. Spots it's missing the leg stump and takes the extra run, takes the extra ball.
Yeah, this is a good call from Stefan Gooch. Rare appearance out in the middle this morning. He'll be doing quite a lot of umpiring in the ECC for sure.
Yeah, he will be. Also, he's managing Hungary as well now, you know. Wow, this is blasted. And you forget this one because this one's out of here. Maximo Munawar muscles that one out of the ground. He moves to 18. Well, takes him past that 120. And I think with him there, they want more than that.
Yeah, it's a really nice shot. Stand and deliver stuff from Munawar. And he gets punished down the ground. 6 more. Well, edging closer towards that 130 now, aren't they?
They just seem to be working their way back in, didn't they, ICCB? There were no boundaries in the 9th over from Konduri. It's the only over that didn't contain a boundary. But then this over is already gone for 12. There's a couple of balls left. Maybe that 130 is still on. Again, I think we've got enough cricket balls to get through this tournament. Something that has been concerning a few people.
Have the cricket balls landed in Malaga yet? Do we know? Do we know if there's enough there already?
I really hope there's enough in Malaga.
Well, I know there's obviously on the leg side from the car park entranceway.
Yeah. Well, we change ends every week as well.
Yeah, exactly.
So
exactly.
Anyway.
Yeah. So when you're down on when the offsides, the leg side is the fan zone. Hopefully they're paying attention and can take a few catches in the fan zone this tournament. I'm certainly looking forward to it. It's going to be exciting.
Gone. And so, slow ball works for Kumar. Finally gets something to show for his efforts. And, well, tough day at the office, but he's tried his heart out as usual. So Munawar has to depart for a pretty brisk 18. And with 1 ball remaining, it's 125 for 5.
Yeah, again, good for... I'm happy for Sanjay Kumar because he has, again, it's another... We've spoken about it in this innings so far. He hasn't actually bowled terribly. There's been a couple of balls that have been you could class as slot deliveries, but he's not bowled terribly. It's just been elements of really destructive batting from Liege. So he gets his first wicket, and yeah, as you say, 125 for 5 on the board with a single delivery remaining.
Yeah, just the 1 ball then for Liege to bat their innings out. I mean, 6 will get them over 130. Boundary sets a target of 130. Nishan swings away to leg and he finds the fielder. Might as well go for 2. Good throw, will have him in trouble here. And he's going to be out by a couple of steps. So it's good unselfish stuff by Nishan Singh. Does get them a single though. Will be run out off the last ball as well. So they're going to finish 126 for 6. Pretty entertaining start of the day. Something for everyone really. Saw some big hits. Saw some good overs as well. And we saw a couple of decent catches. And you'd see there, even with the fumble, that a good throw was always going to find Nishan Singh short. So what do you think? 126 first innings of the day? I mean, one thing for sure, ICCB, they're going to have to bat better. They didn't crack 100 twice yesterday.
Yeah, no, for sure. But they've got a few names that come back into the line. I think Rajashikar Goli, he's a big addition. I think I'm looking forward to seeing him with the bat in hand because he can really be destructive. But also the likes of CTP, looking forward to seeing him. And look at this. It was an electric start, wasn't it, from Liege? And they just kept on going, and they ended up getting a pretty par total in the end.
Yeah, I suppose it is. It's just a few more than par maybe, but I think, when you send a team in, you're trying to have a good start. It's not really how it worked out for ICCB, who went places in the first over. 21 came off it, but they did pick things back pretty well in overs 2 and 3 to have 34 without loss and have have Leeds in a position where certainly they weren't running away with it. But then their middle overs were pretty productive, got to say, for Liege. They went 14, 15, 17, 16 and 12 through 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's really when they went to work, didn't they? Did lose a few wickets in there, but didn't seem to slow them down too much. We saw some slightly slack work there at the start of the 5th over. Goalie went 4, 4, 6, and first 2 were a couple of missed fields. But he did come back well, and before you knew it, we had a wicket, and that was a nice catch by Diore, who just, I suppose, got them back into it slightly, but Falconer came out in the mood to hit big, and some of these were absolutely massive. Again, I think they bowled at length, and he was pretty comfortable hitting, just going straight through the ball. And yeah, even though I think this was a pretty good shot as well, he just picked out the fielder, so I'm pretty happy to see the back of him. Unfortunately for Gunnar, he spent it before he had it behind the stumps. This, for me, I think this might have been the biggest one of the lot. That was an absolutely huge 6, but there were a few of them in there. And yeah, as far as Leeds went, I mean, obviously they played a fair bit of this format, and they know the approach. That was probably the catch of the innings for me. That was a very difficult one. Potom Shetty looked pretty happy about it too. Why wouldn't you be? And of course, the dangerous Umair Butt came in at number 5. He ended up going 4 and out, just going to place the next one. Another catch for Potom Shetty there. So he had 2 in quick succession. But Munawar came out, and he was probably more missed than hit initially, but we know that he can hit the ball a long way. And he was kind of frustrated a bit, I think, that he couldn't get a boundary in the 9th. He was certainly testing the outfielders, but they were up to it, maybe making up for some of those errors a bit earlier in the innings. And even this one, I mean, it wasn't out, but Sajid does stop a boundary with his left hand there. And then he was the bowler in the last over. Wasn't too happy when he went for 4, and then a big 6 from Munawar. We did have a bit of a moral victory as he slipped the penultimate ball of the innings through him. And then the last ball, just the 1 ball for Nishan Singh. Despite the fumble, good recovery from Rajaseka Goalie. And he runs out Nishan going for the second, which you have to take on, I think, on the last ball. Unselfish stuff. They end up on 126 for 6. And we can give you a look at this beautiful cricket ground here. Unique cricket ground. You can see how the Vacher Island is impacting the cover boundary. Top 4 getting into double figures. Pair of 32s for the openers, Harjot and Safi Majid, who got them off to a decent start. And Falconer, 23 off 8. He really kept things going forward. And apart from that, Munawar, 18 at the end. So yeah, they just kept hitting, didn't they? As far as the bowling went, bit of a mixed bag. I think Diore was pretty good after a tough start. Took 1 for 19 off his 2 overs. Apart from that, it was 2 for 27 for Goalie. Again, good recovery from him. Wickets for Sajid Kumar Barry as well. And Konduru, it's a bit surprising me a bit that he only gets the 1 over in the end. 1 over, none for 5. Would have been tempted maybe to bring him back in the 10th. Anyway, 126 on the board. It'll be 127 for ICCB to get back in the winner's circle and try and snap this losing streak. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Charlie Hunt with me as well. Hopefully you're enjoying day 9 so far from Belgium. We'll be back shortly with more ECN cricket. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Good morning, welcome back to the Vryburg Cricket Ground here in Mechelen in Belgium for the second half of match 33 here on the FanCode European Cricket Series. Belgium here, and it's an interesting setup for the second innings here. Liège finishing on 126 for 6 after their 10 overs. ICCB will require 127 for victory here in match 33. What a game this is set up to be. It's an interesting battle, isn't it? Of course, both teams really needing to take victories here this morning to cement their place for quarterfinals Friday. And well, it's just set up to be a very interesting battle, isn't it? Very good morning to everyone tuning in around the world, whether it be on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel or on FanCode in India. Thank you very much for choosing us here on this brisk Wednesday morning. Just rolling up towards the half-an-hour mark. Certainly looking like it's going to be an interesting battle between these two teams. ICCB will be up for revenge after a pretty lackluster attempt last time around. And it will be the man who opened the batting. Safi Majid, he's opening the bowling here for Liège. TP on strike. Wild swipe from TP. And it's a very wide delivery, in fact, from Majid. The keeper, Harjot Singh, big dive to his right, manages to get a hand on it, keeps it from running away. Starts off with a very wide ball. Actually, a really good bit of keeping from Harjot Singh to get a glove on that one. This is set up to what could be a cracker, as it's a par total, really, maybe just a few over. Big chase here for ICCB. Well, that's certainly going to help proceedings, because that's going to be another wide. This time it's down the leg side. Not even Harjot Singh can come round and collect this cleanly as the keeper. And it will go all the way, and it'll be 5 wides. Not the start to the innings for Liège that they would have been wanting. Good morning to everybody in the chat as well. If you are watching on YouTube, go ahead, subscribe to us on YouTube, ECN European Cricket Network. Growing at a rate of about 1,000 a week, which is incredible to see. Always glad to see that the community that's being created is growing and getting stronger and stronger day by day. So yet to face an actual legal delivery here this over. There's already 7 off it. So that run rate now technically is it's bang on 12 and over, because they've eliminated the first 7. Eliminated that first 7 runs, so it's literally bang on 120 off of 60 deliveries now. Can Majid finally get it right? And the answer is no, he can't. It's another wide, so this is really lackluster start here. Poor from Liège. Can't get that first delivery under his belt. Yet to get the innings actually off the mark. He's furious with himself. He knows what he's doing here. He knows what he's getting wrong. There's a change in the field as well. The 2 fielders out, so there's a deep third man and a deep fine leg. So interesting field placements. And this time we'll get a bit of glove on this by the looks of it. So it will be the first legal delivery, and it will be given as runs off the glove. Look at those last 3 deliveries: 2 wides, 5 wides, and just the 1 wide. So he'll be happy to see that he can finally get the first delivery under his name. And technically it goes for 9, so pretty expensive start to the over here. And this time gets it on the money. TP finds the bat as well. Good morning to Tala in the chat. Nice to see you in there. Shaukat Ali was in there at the start as well. Good to see everyone in there as well. LMF has been in and around as well. This is a big day for the group, of course, because we see in the matches this afternoon, Royal Brussels, they'll be taking on Ghent. Now that's a big game as well for both teams, because Royal Brussels, they've struggled here in this tournament. They've got a couple of international representatives, and they just haven't come off at a course. It'll be I'm looking for interesting to find out where the injury is and what stage it's at. Well, this has gone high in the leg side, and there's no one back there. So this is going to sail all the way into the trees, and what a way to get the account underway. And it's 6 into the leg side, and it's that man, Sai TP, getting in on the action. That's a lovely shot into the leg side. And Nadeem saying no Vinny or Rico today. Vinny is here. He's kicking about somewhere. He's lurking. He'll be joining me back in the ice cube at some point. Shalkat's still here as well. Look at this one. Well, Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee, who's out there umpiring, trying to watch that all the way. Getting a bit of a limbo in there as well. And this has been a really good start for ICCB. First 3 deliveries have gone for 15, of course, due to those extras right at the start. Needs a response. Shorter delivery, slapped. And it is collected in the end by Hoden Sakani. It's pretty solid in the field, to be fair. This is a good start, this, for ICCB. Currently 15 off of the first over. Still 2 deliveries left. Yeah, don't worry, Vinny will be back. Vinny will be back, no stress. Does Majid have a response? And it's a wider delivery, wide Yorker, and it's a really lovely shot from SciTP. Look at this one, gets right down, takes it on the full, bit of touch and uses the extra bit of pace, and it races away. 4 more to the total. It's so deep in his crease, and that's why TP was so successful in the first half of this tournament, or for Group B, I should say, because he was deep in his crease. It just meant that any full delivery that wasn't full enough was just a slot ball, really. And he punished it to all areas of the ground. Really nice shot there from SciTP. 19 off the over so far, single delivery left. Majid trying to keep this from going magical. It will be pushed into the leg side. And will just be the single. So it does go magical. Big over to start us off here in the second innings of match 33. ICCB at the end of the first are 20 for none. Also good to see Sujit Yadav as well. And there we go. Currently 14 matches without a golden ball. Obviously that last one we had was last week now. That was on the Friday between Mechelen Eagles and Ostend CC. And that just shows what we've got going here in Belgium, because that golden ball came in a game where it was the top of the table taking on bottom of the table, and it went all the way down to the wire, and eventually Mechelen Eagles taking a victory. Ostend CC in that game, they needed to win in 6 overs. They started off really well, but fizzled out, wasn't able to do so. And the man who I just said was really promising in the field. It's going to be Hoden Sakani to take us into the second over here. And it's being signalled a wide here. Sakani getting a bit of a shake of the head here. And that one. Interesting, because he takes a big step across, but it's not quite big enough to change the profile, really. It's more of a trigger. And touches the line. And Stefan Gooch signals a wide. So, similar fashion to that first over, we start off with a wide. And this one could be back-to-back, and it will be this time. It's for height. SciTP is not a very tall man. He won't mind me saying that. But this is sailed a long way over his head. He would have had to have been probably an extra 1.5 feet to reach that one. And it's another extra. So extras are being a pretty helpful hand here in this chase so far. Already up to 10. Only being chased. Take a look at this one here. So a change of shoes. This might be a first on the European Cricket Network, because the fielder and the bowler are changing shoes. Well, it's been told in my ear that it's not the first we've seen. It's not the first time we've seen. This just goes to show you can see anything on the European Cricket Network. And changing shoes. Obviously not liking those. Well, that's probably what he's going to blame for the 2 wides to start the over with. Now already pushing the time limit, because they're started at 27 minutes past 9. So 8 minutes gone, and yet to bowl a single legal delivery here in the 8th over, in the second over. Oh well, add that to the list again. This one, might have to look at this one again, because I'm not too sure whether or not it's pitched even on. It has. Yeah, that will be a wide. So it won't be a no ball free hit. So just the wide, luckily, for Sakani. And is signalled as a wide ball. Ivambi already putting the shout in, saying changing shoes will cost time. 5 penalty runs could be on the cards. Now behind the limit. And this is a better delivery. This is a full Yorker, possibly a bit of a full toss. Yeah, low full toss. They're the ones that are hard to get away, really. they are not the easiest ones to get. It's the first legal delivery, though, of the second over. And this will be another wide, and Sakani just can't get it right here. We've had a lot of deliveries already in this innings. That's another wide, this time offside once again. Just can't get it right, can Sakani. Neither could Majid as well. Surprises him with the straighter delivery, and he gets a welcome dot ball. So we've already faced 1.2 overs now. And that first over went for a handful of deliveries already, plus the original 6 in the over. This time it is full, and it's a bit of a bottom edge. It's going to race away. It's going to be cut off in the end. Good work by the man out on the leg side boundary. Defending the boundary there, keeping it to just the 1 run. Brings Golly back on strike, who's quietly just been watching it all unfold from the other end. He's just the 1 off 1 so far. TP moves on to 12. 7 wides already, 7 wide deliveries, plus the runs that have been scored off them. Good comeback there from Sakani. That's actually a really good delivery. Top of off stump. Can't get that away. Kangoli. Just haven't quite got into the stride of things. Haven't got going right from the start here. Have Liege again after making a pretty decent total, 126. And, well, they've already lost 25, and they're not even into the third over yet. Wow, well, this is a wild swipe, bit of an outside edge. It's going to race away. It'll be 1, 2 bounces, 4 more to the total. And this time it's Golly. He gets his account underway. Not in the most convincing of fashions, but it's 4 nonetheless. And it's 4 in the book, and that's all that counts. 4 more. There's still a lot of chat about the extras and the extras now. Extras are equal top scorers alongside Sai TP, so TP's on 12. Extras are on 12 as well. Needs to finish off the over as strongly as possible. And it won't be with this delivery. It's another wide, so add that to the collection as extras now takes over as top scorer so far. It's 13 extras, and all of them coming in wides. There's a nice bit of nice words for Vinny. I'm sure he's lurking, checking the chat there. And eventually it will be the end of the second over. So in the context of the over, after 3 wides right at the start, and then add a wide in there at the middle, and 1 at the end, finishes with just 10 off it. At the end of the second, ICCB motoring along at 15 and over, 30 for none. Yeah, big start this has been for ICCB here. But they haven't really had to do much. There's only been 17 runs off the bat, 13 coming off in extras. So big few mistakes from Liege. But this is the story so far. So a victory here for Liege will put them level on points with ICCB, with what will be 2 games in hand. So this is of course International CC Brussels' last 2 games in Group B. So they're going to want to try and finish strong here and try and get at least 2 points, possibly 4 out of 4 this morning on the board. We're now going to see Forcanilla. And he starts right on the money. And he surprises TP with a straighter delivery. Almost not sure on how to really play this one. Does him all ends up. Just sneaks past the off stump there. Good morning to Neville joining us there. How are you, Neville? Hope you're well. And I'll pass on your kind words, Vinny, to Vinny. Shorter and demolished into the leg side. Well, that has gone a long, long way. 6 more runs, and TP, he's taken over. He moves on to 18. That is exactly where you do not want to bowl to Sai TP. He loves it in his arc there. That's where he likes to swing from. And that's exactly what he's done there yet again. Stand and deliver stuff. And He watches it sail into the forest. 6 more runs to the total. Disappointing after a really promising first delivery from Falconelli. He gets dispatched into the leg side. Could do with a response now, though. Well, TP has responses. This has gone sky high, but it's also gone long, and it's put down in the player zone. Well, that was Shrine's Giant. He puts that down, and it's another 6 to the total. Add 6 more. Back-to-back 6s here from TP. This is the TP that we've come to expect, especially after that first day, getting a record 80 in a power play. And tries to go leg side once more. It's a rare dot ball. That's 2 incredible shots there from side TP. Moves to 24 off of 12 now. Fuller delivery, block hole. That's a good bit of bowling. And they take on the arm. Good running in the end, taking on the arm of Safi Majid. It rotates a strike, it's a single. Again, this has been an explosive power play yet again. Haven't really had to do much though, considering the extras have really been a helping hand here. But it will be Golly to face the final ball here of the power play. And he drives and drives well. Hasn't quite got all of it though, but it will be 1 bounce and 4 more to the total. So 17 off of the 3rd over. And well, that one, it's the 2nd biggest of the lot. And what a way to end the power play. ICCB will finish the power play on 46 for none after 3. So, correction, 47 for none after 3. And what a bit of hitting that was in that over. 17 coming off. It's the first over without any wides. I've been trying to work this one out for a while, but I can tell you. So in the first 2 overs, so that's the story so far, by the way. So at this point, Liege were 34 for none. So ahead of the run rate. No surprise after the excessive amount of extras in the first 2 overs. Yeah, so that first over in, which is obviously traditionally 6 deliveries, there were 8. Actually, there were 9, in fact. And then in the 2nd over, there were 11. So in what should have just been 12 balls, in 2 overs, there are essentially 3 overs of deliveries, worth of deliveries in the first 2 overs. But it's going to be Nishan Singh. He's going to take us out of the power play into the 4th over. No change in side Tippy's approach. Slaps this hard into the leg side. So TP rotates the strike, moves on to 26, and at the moment this total is already looking like it's in the sights of ICCB. That run rate keeping up with it. And this is a better delivery from Singh, using his extra bit of height. He's not the tallest we've seen in this tournament. Obviously we saw 6'11" yesterday for Ghent. This one just not playing on its merit. That really should have been punished through the offside, through the covers. There's no one out there. There's a man on the offside boundary, sort of at a regulation, sort of just in front of square point. This time goes leg side once more. Cloths it really, and he will again be another single. Moves on to 10 off of just 6. There you go. They're a step there ahead of where Leisure at this point. Before that single, they were 40 for none, and ICCB are 48 for none after that first delivery. That'll be 49 for none now. So just showing those extras right at the start could be very harmful in their defence. Tries to run this down to 3rd man yet again. Didn't quite have the extra pace that he had the first time around. It doesn't. Just stays a little bit low, of course, due to the overnight rain. Pitch is a little bit moist and a little bit skiddy, I think is the best way to describe it. So it stays a little bit lower than usual. That's not stayed low. That's gone high off the bat. Could be an opportunity. Oh, I think he's done really well there. Well, actually, in fact, it looks like it might have gone, because if I'm going off body language, he doesn't seem too confident. It was a top edge from side TP. It could have been a big wicket. He did well to keep it. There, he holds it there. And well, for me, I actually think he's done enough there. Don't think there's anything on the line. I think I think he thought that the fellow fielder was annoyed at him, but I think he was just taking evasive action, if anything. And it will just be a single. So eventually that's actually really good work on the boundary there. Comes around and keeps it to just a single. Oh, well, dear, it's all happened. Everything's been dropped. It was an opportunity for a caught behind, and Harjot Singh put it down. And then Golly forgot that he needs to hold on to his bat. The bat goes flying, and the ball goes down, everything happening, the glove's being taken off, and it will bring us to the end of the fourth over. And ICCB are 50 for none. Well, man, we can welcome back to the commentary box Vinny Sandhu's back.
Thanks, I am back, and I've been working pretty hard because there's a lot happening behind the scenes, obviously, with the ECC around the corner. Even some early preparations for the European Cricket League for 2023, which will be the Champions League of European Cricket. I want to say, I noticed Vinay with a lovely comment in there. Thank you very much for those nice words. I appreciate the support from everyone. Everyone's been really supportive over the last couple of years. I've been doing this. Obviously, it's a big workload, so it's always nice to get that. I know you're just starting your ECN commentary journey, Charlie, but yeah, hopefully it's a long and rewarding one for you. Takes you to some interesting places.
Hopefully. Been a good year, been a very good summer. Of course, the summer on the European Cricket Network finishes with a very nice 5-week tournament, the ECC.
That's a good one, isn't it? As we see, what would have been a wide might turn out to be a wicket, and it is. Well, or is it? I mean, have a look at this one. Now, this is super interesting because he holds it a long time. Does he hold it? At what point does he drop it there? I don't think that's
in control. I don't think he's in control of that.
I think he drops it too early. Yeah, I got to say, he doesn't quite hold it long enough. He doesn't stop his movement, doesn't seem in control. And I say that's one that's probably in doubt. I think it's probably benefited the doubt going to the batter here.
No, never has it.
I don't. Well, he has it, but he doesn't have it for long enough. And he's kind of realised here he's made a boo-boo. Well, you see everything, don't you? And we always saw a hit wicket where the guy let go of his bat. Oh, wow.
All happening.
That is a life, isn't it? So it'll be an unusual single. And, well, Leash, not looking great in this chase. And this isn't going to make them feel any better because this is pumped down to the ground. Maximo! Wow, still can't believe what I've seen. But I do believe this because TP loves to smash the ball, and this is no exception.
Yeah, wheels are slowly starting to fall off Alicia. They had a poor start with the ball and a couple of drop catches. That one, it's a more interesting one. And there's hands on hips. There's the teapot. There's hands being flown in the air. So just getting on top of each other. Just needs to stay calm here because, you know, they're below where Leeds were at this point anyway.
Yeah.
So they just need to take the next opportunity they get. New batsman comes in, fresh batsman who hasn't faced any deliveries, changes the game completely. So
we've seen ICC be a bit brittle sometimes in the middle and lower order. Maybe a bit more suspect than some other teams in this competition. So a lot has been on the openers. Obviously, Golly is replacing Sundaram at the top today. TP doing what TP does, although this could be an opportunity. Hangs in the air, again gets lucky. And so, yeah, a couple of opportunities, just not falling. Well, one did fall in the hands, that one doesn't. And it'll just be a single. And I'll tell you what, Ibrahim Kell, fairly nonplussed at the moment, if I'm honest. Look at that face there. It tells the whole story.
Andrea saying he could be a bouncer.
I wouldn't be trying his patience. Goalie, well, this might be justice now because he should have been out last time. Now he will be out. And Minas takes the catch, the captain. And you can see Ibrahim Kell, he's not going to get a smile out of him just yet, but he does get goalie finally. He's gone for 11. The first wicket falls 59 for 1.
Only cost them that single. Eventually that drop catch, didn't it? Good catch in the end, though, from the skipper, from Hamza Minaz. Takes the catch pretty comfortably. But yeah, no, he does look like a bit of a bouncer, does Ibrahim Kell. He's not happy, even after getting that wicket. I could see him sort of turning around saying to me, not in those shoes, not tonight, pal.
How many wickets would it take for him to smile? I'm thinking 4 minimum before he would crack
he needs
one.
a 5 and then he might give us a little twitch of the old upper lip. No, so coming out to the crease now is Barry, who again, I think this is another crucial partnership. It's the first 2 wickets. If they can get the first 2, and then rattle through the middle order. Just changes the game completely. Single delivery left though in the 5th.
Last ball the over. And it's going to go for a boundary. So that's pretty smart batting, really just using the pace. So yeah, not slowing down here at all, as it will take us to the end of the over. The score is 63 for 1 after 5.
Yeah, well, they're exactly on the rate, aren't they? Look at that. They're so 63 for 1, and they require 127. So bang on exactly at the halfway stage. 64 runs required in 30 deliveries, so they're exactly at where they need to be so far. That run rate's sort of gone up and down between 11 and 13, anywhere between. A couple dot balls changes it every time. But that's the story so far. So early chances, but look at those extras. Extras are 13. It's the second highest runs run scorers in terms of this inning so far.
It's been a big help, hasn't it, really? More of a hindrance, I suppose, for Leash supporters. Yeah, but Barry came out and played a pretty nice looking shot first ball. I mean, he's been pretty reliable as well in that number 3 position. Anyway, back to live action. It's going to be Nishan Singh to bowl. And steps across and absolutely smokes this one out of the ground. TP goes large. Maximo! Big hit. And ICCB, there's a bit more of the Saturday mornings about their batting today. It had a bit of an off day with the stick yesterday, but this one flies out of the ground.
Yeah, it's a slot delivery though, Vinny. It's there to be punished, and when TP's in the form that he's in at the moment, he's hitting it as well as he is. He moves into the 40s now as well. He's not going to miss out on a delivery like that. He's been a real sort of dark horse for ICCB. He really has.
He's the barometer of how their batting's going, basically. 100%. He's a high risk, high return kind of proposition. Exhibit A, this one, and now he's gone. So, well, Charlie's put the kibosh on him. This one is held behind the stumps. Harjot takes the catch, so TP gets tested upstairs, can only get a feather on it, and perhaps a game-changing moment. Nishan gets the big wicket. TP goes for 41. It's 69 for 2.
Yeah, that is a big, big wicket. He sets the tone for the chase, doesn't he? And with him going, the new man comes out, and well, he's got to try and keep up with where TP left off, hasn't he? But yeah, he has to go, and this is going to be an interesting couple of overs now. I think the next over and a half are really crucial for both teams.
Yeah, I think so. But I mean, he's got them off to do a pretty good start, and they're in a good position. See, plenty of time for Harjot to grab this one. TP knows he's nicked it. He's got to go. So it'll be Anirudh Pottamshetty who's going to come out at number 4. So again, first half of the innings, so far so good for ICCB, but just losing a couple of those key players now. Let's see what we get out of the second half of this innings. They were at 63 at the halfway point, so literally half of the Leash score. Nishan gets this one through the batter first up. Pottamshetty, who took a couple of very good catches, one in particular running back with the flight in the first half. An excellent piece of work.
Yeah, that one misses out on the cut there. There's a question there about next year. Already getting excited about next year, of course.
Yeah.
ECL in the plans as well. I know you're working hard in the background already on next year's ECL. There's a question about what's coming up in the ECS.
Working on it. I mean, it's still very, very provisional, subject to change. And a wild swing from Pottamshetty. Yeah, so I know that we are planning, perhaps, I've got to say, none of these are confirmed, but we're hoping we might get to France next year for an ECS for the first time.
That'll be fun.
The other one, we have actually been there, but not since 2020, is Switzerland. We'd like to go back to Switzerland again. Again, very early planning stages. They're just a couple. Obviously, there may be others. But yeah, stay tuned. Goes after this, the outside edge, and well handled down there. Pottamshetty, third time lucky, gets off the mark.
Had to put the brakes on, didn't he? Yeah, this is what ICCB don't want. They don't want Pottamshetty coming in and chewing up a few deliveries. They want him to go pretty much from the off, because you've still got Golly. Obviously, Golly went early in the innings. He obviously was at the top alongside ITP. So there's a lot of pressure on these two now.
Anish has a follow-up question, which I'll come to in a second. This has been a wide, too short and too wide. Yeah, doesn't like it, but well, if he doesn't realise that's a wide, probably has to get his eyes checked here. And that's miles too wide. But yeah, so Anish is asking, what about Iceland? I suppose the issue we've got with Iceland, there's only 4 cricket teams there. So, I mean, if you're going to run an ECS, we're looking to do 2-week series everywhere. I mean, otherwise it's just not economical for all the setup costs and things that go into it. It needs to be a 2-week minimum. This time he does go upstairs. This will be called a wide. I think it's already called here. Let's have a look.
Yeah, I think it has been called this time by the square leg for height.
Yeah, that's a wide. It's a pretty good call. Well, it was called a square leg. Yeah, it was signal, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's a pretty good call. The first one was almost... But, I mean, that's an indication to the bowlers and umpire to signal. I was just double-checking that it did get signal, but it was. Yeah, the first one that was wide for width was almost over the shoulder, not quite called. This one is going to be a bit of a tester for the fielder on the boundary, and he's going to make a meal of it. Ali Hassan out there. Well, getting the last bounce did him. It's not the easiest part of the ground to field. I have been over there, but still, at a time where his team's just trying to get back on top, kind of lurches for it, doesn't he? Sets his feet. In the end, finds himself the wrong side of the border, 4 runs.
Yeah, massive Tortuga to end the 6th over. So that 4 will certainly help proceedings. 76 for 2 on the board now after 6. That's the story so far. And look at that economy rate for Safi Majid after those first 3 illegal deliveries, the wides, went very, very big.
It went wrong, didn't it? But, I mean, Nishant kind of drags him back despite that boundary. He only conceded 16 in his 2 overs. Should have been probably 13. Anyway, back to Esnor Ibrahim Kel, who's going to bowl over number 7. Yeah, pitched up and clipped away. Yeah, so going back to Iceland, we were meant to have a weekend series there a couple of years ago. Unfortunately, due to pandemic restrictions, at the 11th hour, it was called off. At that stage, they only had 3 teams, actually. And there's a Festival Volcano, and they're the 4th team now. Cool name, Festival Volcano.
Okay, very nice.
And yeah, obviously it'd be a great place to go, but for a 2-week series, you're going to need 10 teams. And at the moment with 4, obviously we'll keep an eye on the situation there. But yeah, would love to go there. I think I put that on one of my really must-see destinations that I want to go to on my bucket list. This is going to be turned around for 1. Any other places you'd like to see us go? Let us know in the chat. I mean, in or out of Europe. I mean, one day I think we'll have ECS abroad. We're up to 45 weeks in the year. I mean, the way it's going, people have this insatiable demand for more cricket, and we're trying our best to provide it. Obviously, the players love playing. It's a unique competition. It has a unique place in the landscape now. Smacked, and no chance of catching this. Even Munua, who's one of the taller guys, you'll see, has got no play on it. Maximal, it's a slower ball there. Rolls his fingers on it slightly. Picked and dispatched, 6 runs.
Yeah, Ganga Darbadi getting into the action now. That's a really nice shot, isn't it? Takes a bit of a step out of the crease, creates it into a slot delivery, and he's still not smiling. Rightly so, after getting dispatched back over his head for 6. Ibrahim Akal already he's gone for at least 20 runs already with 2 deliveries left.
Let's say a quick hello to Mohit Dixit, who's watching from Luxembourg. Hello, Mohit. Hope you're well. He's part of the squad that we saw last year playing the ECC for Luxembourg. And we'll see Luxembourg playing once again in I think it's Group C with Belgium alongside France and Malta as well, and also Scotland 11. So, yeah, that's probably Luxembourg. The same issue. Just we need to get that 10 teams. If you can get maybe some teams from surrounding countries as well, a bit like Croatia have done. Croatia do get a 1-week series this year, but I mean we are heading towards like 2-week series minimums next year. Last ball the over, hit hard, and this is going to be 4 more. It's a good shot by Potam Shetty, and they brought the deep cover up. This isn't miles away from him, but again, that's a really tough stop. It was hit super hard. And so at the end of 7 overs, the score 90 for 2. This is what's coming up in the second match of the day, match 34. News from the toss, ICCB. Well, they've got their mojo back with the bat. They've decided that they are going to bat first after winning the toss. You see that Goalie's provided a good option at the top of the order with no Sundaram today. TP as well is explosive. Barry and Konduru make up top 4 for them. For Liege, though, well, this game could go either way, we know that. But Harjot had a bit of a return to form today. Got to say, I think that Hussein Khalfalkanullah absolutely slammed them when he came to the crease. A bit unlucky, I was going to say, to get out when he did. This score could have been even bigger. But that is the second match of the day, coming in exactly half an hour. Hopefully you can join us for more action on the European Cricket Network. Another person that's just jumped into the chat, I noticed, is Taranjit Singh from Romania.
Ah.
And Taran, let us know, give us the scoop. Will we see you for Romania?
Will we?
I know it's not that easy for Taran to juggle all the international commitments now. That his work's taken him to Poland, but of course you are allowed, once you represent the country, you can keep representing that country.
Yeah.
So let us know, Taran, what this situation is. A lot of people have been asking.
We'd love to see you there.
We don't have anything official yet. As we go to Majid in the 8th. Digs it in, and this is pulled away. It's a long chase for the fielder. He's not going to get there, so it's going to be 4. So, I mean, this game is on a knife's edge, isn't it? Needing that to a ball or so, which is what they started with. This is a good start to the over. 4 runs makes it 33 off 17.
Yeah, they've just been keeping up with the rate, really. Have ICCB. Haven't really taken any unnecessary risks. Been some excellent cricket shots all around the ground. All you need to do, really. But, yeah, it's just looking like it could be a close one here, Vinny. Could be a tingling feeling, possibly.
Perhaps. Well, they go on the hit, but it forces a fumble. Good pick up and direct hit, I think, would have been curtains for Barry, but he'll survive. Just give me an eye on time. There's a question about the time. Well, we've got about 5 minutes of time left. They've only taken 2 wickets, so you'll have a couple of allowances there. I'm trying to think of any delays. We had probably the catch review when they had a look at that, maybe a minute for that. Often there's the shoe change, but I don't know if you get allowance
I don't
for
think
the
you get
shoe
allowance
change.
for that.
So, I mean, that's relevant as well. Again.
So they are running the risk, aren't
Yeah.
they?
I feel like they're behind a little bit. But just a little bit.
Yeah, well,
like
they've got Stefan Gooch up there who'll be keeping a close eye on it.
Okay, there's strict 40 minutes, and I reckon they'll probably get a couple of minutes grace, as you normally do.
Yeah, we started at 27.
27, which is
So
now 35 minutes now. So you've got 5 minutes plus maybe 7 minutes for an over and a half. Probably okay,
Should
but
be okay. You
won't
never
want
know.
to dawdle. I mean, those wines early on didn't help.
Certainly didn't help proceedings. Could be costly as well. I never know.
Well, now he's gone. So Majid is going to break through here. Potom Shetty played some nice shots, but tries to hit right across this one. He's dismissed as the 3rd wicket to score 97 for 3.
Yeah, that's only going to help proceeding. It also might be a blessing in disguise. Potom Shetty wasn't quite able to get going. Only ended up scoring that 1 boundary in his innings. He goes for 8 off of exactly 8, a runnable 8. And it brings a new batsman to the crease. He might just be able to swing from the hip and just swing from the start and maybe take a big chunk out of this chase. So, yeah, he has to go. 97 for 3 on the board with a single delivery left in the 8th over.
So this is a man I always find pretty entertaining and a decent cricketer as well. Sanjit Kumar. Again, he's built for power with the bat. And let's see what he can do. Still 30 required. Again, it's a game probably, based on what we've seen so far here in Belgium, probably just favouring the team with the runs on the board here, especially with the new batter facing up last ball of the over. Doesn't get any bat on this. Hits him on the back hip. Way too high for the LB, but he will retain the strike. And the end of the 8th over as well. Just saw a little conversation. 98 for 3. Looked like Sanjit was trying to talk Steph, the umpire, into saying he got a bit of bat on that, but I don't think he got away with it in the end. Always a chance to get off the mark, but he will remain on 0. And with 2 overs remaining, 98 for 3. So, yeah, 29 required off the last 2, Charlie.
Yeah, this is a interesting sort of position in the game, aren't we? Because this is the over, really. We always say that it all happens in the ninth, but this is a big over because ICCB, they know they've got to get a couple boundaries under their belt, especially in this inning, in this over, to get it down to around about, what are they, 29 now off the last 2. So if they can get it around to 15, then they're going to be happy. But anyway.
Gets away from the ball here, Sanjit. Can't catch up with it. Becomes a key over now. Just quickly, I just want to say hello to Nadeem and hello to Andrew Hogan, watching from the Huon Valley in Tasmania. And also hello to Mrs. Hogan, of course, saying, see the Soundfly Bunyips play, saying he'd love to have an ECS in Tasmania. Well, you are an island. This is going to be out. And, yeah, Kumar can't make too much happen. He couldn't get off the mark in the end, and so just falling off the pace here. Well-held catch there by the captain, Hamza Minas. He's been solid. And so right now, Sakani is coming good when it counts in the 9th. The score now is 98 for 4.
Yeah, that's a big wicket. Sanjit Kumar, who can really take the game away. You can hit some big bombs pretty much in quick succession. He goes for a duck. And the new man comes out. And, well, he's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders, isn't he, I would imagine. He knows he's got to get at least 2 boundaries in this over if they're going to have any chance of chasing this down. But this is a big moment, especially not only in this game, but also in the context of the of this group as well.
Yeah.
Because both games are an almost must-win, really, to keep themselves solidified in the middle region of the table. Kunduru, well, he's had moments of excellence with the ball in the field. He needs to have a moment here with the bat.
He's an enigma, isn't he, Kunduru? He's a good man to come in. Just get some bat on this. Again, if you go single digit over here, you're making it really tough. You need a magical finish. You don't see too many of those. I see Darkside in the chat asking where Vinny Sandu and Keanu Nolan is. I was going to say, well, I'm here. Can't speak for Keanu at the moment.
Don't think Keanu's here.
Haven't seen Keanu just yet.
Might be lurking. Never know. This is good, though. Gets Barry on strike. 22 off 8. Has to be him. He needs to take it now.
Smacked it. Smacked it good. That's out of here. Maximo Barry. Well, he hasn't done too much to the strike since he's been there, but he's certainly one guy that can hit them to victory. This is a really good shot. I mean, that's no half volley. And he plays it off length and smashes it over long off 6.
Yeah, it's a really nice shot. Look at that. Comes down the track a little bit outside of the crease. Manipulates the bowler. And he smashes it back over his head. That helps proceedings, but they've got 2 more left in the over. One of these has to go for a boundary at least.
40 minutes, just saying. Got a ball in the block hole. I won't get an extra minute for any extra wickets unless there's a wicket this ball. I still think they're right on the cusp. They're going to have to really hustle. They need to be ready to start the 10th over.
It's going to be interesting.
Quickly. Yeah, often you'll get a minute or two of kind of just general allowances, but yeah, we'll have to see. Last ball of the 9th. And, wow. I reckon he gets away with this one here. That could be a big call in the game. You see, maybe just sneaks in. I mean,
no.
It seems well. You don't think so?
No, not for me. No, it's harsh on the bowler because it's nipped off the seam. However, it has touched that line.
Where does it pass the popping crease?
Now, yeah, for me. That's a wide.
Yeah, so I'm going to go umpire's call on that one. I can see. Just assessing it now, I think.
Talking about 5 minutes and 5 all around. Well, it's 5 days to go to the ECC, but there's plenty of cricket still to come. I don't think they're going to get those runs. I don't think it's going to be penalty runs.
Yeah, I think they've just snuck in by, well, I mean, look, we're at 41, so that's probably fair. So they get away with it. They're going to need a magical last 21 required. And starts with a big swing and a miss, digs it in. And pretty good start to the over. So he did well to make up that time, basically. Yeah, but yeah, that wide call, if it was called, I mean, it just probably adds another 20, 30 seconds on, maybe. It would have been the difference maker. We'll never know. As it is, Lee's looking good now. This is another one which I don't think is quite above the shoulder. Have a look at it. Oh, well, should have been a bouncer or a wide. I mean, where is it at when it passes the crease?
We're talking about serious margins now.
That'll be the one for the over, surely. Wow, what happened here? No ball called. All right, and now Harjot slipped over. I want to say a quick hello to Maya. I know you're in the chat. Sorry,
hi, Maya.
We didn't hear the hello earlier. Wow. And then the action's on here. Then Harjot sticks the landing, doesn't he? Wow. I have to go get the forceps to find the ball. It's right off the Q end of the bat as well. So now, Kunduru has got a free hit, I suppose, to deal with.
This has got to go, Vinny. This has got to go.
19
now or never.
4. Yeah, you said it. Digs it in, goes after it. A teaser for the fielder, and it's out of here. Maximo Kunduru. Well, he's trying to pull him out of the fire here. It's a situation that it will bring out the best in some players, and it certainly does in him. That's 6 runs.
That's a nice shot. It's an easy shot, though, isn't it? From Kunduru in the arc. Goes a long, long way. So that's now 13 off 3.
Change of angle. Does he continue to bang at him or go full light? Goes full light, bowls him. So what a good comeback that is from Hassan Kelforkanullah, who's had a very good game. And yeah, he puts away the short stuff. He gets back to basics. He gets full, he gets straight, and he knocks over Kondura, who goes 6 and out, and now they need 2 sixes to tie. The score is 114 for 5.
Yeah, that's better bowling from Falconer. We've been calling it all week, haven't we, Vinny? We've been saying if you're going to do anything, go full. That's where you need to be. And, well, he puts the short stuff back in the back pocket, and he gets the wicket that they would have wanted. But I tell you what, a lot of pressure on, that's the skipper, Diore, coming out. Boy, oh boy. Well, he needs, if he's going to do it for his team, it's got to be now, hasn't it? It's 2 sixes for a golden ball, unless there's any wides or no balls. Here we go.
Yeah. Maximo or bust. Hits it, doesn't get it, and he's going to be out, in fact, and Minas will catch him. So, well, cheeky hat-trick opportunity here as well, I suppose. But, yeah, Diore, a little bit of a hiding to nothing, had to come out. Not an easy one to put away. It was, you know, it's a low full toss. Again, when you're new to the crease, you don't really have the timing just yet. And so, well, we'll have a chance for a hat-trick, but really that puts the game to bed, doesn't it? Barring some sort of disaster with a no ball. Seem Manpreet, he was the only hat-trick taker so far. He's playing for the Exiles against 12 Stars on the 1st of September, so we've gone almost a whole week without one.
We've seen crazy things happen, haven't we? With a no ball 6 off the last ball with a free hit to then hit a 6 to win it. That would be the equation, wouldn't it? Just never know. Just never know. We've seen crazy things.
A lot of first games of the day have gone this way, haven't they? With the runs on the board, just holding up. Not a bad effort at all from ICCB, but they just couldn't keep on the pace after a good start. Here's a hat-trick delivery to finish. And it won't be. It'll actually be a really good shot. It's banged away, isn't it? And that's going to be 4. So they will finish with a bit of a flourish. And they end up so close in this. The margin's only 8 runs. And it'll be Liege 126, ICCB 118 in the first game of the day. So yeah, not too much between the two teams. They're both mid-table. We expected them to be pretty close. Got to say that Bangarambandi, he's a guy that can hit the ball pretty well. He comes out and hits a 4 last ball. But yeah, Liege, they're the happier of the two teams. Obviously getting the points here in match number 33. And they'll be hoping that they can do a number again on ICCB, although they will be chasing next time after ICCB elected to bat in the next game. But right now, Liege, they hold on, but only just.
Yeah, that's what's coming up next, isn't it? ICCB, they have won the toss and elected to bat first. So that will be the change there. ICCB, they'll be setting a target after an unsuccessful chase here in match 33. We can go ahead and take a look at the highlights of that match 33. This is the second innings, and it was a very interesting start, wasn't it? With the first 3 deliveries going 2 wides, 5 wides, and 1 wide. And then there was also a couple of boundaries in that first over as well, just to add to the mixer. And they ended up going for 20 off that first over. And Stefan Gooch was getting a lean in. And well, that was one of the better shots, nicely timed into the offside. And it was, again, time for a change of shoes. And, well, it ended up paying off.
Wasn't quite Formula 1 pit stop pace, was it? And it put them right on the brink of time penalty. But I think they get away with it in the end. And look, in the end, TP is such a barometer. When he went, the runs kind of dried up a little bit, didn't they? It did like goalie at the top of the order. Didn't have as much of the strike. But yeah, the first half of this innings, the balls were really flying. 63 came off it. In the end, they just fall off the pace enough to not be able to win the game with 55 in the second half. But, credit to Liege. I mean, they were staring down the barrel there, but they did come up with a few moments of brilliance. That one wasn't quite reeled in. This was a total disaster. It was dropped. There was a drop bat as well. And then this one was a strange one where he seems to have it, and then just at the last moment, he had 95% of that catch, but he couldn't do the easy 5% of just closing his fingers around it and making sure that he gripped it. But ultimately, they would take the chances when it mattered, and you see some good catching by Hamza Minas led the way. Again, Forcanula came good when the game was on the line, and yeah, Liege, a pretty good cricket team, and they hold on, but only by 8 runs. I think a very close game, and we can expect another one the next game, no doubt.
Yeah, no, for sure. There wasn't a lack of big hitting though, was it? But that was how he was eventually gone. He got into the 40s, and then he had to go very next ball. Good bit of work though from Nishan Singh. That was his only wicket in the game, and it was a big wicket for ITP. Another score for him. Bit of a Tortuga there, and the grass is looking a little bit greener due to the rain overnight for the last 2 nights on the trot. But I tell you what, not for ICCB. It's another loss for them. And things are just getting out of hand for them, but they'll be looking to come back again in match 34. That will be in around about 15 minutes time. But going ahead, well, there were just wickets at the right time, really. Potham Shetty, he faced a few too many deliveries, really. Went for a run away, wasn't able to quite get things going. And then after that, it was just never looking as if it was going to be going. Well, that was kept us in the game, didn't it, in that last over?
Kept us interested, didn't it? And then there was a situation with the no ball too high, and then saw Konduru come up with a big 6, but then next ball, it was back to basics, wasn't it, for Faulkner, who went full, went straight, and then had success. Next ball as well with a low full toss. Siore couldn't quite keep his team in the game. There was a lot to ask of him, really. Nice shot, last ball from Vivek Bangarambandi, but ultimately, it'll be a close one, 126 to 118. Liege hold on, and ICCB, that makes their losing streak just that a little bit longer. And they'll want to snap it because coming up is their last group game before quarterfinals, because tomorrow is their rest day. Have a look at the batting and you see TP 41 of 21, very dynamic. And so was Barry, to be honest, but just didn't have a lot of the strike when he was there. When he wanted it, he couldn't get it, and he just didn't get a lot of help. Golik was the opening partner in the absence of Sundaram. He contributed 11, and Konduru came up with a big one at the end, but then went very next ball. Pretty good team bowling effort, I think, in the end. Nishan, I think, bowled very well. 1 for 16 and probably shouldn't have even gone for that many. 2 for 21, 2 for 29. Faulkner gets the figures, but also I've got to say all the bowlers, I think, did a pretty good job. No one really went the journey, and I suppose even Safi Majid, who went for 20 in his first over, got a bit of stick, had some control issues, came back well in the 8th and only conceded 8. So that's the end of the first game of the day. We'll be back in about 10 minutes to take you into the second. It'll be a rematch between these two teams, ICCB winning the toss and batting. Join us for more big hits and action. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, Charlie Hunt with me. You are watching ECN, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Good morning, welcome back to sunny Mechelen here in Belgium for another game of exciting T10 cricket, and we're coming off the back of some incredible six-hitting power, and most really from Falkenilla there for Liege, and I'm looking forward to seeing him again in this game as ICCB. They'll be taking on Liege again, and we can go to Stefan Gooch, tournament referee, with the two captains for the all-important coin toss.
ICCB the call.
Heads.
Heads the call. It's heads.
We're going to bat first.
All right, good luck, mate.
Thank you.
All the best. Have a good game.
Sure.
Cheers.
And news from the coin toss there. ICCB skipper Diori once again winning the toss. Bit of a change this time, going ahead, and he's going to go ahead and bat first. So that's an interesting move there, because obviously we saw an interesting setting from from Liège in the previous game this morning. So I'm interested to see a change in tactics, how that's going to work, but only time will tell. Now, a man who's very excited about this game is Vinny Sandu, aka Mr. Maximo. He is looking forward to this one. I can pass over to him, and well, Vinny, news from the toss. ICCB, they're going to go ahead and bat first here.
Thanks, Charlie, and it's great to be back here. You see the aerial shots of this ground. Hasn't been a lot of rain here, although we have had a couple of nights where there has been some precipitation. It's great to have your company here on the European Cricket Network, whether you're watching on FanCode in the Indian subcontinent or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. As we get ready for the second match of the day, you can see Ahmadzai Khan comes in for Liège in this second of the double header. And ICCB, they've decided to bat first. That's their plan A. They kind of went off it this morning because I think they didn't bat very well after winning the toss and batting first yesterday. Makes me think, I mean, was that a smart move or not? Should they have been persistent with their tactics? I mean, they're averaging 119 with the batting first, and the bat versus the ball wall is giving Liège 8-run favouritism in this one. Yeah, so I don't know whether I would have, in hindsight, fielded first this morning. In the end, runs on the board standing up, and that has been the case so often in this series. But I think ICCB spooked a little bit by the fact that they couldn't get a ton plus on the board. I can understand why they would have wanted to chase it, just to mix it up a little bit. But it didn't really work out in the end. They fell 8 runs short, 126 to 118 in the first game of the day. So I suppose you want to expose yourself to both aspects as well, because when it comes down to finals time, if you do make it, in fact, then you have to potentially do both and be able to do both well. This is a guy that really impressed me in the first game, and looks like he's going to open up here. Walkanula coming off, I think, potentially a player of the match performance. Let's see who got it in the end, but yeah, it was a pretty good effort. In fact, Safi Majid got the player of the match, as it is. We are ready to go. ICCB, they will bat first. And TP normally likes to try and smack them. And first up here, it's the dot ball. So I just noticed a slight change in shirt. It isn't Falkenall. It didn't look like him, actually. But it is Ahmadzai Khan who comes into the lineup. And he is the man who's going to open the bowling. There you go. That's a very quick wardrobe change, isn't it? So just getting things going here. They just make sure everything's correct. And so yeah, ICCB, again, they want to snap their losing streak because this is their last group match. Right now, let's see what this issue is. And it might be a dead ball, and it might be because the clock hadn't ticked over. So I'm going to just wait and see exactly what this issue is about. Again, can't start the game until literally the clock ticks over. So imagine if you got bowled, then I mean, it's dot ball, so it probably doesn't affect things too much. But yeah, it'll be another chance to start the game. Well, there you go. Not often things run early, but they were. So I guess he gets a practice ball. Check a new Kookaburra out there then. I don't know. But I think now we are going to have the actual first ball. Well, there you go. Yeah, the bowler ran in and bowled it before it was called. So they're just sorting this out, and that is the situation there. Now it looks like we're ready for the actual first ball. Well, there you go. You see it all here on the European Cricket Network. I've seen that a couple of times, but not very often at all. I suppose he's coming in and he's pretty keen to get going. Here we go. It's a very different result, and this one has gone miles Well, I'm glad we didn't get a brand new ball because we weren't going to get it back. And TP goes bang. Maximo. And what a start. Wow, talk about making an entrance. Drama. And that goes back deep in his crease. TP had a long time to think about how far he wanted to hit that ball. And then he hit it that far, I think. I can't. Something to think about for him. And now goes leg side again. This one will run, it'll run, but will be picked up down there. So goalie, who's the makeshift opening partner for TP. And then Sundaram in the lineup. But yeah, Sundaram just had a bit of an off day yesterday anyway. So maybe not the worst for him to have today off, and then we'll have tomorrow off as well. And potentially quarterfinals, though still not set who is staying and who's going here in Group B. Pitched up. Goalie. Swings and misses. Yeah, Tanvir saying that TP is a monster. Well, he is. That was a monster 6 he just hit as well. Now wide. Harjot does well to go down and block that. It wasn't an easy one at all on the second bounce. Let's see. Well, might have been called a no ball actually. It might have been for a front foot, so it won't be a wide. It'll actually be a no ball. Yeah, umpire's a lot closer than us to that. And this one probably would have been a wide. Instead, it's just bunted off the bottom of the bat. And this, well, I'm pretty sure before, judging by where he picks that out, that's probably the most awkward part of the ground. I mean, if it wasn't for, they might have run for, because he would have been calling for the shovel. Yeah, he just stomps this one into the surface. Again, have a look at this. It's probably not the most attractive part of the ground here at Mechelen, but it'll be a boundary. This is gone now, so goalie 4 and out. And they might be picking the dirt out of that ball for a while, but there was no problems there for the field around the corner. So Ahmadzai Khan goes the whole spectrum of emotions early on here in match number 34, but he does get the wicket of goalie. He's the first man to go, and it is 12 for 1. You can see fairly comfortable catch taken there in the fine leg position. And disappointment, Raja can't get too much going with the bat. SCCB, they made a higher score batting second than they made in this game than they made batting first yesterday, but still wasn't enough to get them the victory. And so it will be Gangadhar Barry who comes out in number 3 position. Defended and run. So take one there. Barry's off the mark. Back over to side TP. It'll be the end of the over as well. 13 off the first over. 13 for 1. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me in the commentary box is Charlie Hunt. And Charlie, well, a bit of everything there. We started a bit early. Not something you see very often. But the format of this tournament, if people aren't aware, we've already seen Group A, and we've already seen Austin CC eliminated. A bit of a shock elimination, I suppose, but somebody had to go. Group B, just today and tomorrow of Group B matches before quarterfinals Friday. It'll be your first QFF. You must be excited for that one.
I'm excited for it 100%. It's going to be good fun, that's for sure. Yeah, no, so top 4 obviously qualifying from this group, and that top 4 is yet to be confirmed, of course. Plenty of games left to play in Group B, as Nafi Majid is going to come into the action, and he's going to get swatted back down the ground, and that is a lovely shot. Good way to get the account open for Barry. 4 more to the total. Brilliant shot.
Yeah, what a shot that is. Really good shot, isn't it? And just slammed down the ground hard and low. 4 runs.
Did well to get out of the way of that one, but all umpire non-striking batsman, bowler, everyone did really well to get out of the way, because that was hit powerfully by Barry. But this is big, a big partnership for both of these two batsmen. They need to stick around for each other and really cement their place here at the moment. Get their eye in. And Shalkat saying, Vinny, now Group A was. Vinny, he wants you to say that Group A was the better power hitting entertainment. I don't think that's exactly true. Leg side will just be a single. I have to say though, I think that on what Shalkat's saying, I think both groups have been pretty exciting.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting one, because we're kind of skewed by Saturday, weren't we? I mean, I'll give you some statistical data on this in a moment, Shalkat.
Okay, there you go. I'm looking forward to this one. Majid continuing. And this one almost does him round the legs. He likes to take a big step across.
Yeah.
There you go.
I mean, if you still want to go on run rate, Group B's higher. Even with those kind of 2 quiet-ish days. I say quiet-ish. And don't forget, Group A had a couple of days where the bowlers got on top. Don't forget there was a 94-69 game on day 1. They had a 10.8, and then they finished with a 10.0. So I don't know if I accept that just yet. Oh, gets a long way across here. Gets a bit of a mess. TP loves to feast on length, doesn't he? Yeah, so I'm not so sure. I'd say it's been pretty even.
Yeah, even
prepared
Stevens,
to say that.
I
Even
reckon.
Stevens. And
I
look,
reckon.
Group B still have the opportunity to bomb a few today and tomorrow, no doubt. Should be interesting when they clash, though, on Friday. Then we'll get to know once and for all, right?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. That's going to be exciting. Shorter delivery, punished into the leg side. Hasn't quite got all of it. And, well, there's almost an opportunity, but it goes missing. So TP gets an early life. Look at this one. Leg side. Doesn't quite get all of it, does he?
Hangs in the air a long time, doesn't it? And it's the man who bowled the first over. He's been into the action pretty quickly, hasn't he? Ahmed Zakhan. He went for the leaping one-hander. He couldn't quite reel it in.
Now, Tanvit saying, eagerly waiting to watch Sherry Butt on Friday. Of course, the man who made a century last week, which is always nice to see. We've had 2 centuries here in Belgium, no surprise. Down the ground, straight back to the bowler, just a dot ball. Yeah, what did you get up to last night, Vinny?
Yeah, we just went for a quiet dinner. Went into Brussels, actually, and I went with a couple of the guys, and yeah, it was actually very, very nice. Saw some of the sights, did a bit of sightseeing.
Nice.
Yeah, I mentioned one of the key things here was
Yeah.
the fountain, which has a young boy filling the fountain up in a fashion which I won't go into in too much detail. But anyway, it's the end of the second over. It's 20-1 after 2. So I had a really nice night, actually. And I must admit, didn't stay away from the Belgian beers. I had a couple as well, because there were a few new ones I wanted to try. Anyway, looking at these 2 teams, well, now it's even Stevens for them. ICCB, their run rate's taking a bit of hammering, and this is their last chance. So if they don't win this, then potentially Royal Brussels with a couple of wins, and if Ghent can get enough points, they could be knocked out of the tournament. And it's hard to believe, but it's possible, and they need to just get back on track here, ICCB.
Yeah, I think that's why Group B for me is a little bit more interesting, because all teams going into what's just the last day and a half after this game can still have chances of being knocked out, which is really, really interesting. Haroon Sakani, this is down the ground, it's just over the head of mid-on. Won't go all the way. Will eventually be stopped by Safi Majid.
Pretty well fielded, actually. He went back, knew what he had to do. Once he realised he wasn't going to catch it, he was just focused on trying to keep it in the field of play. Well, Sharkat says Group A is his and Group B is mine. I'm not claiming either. I'm just saying that based on that, it's hard to say there's too much. Don't forget, we've got Beverin here in Group B.
It's a lot of power, and that's been powerfully struck into the leg side. 4 more, and it's that man again, Barry, taking over here, taking the reins here for ICCB. Need to put a good score on the total, and that will certainly help proceedings.
I mean, it depends. You're cherry-picking kind of moments to if you favour one group or the other. I mean, I'll give you an example. Yesterday in the last innings of the day, chasing 80-odd, we saw Ghent hit 11 sixes in 4.5 overs. That sounds like pretty big hitting to me. And that's a team that everyone at the start of the day thought they were useless. Well, guess what? They're not.
They're not.
They're a good cricket team.
It just shows, doesn't
people
it?
just going on 2 games. They went out and they really batted well. We'll see them a bit later in the day today. So yeah, I'm I do get a bit of a bit of soreness from sitting on the fence at times. I mean, that's my role as well, to stay neutral.
Neutral. Very, very neutral. Anyway, needs a response no now, Sakani. 5 off the first 2 deliveries. Straight back to him, goes through him. He pushed through for a single, takes on the arm, and will just be a single.
Sharkat says he's talking with confidence.
I like this. I like this battle.
I like that he's talking with confidence. I think it's great to have an opinion as well. And look, like I say, time will tell. Group A, Group B, they'll get to lock horns on Friday. A lot of people looking forward to that.
As long as there's no weather interference.
Sharkat saying, remember the name. What's got in Sharkat?
Well, I'll tell you what, a man whose name you might need to remember, but this might be the end. And is really good catch. Safi Majid at long on. Takes a really good catch. That one went a long, long way up in the air. Had some serious airtime, but TP has to go. Not quite the time with the bat this time.
Yeah, and we talked about how he's often the key to their batting innings, so he goes for a lot less than he would have wanted here, doesn't he? So, fantastic catch taken there by Majid. And TP, unfortunately for him, he won't get to make a score here. He goes for 9. And that's 2 wickets down now. It's 26 for 2.
Yeah, not quite carrying on where he wanted to. I think that's really TP's issue, is he just gets a little bit ahead of himself sometimes and doesn't play the ball on its merit. That one wasn't there to go for the lofted drive, especially when there's protection down at long on. Well, that was exactly his downfall. I know hindsight's a pretty interesting tool, but it is always useful. So, yeah, so 26 for 2 now with 2 deliveries left in the third.
Well, same sort of shot, isn't it? But different result. This is going to go all the way. Maximo Podamshetty, well, he gets off the mark with a big 6.
Yeah, lovely shot there from Podamshetty. He says, well, TP, if you're watching, this is what I want to do. This is what I wanted to see you do first time around. And he gets a lovely shot, dispatches it, 6 down the ground.
Yeah, he never really got going in the last game with the bat. But this is a really economical kind of straight drive. And there's an efficiency to that. Good batting. Sakani, last ball of an interesting over.
And it evades the outstretched hand of Hamza Minas, the skipper. He can't cut this off, and Podamshetty goes bang, bang. 6-4 to end the over. Really good end to the power play for ICCB, losing 2 wickets as well. So that means that they will finish on 36 for 2 after 3.
Yeah, so power play, I think odds even after that. Runners even. With 3 overs, it went for 13, 7 and 16. They got up to 36 for 2 and 12 and over. It's kind of gravitating toward 12 and over as par, isn't it, on this field? We saw a 120 score holding up in the first game of the day.
I would like to know about what I'm being compared to as an image.
You'd like to know that?
Yeah, I would. I would like to.
Give me an
find
over
out.
then.
Okay.
We'll ask you in the chat. This rolled into me last night when I was out in Brussels, actually.
I don't want to ask the chat.
Would you like to know what everyone tends to agree what Charlie's lookalike is?
Anyway, the man who took a good catch, Majid, and this time gets in on the action with the wicket. And it's a really good delivery. Comes back for his second over and knocks him over. And Barry has to go for a very good-looking 11, but it won't be any more than that. He has to go. And it's the 3rd wicket to fall. ICCB, 36 for 3.
What a ball. Yeah, keeps it simple. And yeah, Barry, who he fought bravely in the last game, but he can't do too much in this one. And yeah, ICCB, what is it with them batting first, just off the boil? This is a team that made 169 on Saturday morning, including an ECS record power play of 80. Right now, looks like they're struggling to make 80 full stop. The way that they're flying at the moment. Flying back to the pavilion. The score now 36 for 3. And here comes Sanjit Kumar at number 5.
Shaukat Ali saying, what if Sherry Butt and Paranjit go for a duck on Friday? Well, that would mean that his Group A would fail, no? Because
yeah, he's just saying about himself.
Oh, okay. I wasn't
he's
sure.
He's made a big call. He's saying, remember the name. He's speaking confidently. This will just be a single, I believe, to Kumar. Unless he gets his skates on. He chooses to remain unskated. And he's off the mark with a single. Yeah, so Sharkat, I'll remember. It's funny. I mean, I actually didn't know where I got this from. It was Carlos Braithwaite, the original remember the name moment in the T20 World Cup against England.
Right.
Where he hit those 4 sixes, I think, off Stokes.
Yeah, don't remind me.
But then I actually coined it for Tassim Mustafa in Bologna. Oh, this is gone as well. And it's going all pear-shaped here, isn't it? And Podamshetty, after hitting 2 really nice shots, he's gone. And now 37 for 4. Disastrous start to this innings now for ICCB.
Yeah, not the best of looking shots there from Podamshetty after getting some Some really nice shots to start with. Gets this one all wrong, and he has to go. Big wicket to fall as well. Fourth one down, 37 for 4.
Someone's got to come and turn this around. This is where, Belgian ball, to play it, you got to have the depth in your batting to keep going hard, and that's been a little bit of a concern for ICCB, I suppose. A nice catch taken. Minas has been hovering in that position all day, and so results in a 4th wicket. But, well, if you need a hero, this is probably a good guy to call. Sravan Konduru. He's enigmatic, isn't he? And hit a good 6 in the last game, was out the next ball, the very last over when they needed 20 plus.
Yeah, at the moment, though, they're looking like they could fall to a very below par total if they keep looking or lose wickets at this rate. Majid continuing here. And he's knocked him over. That's an excellent bit of bowling there from Majid. That's really incredible scenes there. And it's another wicket. It's the 3rd wicket to fall in only 4 deliveries here in the over.
Oh.
That's an incredible Yorker.
It's a good ball to get first up, to be fair. And one number 7 takes care of the other. And he's just a little bit late on it. It probably was slightly fuller than a genuine Yorker, but Konduru can't get the bat down in time. So his innings just keeps going from bad to worse. 37 for 5 and a hat-trick opportunity here for Safi Majid.
Yeah, this. We've had so many opportunities. We've only had the one here in Belgium so far. That was Manpreet Sandhu playing for the Exiles, of course. He eventually took a hat-trick there on the 1st of September.
Quick aside, Sharkat's asking, are you on one side or the other? Group A versus Group B?
I've said
hitting?
Group B.
You think Group B?
I said Group B is more entertaining.
There you go, Sharkat.
Simply because it's a lot tighter, I reckon. That's what I'm saying anyway. But again, at the same time, we had some incredible... Don't get me wrong, Group A was also very, very
There you go,
promising.
Sharkat. You wanted an enemy, and you found it.
No, I'm not
Charlie.
the enemy. I've got an enemy. I've got a bone to... No, hang on.
He wants a rival.
I've got a bone to pick with Shrug after he said what my lookalike
was. It's settled anyway. Here's a hat-trick ball.
And that's the Belgian way of dealing with hat-trick balls as Bangam Brabadi goes into the offside, and it goes for another boundary, 4 more.
Yeah, 2 slips. Well, they had a good view of this one because it's cracked square of the wicket, and that's the way to deal with it. You said Belgium style.
Belgian ball, baby. Did you see Shrugs? It's without
Mr. Tumble. I saw Mr. Tumble. And
Adam Rossington.
Who's Adam Rossington?
Wicketkeeper batsman for Essex now.
Oh, okay.
And for London Spirit, I believe.
Okay, gotcha.
Last ball here in the 4th. Driven nicely. Shouldn't get through and doesn't. And it will just be a single. So 42 for 5 at the end of the 4th, which is an interesting state of the game here. Welcome back to the Ice Cube here in Belgium.
I'm grinning. Do you know why?
Oh, here we go.
It came in, and just stand right there, right? Because we finally have the lookalike for Charlie, and here it is. It is Boss. Oh.
I've got a swap, have I?
There we go.
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing this. This is a joke.
Oh, he's saying it's me and Charlie Hunt.
To be fair, he's got he's got your hairline.
Could tell the difference.
He has your hairline. Bring it up again, Andrew.
Yeah.
Bring it up again. Come on, bring it up again.
That's all right.
Bring it up again. It has your hairline.
It looks a bit like me.
That's more you than
green
me.
Eyes. I think it's got, there we go. Okay, you can go back there again. That's Charlie Hunt, Boss Baby. I think 100%. That's yeah. Well, there you go. Tell us your thoughts.
Oh, dear. I
realise now what Andrus was doing. He was basically saying no one would notice the difference if we replaced you with Boss Baby. Anyway, give us your thoughts. Anyway, moving on. You did pick that one though. You did. So here's the funny thing about that. Wait for this. I think
it gets this through, and it will go for 4. That's a very nice shot there from the batsman there. Really good shot in the end from Bangan Bandi. Gets it through, and it races away for another boundary, 4 more.
He's been good, hasn't he, Bangan Bandi? He's got a good shape to his batting. Can hit the ball on the ground, and there's value for shots on the ground as well. So here's the funny thing about that. We wanted to surprise you with that, but you kind of guessed it, which tells me that it's not the first time.
It was Samir.
This has been discussed.
Samir, the scorer. He called me that
Samir
earlier.
Blew it.
Down the ground. Should just be a single, and it will be. Yeah, Samir blew it. That was a while ago, though.
Okay. So, yes or no?
No.
Is Charlie Boss Baby?
No. No. Simple. It's got your hairline.
You are already kind of doing something that's above your years, to be fair.
Yeah, okay. Well, this is going to be a big appeal, and gone. Yeah, not really much that Kumar can argue with there, because that was as plumb as it gets. And it's another wicket to fall. It's the 6th to go, 47 for 6.
Yeah, well, that's about as out as it gets, isn't it? That's back pad. And I think he knows it as well, doesn't he? Straight away, Sanjeet. Again, he's turning around. What they're checking on here.
Could it be front foot possibly? Could it be a no ball
They
somewhere?
wouldn't check for a front foot on something like this. We don't really have the cameras do it. Now he's going to keep walking. I don't think it'll be an issue here.
Shouldn't be an issue, should it?
No, it's no
Not
problem
for front
there.
foot, no issue there. That's plumb. That's gone.
Yeah.
See you later.
Or maybe just not left something behind. How's the running of Banger and Bandy, who takes on a 45-degree angle? I've got to say, credit to the non-striker here. And he still, despite knowing it's probably plumb, then starts running for no reason sideways.
Makes it longer for him.
Making sure he gets around Sanjeet. He just doesn't want anything to do with him.
Dear.
Oh, 47 for 6. ICCB, they're a real Jekyll and Hyde team of this series, if you ask me.
Yeah, for sure. It's just been up and down for them. Continuing here, though. Misses out big time. And this is a good comeback after another wicket. It's a dot ball to follow him up. It looks more like you than me.
Nah.
It does.
I wish I had those youthful features. I'm weathered.
Oh, dear. Oh, well. Raji, dot ball for him first up. And next up, he has to go. And wickets are tumbling like it's going out of fashion here. And it's the 7th to fall. ICCB struggling here in match 34. They are now 47 for 7.
Well, I hope this vehicle is amphibious because the wheels are falling off right now. And unfortunately for Raju, he's the next man to go. 47 for 7. ICCB, what is it? I mean, like I said, a team that made 169 batting first in the first Group B match right now. Just not happening. So 47 for 7. How much can they get to from here? You're going to need someone to try and turn things around. Now it's Gunnar, the keeper, who's going to come out at number 9.
So he comes out now, and he's just got. This is interesting because I reckon it'll be more of the same. It'll be Belgian ball. He's going to have to go pretty much straight away. So here we go. Final delivery of the over. Not quite yet. He's going to bowl a wide down the leg side. Rare wide there from Singh, who's had a really good over this time. Going for, what's that now, 6 with the delivery left, and also picking up two wickets in there as well. Been really, really good. And yeah, wickets have just tumbled, haven't they? Well, they've lost, what's that now, 5 in 3 overs with a single delivery left, so possibly more. You never know. Here we go then, final delivery eventually here at the 5th. Good shorter delivery, and this time Gunnar unable to get any bat on this one, so it'll be a dot ball to end a very tight over. 2 for 6 off the 5th over. ICCB 48 for 7.
Yeah, so they need some sort of rearguard action. I think Banger and Bandy, for me, is a guy that could bat them out of the hole. I mean, I really like what he's doing. He's coming in pretty low. BC around him, there's been carnage. Barry, the top scorer with only 11. In fact, no one has actually faced more than 8 balls in this innings either. So that just tells you that it hasn't been too stable out there for international CC Brussels. Again, if they got to start worrying about their net run rate as well, because if they get hammered in this one, they're going to be on 6 points. Okay, that'll normally get you through, but there's been that kind of a group where, you know, potentially you could see Ghent getting to 6 points, and even Royal Brussels, they're probably ones that'll be tougher for them. They need 2 wins, but it could happen.
Minoir starts with a full toss, low full toss, dragged leg side. Just going to be a single. Yeah, no, that's the thing, isn't it? All teams are still within a shout of getting within to the top 4 of Group B for 4 quarterfinals Friday. So that's the exciting element for me, and that's why I shout out that I'm sticking with Vinny. And I'm saying that Group B over Group A. Only just, though.
Okay.
Only just.
And by the way, I'm neutral.
Yeah, all right. This one, well, he lets it go, and eventually won't be anything. Will just be the 1 for the over.
Yeah, we'll check out the bouncer here.
Doesn't move a lot, does he?
That's good to be still.
Yeah, no, he ducks underneath it.
Yeah,
he ducks underneath
fair
it.
enough.
He ducks
The benefit of
underneath
those
it.
normally go to the bowler.
Shorter again. Well, they're asking the question. I don't. They're pointing at something, and eventually it is signalled as a wide down the leg side.
That's close for height as well. I mean, it's also, I suppose he gets an answer to his appeal.
Yeah, true. Very true.
I mean, he's not the
Wide.
tallest, is he, Gunnar?
Nope.
So I would have thought maybe that's borderline no ball for height.
Shorter again. And another one that misses out. And it will be a dot ball. Good comeback from Manoa.
So just looking at the table again. So after this, ICCB have played their 8 games. Assuming they get hammered in this. There's a lot of cricket still to go in this cricket game. But they're 6 points. You've got Ghent and Royal Brussels on 4 and 2 points respectively. But both of those teams have 4 matches remaining.
That's true. Well, and this one, he's going to knock him over. So it will be a 4-ball duck. Gunnar just wasn't looking very comfortable at the crease. He goes, and it's another wicket to fall, and they are now 50 for 8.
Yeah, flicks off the back pad. Munawat gets one through him, really works him over a little bit, doesn't he? And Gunnar, unfortunately for him, again, he wasn't expecting to have to try and rescue this innings. And they do get to 50, but they lose an 8th wicket now, and they're still in the 6th over. Score is 50 for 8.
Yeah, that projected score is getting them up towards 87 as a projected score. I don't think they're going to quite get there. You never know, though, because how many times have we seen a batsman come in towards the latter stages and hit? I think number 11 are averaging around, what, 40 something?
Yeah, we think
I
so.
reckon.
Anyway.
All right, the skip up comes out. And this is very well played. Opens the face, runs it down to third man, and gets off the mark with a nice boundary.
Yeah, where's Diore been? I mean, really, he's a lot better than number 10, and you can see it here. It's quite an intelligent shot. Angles it away, gets the boundary they need. So can they pull this innings together? It seems pretty unlikely, but a good start there for Diore.
Yeah, they need to get a good total, because if they lose the last 2 wickets in quick succession now, it's not going to be a high total at all. Last delivery here in the 6th. Hit down the ground, and will just be a single collected by Safi Majid. So they will finish 55 for 8 after 6 overs. And yeah, that's really the crucial element for me, is I think if they can get towards 70, 80, then just ask a few questions, because early wickets will change the game in the next innings, of course. But this is it's again a pretty poor performance with the bat, which is so bizarre to see after setting an ECS record, getting the highest power play. That's the story so far for the bowlers. 3 wickets for Safi Majid off of only 2 overs, with 13 runs against his name as well. Also, 2 for Nishan Singh in 1 over as well. So there is just elements of questionability for ICCB. Continuing here though, it's Kial, and he starts. This is swiped into the offside. And he gets a bit of a chop on this one, the back heel. Keeps it in play as Manoa. And it will just be another 2 to the total.
Effective. But yeah, you've got to get that right, because it can go wrong pretty easily. So, Gloria Kiao getting a bowl. I mean, they're all lining up to bowl now, aren't they, at this stage? No surprise there.
And this will be a wide delivery, signalled by the umpire there. And again, I tell you what, though, umpires, how good have they been over the last couple of weeks?
People don't really appreciate how much the umpires are doing that you're not even noticing, about checking the field and doing all these things ball to ball, back foot, front foot, height. This is in the air and caught. What a good catch. And look who it is. It's the Man Mountain, Munawar. Well, it was hard to find a shirt that could fit his arms through it, but I tell you what, he was pretty nimble there as he knocks it up volleyball style and has the presence of mind to turn around and take the catch. So Diore goes, and, well, this innings is in big trouble. In fact, it's on its last legs in the 7th over. It's 58 for 9.
Yeah, really good work from Manoa. He knew exactly what he was doing there, because it was hit pretty well from Diore. Wasn't quite at the middle of the bat, but it still hit with some force, and he was able to tip it up and take it on the second time of asking. Good catch in the end.
Well, here's the thing. ICCB, if they do get routed in this game, but they still somehow qualify to quarterfinals, which could definitely happen, just what sort of team are we going to see on Friday? I mean, they've lost a fair few on the spin now. And so they'll certainly not quite have the confidence. But, I mean, it's been that kind of a series. They could just come out and smack them again.
Yeah, you just don't know, do you? Only time will tell. You can't really predict anything here. So, last wicket here now for ICCB. And pushed from the number 11. It doesn't quite come off. Do you reckon we're going to see 40 from number 11 here?
I don't think so. But
you never know.
You literally never know here. That's what makes it so exciting.
Ever know. It's Trash Giant, number 11. Goes for the wild swing.
So, I mean, they won their first 3 games, don't forget. So they would have lost 5 on the spin if they can't defend this. And again, there's lots of cricket still left in this one. We've seen 60 defended before, for example. Never seen a score in the 50s defended.
Well, if there was ever a first time to do it, it would be here in Belgium, wouldn't it? Continues here. And clip round the corner. That will certainly help things. It's a lovely shot in the end from the number 11 from Jane. Just goes to show everyone can bat. Nice shot into the leg side.
Yeah.
4 more.
Asked for it, didn't it? That ball, which was angled in, it's outside the hip. So, Giant, he really impressed me in the field. Again, he seems too good a cricketer to be batting 11. I suppose someone has to here in Belgium. Does take him up into the 60s. So now we're in the realm of scores that have been defended. I just don't see it being defended so often in Belgium. I think the best defence we've had so far is 94. So it shows you
Not easy.
double-digit scores been really tough to defend.
Last ball here of the over. It's a slower ball. And it will be taken. Good delivery from Oriakiao. And it will bring an end to a poor effort with the bat from ICCB. And they've just not been able to click here. Yet again, they will fall to 62 all out here in the 7th over. And it will mean that Liège will be set 63 for victory in match 34.
Yeah, so just a drive that he doesn't keep on the ground. And so, yeah, bundled out for 62. Well, there's going to be plenty of wickets in this. And although we had a false start, TP was ready to go when the actual first ball happened. That disappeared. And, yeah, early on, it just seemed that there weren't too many issues at all. They were able to get to 13 before the first wicket fell. But when they started falling, they really were falling like flies. In the end, they'd be bowled out in just 7 overs.
Yeah, no, it really was a poor effort. But I think really the man who sets the tone for the innings is Sai TP. And if he gets going, then it just means that everyone sort of relaxes and takes a deep breath and settles down. But if he goes early, like he did in this innings, it all seems to fall to complete nothingness, really. Sai TP, that was how he went. But I'll tell you what, Barry, he came out, hit a lovely shot down the ground. That was a really nice shot. In fact, that was from Pottenchetti. He came in, and it was a lovely shot down the ground. But again, only 2 6s in the total innings when they do finish on 62, all out as well. But I tell you what, credit to Liège, they bowled and fielded excellently. But mostly that man there, Safi Majid, with some brilliant deliveries to get the wicket. That was the hat-trick ball, slashed to the offside, classic Belgian ball style. And then very next up, this was again, this time offside, scattered through. And it was 4 more to the total. And again, also, he was backed up really well. This was plumb, doesn't get much more plumb than that from Nishan Singh. He only got the single over, of course. But he also picked up 2 wickets in the over, only going for just 6 runs as well. And then Minuar got in on the action. Wickets were shared around, actually, as everyone took at least 1 wicket. The likes of Ahmadzai Khan, Harun Takani, and Minuar were the only ones to only take a wicket. But Minuar took a really good catch, didn't he? Pushed it up in the air, gave himself a bit of time. And he got it on the second time of asking. And then this one, that was the last boundary. Clip round the corner. Nice shot from Giant. And then this one was a slower delivery. He just picked it, but didn't quite adjust. And it was a good catch in the end from Hamza Minar. So they will finish on 62, all out after 7 overs of being bowled. And that's the story. ITP going early alongside Golly. That was the tone, really. That was the tone of this innings. 2 early wickets, crucial wickets. And it was also cheap wickets for the ICCB. And there you can see there, only 3 scores in double digits, and only the maximum amount of balls faced was 8. That was by Barry. Apart from that, everyone was getting in, couple balls, getting out very much later. So it will mean that ICCB will fall to 62. And look at that spell from Safi Majid. 3 for 13 off of 2, well supported by the likes of Nishan Singh, and also overs from Oriakiao and Minuar, and also the opening over Ahmadzai Khan. He got the wicket as well. So they will fall to 62, all out in the 7th over. And that means Liège will require 63 for victory. Do come back. We'll be back in around about 8 minutes or so for the reply for Liège. They're looking to make it 2 from 2 here this morning. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Belgium with myself, Charlie Hunt, alongside Vinny Sandu, aka Mr. Maximo, on the European Cricket Network. Good morning, welcome back to Mechelen here in Belgium at the Vrijburg Cricket Ground. And we are set for what is going to be an interesting chase, as it's a very small total of 63 runs required for victory here for Liège, as ICCB fell to a very, very small 62 all out after 7 overs. And again, this is going to be a total that Liège are going to try and get in pretty quick succession, of course, because thinking of net run rate, we know that Group B is very tight at the moment, and there is possibilities of net run rate being a crucial factor in the form of where any team could finish, of course, because the higher you get, the more supposedly easier opponent you'll get on quarterfinals Friday, of course. So only time will tell. Good afternoon, good morning to everyone tuning in on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel or on FanCode in India and the subcontinent. A very good morning to you. Thank you for choosing us here. Charlie Hunt here alongside Vinny Sandhu for the European Cricket Network. And we're going to see Sai TP. He is going to open up the bowling for ICCB. There he is. There's the man, again, who sometimes he sets the tone normally for the batting lineup, but he's going to have an opportunity to be the bowler here, and he will get us underway. And we start with a lovely 6 runs into the offside. Well, if you're in Adventure Island, look out, because there could be balls flying your way. And it's another lovely shot this time. And Safi Majid getting off the mark with a nice 6 into the offside. And that's a nice way to get the innings underway. Slower delivery from side TP. Keeping this one, getting those fingers down the side of the ball, makes it a bit of a leg cutter. Could come back after being dispatched for a 6, and Safi Majid could try and finish this in quick time. He's getting an appeal in there, but signalled a wide before it could even turn around and get the appeal in. Certainly wasn't really much for him there, because it was pitching already outside that wide line and moving away due to it being another slower ball. Again, I think Majid he's going to try and finish this in quick succession, because it's already at less than runnable now. And this is pulled into the leg side, and it will be 6 more. So already above the rate, especially when it's such a small total. And add 6 more to the total for that man, for Safi Majid, because that's, again, another elegant shot, this time leg side, 6 more. Well, it could be an early lunch here, because if these two get going, Majid alongside Munawar, it could be a very early finish to this game. TP continuing, though. And that's going to be a no ball, and is signalled as a no ball. So another opportunity, this time for Safi Majid to go big once more. He's already raced along to 12. And TP trying one too many there, trying to do too much. This isn't easy for the bowlers, because I think by the way ICCB are carrying themselves in the field, they already look a little bit defeated. And the free hit won't cost them anything, which is a pleasant surprise if you're an ICCB fan. It'll just be a dot ball. Good morning to everybody. Good to you, Raj, to cricket, to Maya as well. To everyone, to Shaukat, I know is watching as well. And swatted leg side, and there is a man out there. Will be collected by Sanjit Kumar. And it will be just a single. So Munawar will get to face a single delivery here this over. And well, my feelings could be that he will try and go from the first ball here. And that's exactly what he does. He goes down the ground, and look out if you're in the scorer's hut, because that's going to be another 6 runs, and the over goes magical. And they're already pretty much halfway there, because that will be 20 on the board. 21 exactly. 21 for none after 1. And that has gone big. And there we go. Well, I don't think we're going to break the counter there, because it will be 15 matches already without a goal. I think we might go ahead and add 16 to that as well, because this game is already looking like it's going to fizzle out to be a pretty simple chase for Liège. But this is an opportunity to put a few different names with the ball, see what they can do. We're going to see Venkata Raju. He's going to take the second over here for ICCB. Again, this could take a real hit on their net run rate as well. And this is going to be 4 offside. Slaps this and slaps this away. And Majid, he's looking like he's got somewhere to be, because that's going to be another boundary. Bit of a Gundy ball, gets destroyed into the offside, 4 more. Yeah, this is already looking like it's just going to fizzle out here, doesn't it? Here in match 34. And this has gone sky high. Could be an opportunity, and it evades the outstretched hands of Bangaram Bandi. And they will eventually just come through for a single. And this one just getting away from him. And he survives again. Brings Minu up. Striking at 600 so far. Yeah, that's a better delivery. Minu asking the question. I think he doesn't really know what he's asking for there, because that was a perfect delivery, really. Outswing. Looking for the outside edge. Oh, steps right across again. And it's another dot ball. I think height was my first concern, and also it wasn't. It was an interesting call. I think height, though, is certainly the only thing that's saving him there. You, Raj, asking the question, have you seen that Hales is included in the squad? I did see that in the break. Wild swing from Manoa. This has actually been a pretty tidy over from Raju, even though he got punished early on. Wild swing from Manoa. Just needs to hold his ground, doesn't he? So 2 deliveries left here. Manoa on strike. And this will be flicked for 4. Over the head of the skipper, Diore. And not even he can take an early wicket. He can't take the catch, and it's 4 more to the total. So single 4 to end the over. So at the end of the second, Liege already over halfway. They will finish 34 for none after 2. You know, I have seen that news about Hales. It's interesting, isn't it? Obviously, he was I think that's over 3 years since he was last involved in a squad. But again, to be fair to him, he has probably been one of the most destructive batsmen in franchise cricket all around the world, especially over the last couple of years. So rightly so, I think. Obviously, Owen Morgan retiring. It's a good time for Hales to come back into the setup, I believe. All right, going to continue here. And this will be into the leg side. It gets through the man, and it's going to race away. And it will be 4 more to the total. And gets through, and it gets all wrong. And it will be 4 more. So Diore needs a response. And the response is to be driven, and it will be taken. Good comeback in the end. Good catch by that man, Konduru. And it's the first wicket to fall. Magic goes, trying to get on with things. Goes for 22 off 10. And the first wicket falls, 34 for 1. And so he has to make the long walk back. And I think really, I don't know if any batsman is pretty much ready, because I think they were hoping that these two were going to go ahead and tick these runs off pretty easily. But when you're going to go and try and do it in quick time, you often give chances. Good catch in the end. Pretty simple. Height wasn't really too difficult, but you still have to take it. He's taken harder ones, that's for sure. And it looks like there's going to be a bit of a change as well, because we're going to see the new man come out to the crease. And he joins Manoa, who's 10 off 5. Hit a nice shot to start with. He's just struggled so far, but the new man is Ali Hassan. Got an opportunity now to get a bit of time in the middle. I don't mind this from these, because they're going to get the points on the board, really. Of course, we could see something crazy here and see all the wickets falling in almost quick succession. You never know. This is flicked. And straight to the man, Sanjit Kumar. Keeps it to just a single, to a dot ball. And, of course, plenty of cricket still left to come here today. 2 more matches. That will be matches 35 and 36 Royal Brussels will take on Ghent. That's a big matchup. Can't wait for this one. Big appeal. Not given. I think for me, impact was my first concern. We'll take another look here. Yeah, impact outside. Probably would have gone on to clatter into off stump, but impact was outside the line. So survives an early shout. Good delivery though from Diore. This has been a tidy over really. And flicked into the leg side. Don't think he's quite got all of this, so it won't go all the way. Will be collected by Golly. So it brings Manoir on strike. 10 off 5 so far. Hasn't had much of the strike recently. And this has been punished down the ground. That's a lovely shot from Manoir. High elbow, textbook stuff. That's right out of the book. And add that to the total. 6 more. And at the end of the third, a good power play for Liege. Finish on 41 for 1 after 3. So that will bring us to the end of the third at this stage. ICCB. It's an interesting comparison, isn't it? Because this game's already teetering out to not really being much. They were 36 for 2 at this stage, so a run behind, a wicket in favour though. So you never know. I've seen crazier things. Seen crazier incidences here on the European Cricket Network and in the world of cricket. And after a good first over from Venkata Raja, only going for 9. Going to bowl out his allotment of overs here. You can see the sun's out, getting a bit brighter now. Continuing here. And Hassan will just push this into the onside. I think he's just going to pass it over to Manoir and just say, listen, you go for it. I'm just going to enjoy my time. I've got the best seat in the house at the moment if you're going to go ballistic. So I'm just going to sit at the other end and watch you have some fun. I don't mind that really. And just enjoying his time out in the middle. And that's flicked lovely off the pads. And it will go all the way. And it's another one that gets through Shrines Jane. And it's a bit of a leg side delivery from Raju, and he gets the treatment. Lovely shot for Manoir again, and it's 4 more. And Liege only needing 17 off of 40 deliveries now. Shorter, swatted, hasn't quite got all of this, but it will be enough, and it will be 1 bounce and 4 more. And again, Manoir, he's trying to get on with things. He's got somewhere to be, hasn't he? Swatted back down the ground. 1 bounce, 4 more. So of course, there's a couple of questions as what's going on after this game. I can inform you of that at the end of this over if we get there. 13 required. Can do it in 3 hits now. And well, that's one of them. That's gone high, it's gone long, and it will be another boundary. And Manoir, well, he's just taking the attack, isn't he? He's now 30 off of just 9 deliveries, and it's a bit of a bowling machine delivery, and he gets the treatment. 6 more. And again, continuing here, 7 just for victory. Oh dear, it's been put down. I think there was a certain nick on this one as well, telling by the reaction of Gunnar. They were trying to end Manoir's fun. It was a good delivery from Raju. He deserved a wicket really, and he just it's a bit of the hot potato from Gunnar. And this time it will be a dot ball. They don't take the run, so we will see the 4th over, or the 5th over even, and at the end of the 4th, Liege 56 for 1. So yeah, so there's a couple of questions as what's coming up. So this is what's coming up in literally an hour and a half, hour and 32 minutes to be exact. Royal Brussels will take on Ghent. Now that's going to be an interesting game because both of these teams are positioned 4th and 5th respectively. So Royal Brussels 5th and Ghent in 4th position. So 2 points separating these two. So both games are crucial for these two teams. And that will be coming up in an hour and a half. So obviously looks like we're going to get an early finish here in game number 34, and we're going to see Konduru. He's going to take an over here, and well, he's only got 7 to play with here. He's making sure he gets his field at the right areas. So they've got 3 men on the out on the offside, so he's going to need to stick it on that offside if he's going to go ahead and defend 7. And just as I say that, he starts with a leg side wide. So this game, it looks like it's only a hit away now, isn't it, with that wide? So Asani's going to try and put his name up in lights and finish with a flourish of a boundary with a 6. And he's tried to, and he also isn't interested in taking a run. So selfless cricket here. Yeah, selfless cricket, trying to finish it here for himself. And at this stage, ICCB were 46 for 5, so completely incomparable. And this is into the leg side. Has he got all of this? No, because it will be taken. So trying to get his name in lights, and it doesn't pay off. He goes for 2 off of 6 deliveries. Good catch, though, by Shran's Jain. And it will be another wicket to go. It's the second wicket to fall, 57 for 2. And that's a good catch, though, out there by Jain to take that. He's had an interesting time out in the field. He's missed a couple of, or he's let a few go through him. But this was a good take, wasn't it? We've seen good elements of catching in this tournament, but that one was an interesting one because he got round, did the hard work, and took the catch. So the new man to the crease is, again, someone who we haven't really seen with bat in hand. Javed Odiakel. There's only 6 runs needed. He could do it, and he could finish with a decent strike rate if he does it on this delivery. He's going to get some runs because this is going to be a little inside edge, and it will race away. And it will be 4 more. And again, that total now just needing 2 for victory. Gets away from Gunnar, the keeper. You're going to swing hard. That's exactly what he does. 4 more to the total. So now just 2 runs away for victory, 1 to tie. So this game, obviously, where did it go wrong for ICCB? And really, it's just the batting, isn't it? Which is something we didn't see. Down the ground, hits this well, and that will be the game. It will be 6 to finish. So Odiakel finishes with an excellent strike rate. He goes 4 and 6, 10 off of 2 for him. And Liege will take victory by 8 wickets here in match 34. Bit of a lackluster affair if you're an ICCB fan, because they will again extend their losing streak. And they have lost here by 8 wickets. And Liege were pretty comfortable in both games here this morning, as there are handshakes all round. And I think really that's good for Odiakel, because I think he was the man who had a bit of a blunder, taking a catch and then eventually dropping it. Only took it 95%, that last 5%. But that's what's coming up. Match 35 in about an hour and 28 minutes now. As Royal Brussels, they'll be taking on Ghent, and that is going to be an exciting matchup. So don't go anywhere. If you do, make sure you return, because we will be back in an hour and a half. That will be getting underway very soon. We can go ahead, take a look at the highlights, and well, it just wasn't enough runs on the board, and that was a nice way to start. 6 for Safi Majid. He went really big, didn't he? I like the way he approached things. It's always easy when you've got a pretty simple chase on your hands, and the 2 openers went pretty well. 22 off 10 for Safi Majid, and 30 off of 11 for Zulkarnain Manawa. And again, just not enough runs on the board. Very simple, really, for ICCB, which is it's a shame and a shock, really, because after that first opening game on the Saturday of Group B, when they went ahead and set the new record for the power play, 80 off the power play. That's a good catch, though, to remove Safi Majid. Yeah, that was again, that was some really nice shots, though, from it. But yeah, that's just interesting after taking a really nice approach of it with the bat in the first few games. They've just not paid off here. And again, Munawa, he was just wanting to get it in quick time, wasn't he? Finished with a lovely strike rate, striking at exactly 272.72, which is a lovely strike rate for him. He'll be happy. And then this was a nice shot into the leg side. And it was an even better catch, though, wasn't it, to remove the batsman. And there you go. This was a little snick, runs away, and then very next ball, slaps it down the ground, 6 more. So that will bring an end to match 34. Liege will beat International CC Brussels by 8 wickets. They're done here in Group B. Only time will tell where if they will get through to quarterfinals Friday, of course. I'm certainly looking forward to that. But we can take a look at the scorecard. It's a pretty simple scorecard, though, for Liege. There you go, right at the top. Majid and Minawat going pretty well, 22 and 30. Only 2 for Ali Hassan, but then Odiakyal, he came in at number 4 and did the job, didn't he? Finished the game pretty convincingly with a 4 and a 6. And that was all she wrote, really, for ICCB. Take a look at the bowling figures. Not really much to talk about as well. Economy rates of in the teens and in the 20s. With Diori getting a wicket, as did Kondaru as well in that last over. But eventually, he was going to have the winning runs hit off his over. So, Liege will take a victory here by 8 wickets. ICCB, they have finished their round-robin matches, so they will just have to sit patiently and wait to see if they will make it into quarterfinals Friday. Only time will tell. We'll be back in about an hour and 20 minutes as we will see matches 35 and 36 between Royal Brussels and Ghent. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here with myself, Charlie Hunt, alongside Vinny Sandhu, aka Mr. Maximo, on the European Cricket Network.
Good afternoon, welcome back to a very sunny Mechelen here in Belgium. So much sun, sometimes you can't see what's going on, but I tell you what I can tell you, we've had very interesting games first up this morning. We saw ICCB losing both of their games to a very strong Leeds team, it has to be said. They dominated, especially in that second game. But all that's finished. Belgian ball is still here, isn't it, here in Belgium? We're going to see two more exciting games. Ghent will be taking on Royal Brussels. We can go to tournament referee Stefan Gooch. He's with the two captains for the coin toss.
Ghent to call. Tails a call. It's heads.
Back, wheel back.
Okay. All the best, guys. Cheers.
So news from the toss, Munir Mohammed, the skipper for Royal Brussels, he's gone ahead and he's going to go ahead and bat first. It's a good move, I like to see that. Conditions are back to what we expect here in Belgium. The outfield, it's so electric, so I'm looking to see a score of around about 120, 130. That's what we've come to expect as a pass score here in Belgium. And interesting, isn't it? This is two must-win games for both teams, for Ghent and Royal Brussels. A man who knows a lot about cricket, he's in the ice cube, Vinny Sandhu. Over to you for the first ball of game number 35.
Thanks very much, Charlie, and welcome everyone after a bit of an extended break through the lunch period here. As you see, the fantastic ground here in Mechelen. See, it's a little bit short on the left-hand side. That's the short boundary there. We've seen targeted by quite a few of both the right-handed and left-handed batters. And Royal Brussels, well, they find themselves at the wrong side of the table as far as they're concerned. They've got a 1-3 record. They are fifth at the moment. If they stay there, they'll be out of the tournament at the end of tomorrow. So they'll want to get moving. And Ghent, well, they're a team that did get moving yesterday after losing their first two matches. They were able to win both of the matches yesterday and really took apart ICCB. So looking forward to seeing this one. Royal Brussels, I think it's a pretty good toss to win. I think they have struggled a little bit when they have been chasing. But one thing that I noticed is Munir Mohammed is in the lineup. He had a bit of a scare. He had to retire hurt after hitting a six yesterday early in the innings. But he took a blow on the hand the first ball of the innings. And so he just went off as a precaution, but doesn't seem like it's too serious. So he's back in the lineup. And Sarab Zahid, he's been a key player as well for Royal Brussels. For Ghent, though, I mean, they came good, didn't they? I've got to say that Rayhan Faiz was excellent with the bat and the ball. Took 4 wickets in and over and hit some handy runs. The other one that really impressed me yesterday, Faisal Khalik, who was leading the side. I thought that he was brilliant in the way that he managed his troops. And Oman Malik Kell listed there as the opener, but I mean, I have to see where they end up batting him. It'll be a bit of an interesting one, how they manage their resources. I think Deepak Bali as well. Pretty good pair of hands behind the stumps. Looking at this, well, Ghent expected to score 127, but they are batting second. So first up, Royal Brussels is expected to get 101. So shows you that Ghent are fancied as favourites by about 26 runs. That's probably on the back of those two performances yesterday. Of course, it is their first ECS. And one addition for Ghent yesterday I think made a big difference was Walid Azhar, who is probably the tallest player. I think he is the tallest player to ever play on the European Cricket Network. 210 centimetres. And I make that around 6'11", so just shy of the 7 foot. He is a mountain, and we're almost ready to get going here in the afternoon session. Match number 35, of course. Already seen ICCB. They've completed their group campaign, having finished the matches against all their opposition. 2 matches each, of course. 4 opponents times 2 matches. And so almost ready to go here. Once again, want to welcome everyone who's watching on FanCode in India and everyone who's watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Hope you enjoyed the break as much as we did. Nice moments between the players here. There's good camaraderie, no doubt. Community feel to the cricket in Belgium. They all love to swing it, don't they? It's a really exciting competition to watch. Probably the most exciting ECS we've ever had, I think. Pound for pound, you're going to get a lot of entertainment. So here we go with the start of match 35. Manoob gets a short ball, 11-11. This one I think will be over the shoulder. So it'll be the one bouncer for the over. Azhar, you would imagine he'd get a lot of bounce coming from that height. I remember facing Bruce Reid in my younger days. I remember just thinking that was a little bit like facing a normal bowler that was standing on a ladder. That's how I kind of thought of it. There's a bit of that, isn't it? Archie likes Pillarman. Thinks he's a Roman pillar. A little bit short this time. Manib's onto it, and he's onto it pretty hard. It's Maximal, the first runs of the match. This one not quite as short. Gets up around waist height, maybe a little bit higher, but dealt with. It's nice to see Manib out there. I mean, I was really worried for him, of course. Got the ECC coming up. He was part of that Belgium side last year that were runners-up in the European competition. And I know some concerns for him with that hand injury yesterday. But he's back out there doing what he does best. One's hit back, would have been over a regular sized person, but it's handled by Waleed Azhar. You can see he's a tall guy. He doesn't have the tallest arm action though for a fast bowler, but still, obviously he's going to be a bit awkward to face. It's another one that angles in to Manib, and he deals with this as well. Cuatro carreras más, and 6 and 4. A couple of dots in there too, but yeah, this is kind of what the left-hander wants, I think. Just into the wheelhouse, can just turn on it. I'd be tempted to maybe try a change of angle now, because Manib's looked pretty good so far, dealing with those balls angled in towards the body. Archie saying Belgian ball has been amazing. Yeah, well, these guys have their own approach to the game, don't they? Better ball, better length. Has to hustle. Does hustle in the end. This is Wazik Butt, who's out there opening the batting for Royal Brussels. And I think the field was a little bit slow jumping on that, but so was Wazik Butt. When he survives and gets to face for the first time now, to come in the over. Now we'll see Waleed going over the wicket. So, I've got to say, I'm impressed with Wazik Butt since he came into the lineup. Starting off that leg side a little bit, notice that. That's where this one will go, but it's off the pad. Doesn't matter. It'll be 4. So 4 leg byes to finish the over. Again, just sliding it in, getting a bit too close to the batter's body, and this time it has consequences, unintended. They might be, but it will be 16 off the first over. And the score is 16 without loss. In fact, there's still a ball to go, of course, so they may take this magical, potentially. It just has to bowl a few more in that offside channel. That'd be the criticism so far in this over. Digs it in. Well, this must have been under the shoulder. Have a look at it on the replay. Has bowled a short ball in the over already. And yeah, I mean, that should have been a no ball, really. I mean, there was one over the shoulder earlier in the over, but for me, yeah, there's no doubt that's the second bouncer. So I think he's a little bit lucky to get away with that, but he does get away with it, and it's the end of the over, 16 without loss. Let's have a look at some of the top performers, and you can see Manib Mohammed has carried the batting, hasn't he? And the other news here is that Ollie Harrington is 12th man for this game, so not in the 11. Don't know if there's a slight issue with his fitness, and you can see it's a long way back to third with Chowdhury with just 21 runs making the list. For Ghent, though, I mean, Omid Malik Kel, I think he's a guy that impressed me from the get-go with the bat, and then you've got someone like Faisal Khalik, who's been excellent, and also Rehan Fayez, who's impressed with the bat and the ball. Manib Mohammed's also been a key with his leg spin. He's taken 4 wickets in the series. So Royal Brussels, at the wrong end of the ladder as far as they're concerned. They want to get moving pretty quickly. Here we go with over number 2, and it's going to start with a wide. Sierra Malik Kel is the bowler. Not sure about this. Is there a lack of a headband on him today, and he's already struggling with keeping the hair out of his eyes. Interesting. Some of our more observant viewers would have noticed that. Anyway, see if we can straighten it up this time. Nope. This is probably even worse, to be fair. Down the leg side. So, yeah, right hand, left hand combination. Just I think throwing the bowls a little bit. I've got to say, though, I mean, Manib is a guy that very, very capable with the bat, but they have not bowled well to him so far in this game. There's been a lot of freebies. See 17 off the one legal over. Make that a sort of hat-trick you don't want as a bowler. And you can see he's pulling his hair out at the moment. Sam Malek-Kell, who might change angle now after 3 consecutive wide. And to be honest, these haven't even been close. You want to come out after 2 good wins yesterday. You want to put your best foot forward. And right now, this inaccuracy plaguing the opening bowlers. And now he is going to come around the wicket to Manib. That's it. It's a good ball to a right-hander. All those balls, really. But see if you can adjust now. Well, it's pretty close, you know. Pretty close. Maybe just sliding down the leg side. Again, with this angle, I'd say he's kind of caught on the crease here. Yeah, got to say, I think Manib's a bit lucky to survive that. And there's an element of doubt because he hits him, he's half a pace forward of the crease. To be honest, I can't quite see that missing, but the umpire thought it was. Now it gets banged for 4, so things going from bad to worse. Malek-Kell, he had some success after the 3 wides, beating the bat of Manib, but this one doesn't. Fast hands from the opener. He gets away for 4. Yeah, again, umpire doesn't know the benefit of the replays, it standing stump to stump. You're always thinking, it's a traditional way of thinking with the right arm around the wicket bowler that it's very difficult to get an LBW. Now, with ball tracking technology, now we've seen actually quite a few of these are out. But in the old days, the umpire wouldn't even entertain an appeal for LBW, right arm around the wicket to the left-hander, unless you significantly straighten the ball down the line. So Manib, I think gets a bit lucky there. This one he does hit. And it will be 1. Sundori thought it was a good shout as well. But it will cut the umpires a bit of slack. They've had a lot to deal with in this series. I think they've been excellent. It's the first time we've seen an umpire treated by a physio as he had tired arms in week 1 for signalling too many 4s and 6s. This series has had everything. We also had a field accidentally falling in the pond trying to retrieve a ball. Had to be replaced in the field. Wide. And this is where he can bowl those balls that he bowled first up, but now he pushes it too wide to the right-hander. So Sam Malek-Kell, I think he needs his headband back because it was certainly helping him a little bit compared to what we're seeing now. Short, top edge, hanging, but it's going to go over the fielder. It's going to be 4 more. So Wasik Butt gets his first runs, and this good start continues. Oh, Brussels, team that feel like they need a win. Look, if they can win this game, they pull level on points with Ghent as well. Don't forget that. Out level in the amount of matches they've played. So these two duking it out for a qualification spot. Also ICCB, after losing the last 5 games, are kind of in jeopardy as well. Another wide. Well, just cannot find the handle here at the moment. There's a lot of hands on hips and hands on heads in the field as well. This isn't helping the time either, because this game's been going 9 minutes already, 9 plus. And still a couple of balls off finishing this second over. This can happen. He's just got the yips at the moment, I think. Well, he's hit this. Well, it might be a no ball. No ball called. Well, it would have been a wide, but there's definitely, there's definitely a nick. But it doesn't matter because it's above his waist, so it's going to be a no ball anyway. So there's a free hit coming up. Oh boy, if I got paid by the ball, tell you what, I'd be buying another wing on my beach house, that's for sure, in this first couple of overs. So yeah, let's just hope he can sort it out sooner rather than later. He's going to have to deal with a free hit from Manib. He'll be facing now. But we'll get a run for that, because I'm sure there was an edge on it. I heard it clearly. And so, well, give me a fielder in Adventure Island for this one, please. Well, it'll be another wide. Well, what are we dealing with here? I mean, I've lost count of how many balls have been in this over. I'm going to have to do a recount. But, yeah, it's just not been a good over at all. And he just can't seem to get out of it. Still 2 balls to go. Still a free hit. Round the wicket now, tries that, and well, as advertised, this one is out of the ground. Maximal! This over goes magical. And well, I'm going to count up the balls. That was the 12th delivery of the over. And so he's basically bowled 2 overs in 1. That's not what he intended. Still 1 ball to go. And yeah, just big trouble. Gets this one right. We had the really close OB appeal in there, but it wasn't given, and then gets out of the last ball, but the damage was done. 23 off that over. The score is 39 for no loss after 2. Well, that gives me a chance to catch my breath, and welcome back into the commentary box. Charlie Hunt, and well, Charlie, welcome back. Not the greatest start, you'd have to say, for Ghent, who did get 2 wins yesterday. But just tell everyone why these matches are so important, because of course, these 2 teams are kind of in the hot zone at the bottom of the table.
Yeah, there you go. That's the situation so far. And yeah, look at that's obviously that's Group A. So
here they come.
Not too sure on that one, but this is what we're more concerned about. Group B, of course. So yeah, look at these 2 teams right at the bottom of the table, 4 and 5. 4 points for Ghent, 2 points for Royal Brussels. So 2 must-win matches for both these teams, because 2 wins here for Ghent will put them into the top half of the table, of course.
Takes them to safety, doesn't it? Anyway, here's Azar. And this one has to be out, and he knows it straight away. Doesn't bother turning around. Manib drops his bat for no particular reason, but it's going to be Wazook that's going to go. And yeah, just playing across this. And yeah, that one for sure is going to be out. I wonder if Manib drops his bat because he's got that hand issue.
I was just going to say, I was really surprised to see that he was playing today. I asked him at the toss, I said, how's the hand? He said, it's okay. I said, I can grip the bat. But he's basically batting with one hand. He said he knows himself that how crucial he is to the lineup.
Yeah.
So he wanted to go ahead and, as the skipper as well, lead from the front, body on the line, which is good. It's recommendable. But also at the same time, when you've got the ECC coming up, it's a big.
That's pretty brave and selfless, isn't it, from Manib? Because we know that was really bothering him yesterday. And like I say, he went out there. First shot in anger that he hit after getting hit on the hand, he ended up retiring hurt. We didn't see him again, even when they lost all other wickets. But anyway, he is out there. Hyatt is the new batter at number 3. Oh, he's lucky to survive this one. It's a pretty good delivery. Direct hit from pretty much nowhere.
Yeah, it's been called a no ball for front foot as well.
He's overstepped.
We've seen that a lot, haven't we? Just struggling with the rhythm through the crease. But again, it's probably due to a lack of practice, I'm going to say. It's one of my pet peeves.
Yeah.
When you're in the nets as a bowler and you don't bowl to your usual run-up, you just sort of amble in and see what happens. If you're a foot over, you're a foot over.
It's not helping the over rate, is it? I mean, that last over was a 13-ball over. And now this one won't be the regulation 6 either. And tell you what, Manib, he has been the beneficiary of all his free hits, and so he's I think he's going to enjoy another one here from Azar. And he just hacks across the line, and this is going to go for 4. Gets past the outfielder. So Royal Brussels. Well, to be honest, it's kind of the other side of the coin from what they were delivering on Saturday morning, where they served up a bit of fruit, ended up going for 80 in the power play. And right now they're batting and they're enjoying it. They're feasting on it. And Azar, again, big feet, but couldn't keep any of it behind the line. And now it goes for another boundary.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you're 6'11" or 4'4", because if you bowl deliveries there, they're going to get hit, and that's exactly what happens. He is batting with one hand. You can see it every single time. That bottom hand, the left hand of Manib Mohammed, he comes off the bat straight away. So he's obviously not, he's probably in a bit of discomfort, but he's carrying on here, which is always nice to see.
This time he just helps it around the corner again. He's loving that angle. Manib is at 30 in the blink of an eye. He's only faced 12 balls. And Royal Brussels running away with this power play.
Yeah, this is a really nice shot. Just brings it round the corner. And of course, Manib Mohammed, he's probably one of the smaller captains we've got up against probably the tallest. Is he the tallest man we've ever seen on
He
the
definitely
ECA?
is. Yeah, yeah. He's 210 centimetres. We haven't had too many over 200. But yeah, 210. That is quite a height. And I was just speaking to him about it yesterday. I said, yeah, the world's not really designed for somebody my height, but now this one travelling as well. That's a one-way ticket to Adventure Island. Well, that's a tree topper as well. Manib goes maximal, brings up the 50 as well. And we're still not out of the power play.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot, clipped off the pads. That is prime Manib Mohammed there. He's in fine form, even though he's only batting with one hand. That certainly didn't look like it. Got the bit of the bottom ham involved, and he flicks it away. 6 more.
Yeah, so that change of angle there from Walid Azhar, but yeah, Manib was waiting for it as well. Again, I think still he's getting a bit greedy bowling at the stump sometimes. I think he probably has to try and take it a bit wider and maybe get Manib flashing, maybe getting a little edge behind, but it's not the start you're looking for, put it that way. 55, and right now they're on that 200 pace, 206 pace at the moment. Oh, this time bangs it, but a better result for the fielding team. At least you can protect against that shot. You've got a ring of fielders protecting against it. And Manib gets a single, so we'll get another chance to have a look at Hamil Hyatt.
Yeah, this is a good shot, wasn't it? But again, one of those. It's if it gets through the infield, though, it will race away. Looks like Harrington might be called on for his 12th man duties at some point to bring something on. Might be painkillers because he looks like he's in a lot of pain.
That's one way. Again, he flicks his hands through the ball hard on those shots, and that's a shot he plays well. But yeah, he's looking like he's struggling. No ball called. And Manib scrambles through for leg by. Tell you what, I'd love to know how many free hits Manib's faced in this. Yeah, I mean, yeah, nothing's behind the line there when he lands. So, yeah, one of my big peeves is the free hit rule just came in towards the end of when I was playing, and there were 3 no balls I faced. Every single one of them I got a single and never got to actually face a free hit. I don't know that. The feeling firsthand of just that invincibility, which must feel amazing to be able to bat and not be able to get out that ball.
It's quite nice.
Anyway, Manib Mohammed, broken hand or no broken hand, he's going to try and smash this. Oh, well, that's got him upstairs. And I think he's all right. Let's have a look where this hits him, because yeah, it gets big on him on the arm, on the back arm as he turns.
And that shoulder.
Yeah, it's probably, yeah, it's not a pleasant place to be hit, but I don't think it's going to do any actual damage. Anyway, into the power play. Azhar, it's a physical blow, but there are a few dished out by the batting team as well. The score at the end of 3 overs is 58 for 1.
Yeah, it's a big power play, isn't it? And this time, it's Royal Brussels who are not on the receiving end. They're the ones that dish it out. It's a really good power play. 58 off of just 3 overs there. Going at just under 20 and over. Nice to see.
Yeah, so that's, and all the power play is, well, it's 18. To bowl the next 6 overs in 21 minutes. And that's going to be real tough. But what they do have is Rohan Faiz, who's going to bowl some of his finger spin. He bowled really well yesterday. Let's see if he can turn things around. Starts with a short delivery. That's going to travel all the way. Maximal! First one for Hamil Hyatt.
Yeah, it's a nice shot. Just waits on that. There's Hyatt getting his account open pretty nicely into the offside. It's always nice to see a shot going into the offside rather than just hacking across the line. Played it on its merit, rightly so. Yeah, they're going to try and get through this over quickly because they know they're under the pressure with the time. So introduction of spin doesn't quite start well.
Yeah, this time goes leg side, goes with the spin, hangs in the air and dropped. Well, it wasn't an easy one at all, was it? That's Majid Ali. He's a pretty good fielder. He came a long way around, had to dive forward, but just nothing working so far for Ghent. And this is a tough one that goes down.
Yeah, we've come to expect pretty much excellence from Majid Ali. He's taken some blinders out in the middle. That's why he's got loads of tape on his fingers, because he keeps getting some knocks on the hands. But a man who has got a serious knock on the hand is Manib Mohammed, 37 off of just 15. He'll be looking to carry on his momentum here.
Left-handed now. This should be an interesting battle. Manib. Can't catch up with this one. Again, the off spin is a bit more of a weapon, I think, to the left-hander, spinning away from the bat. A bit more of a chance for stumping. On the outside edge. Manib's a good player, but couldn't quite deal with the bounce.
I just wanted to make sure that he was behind the line still.
Yeah, that's true. He had a couple of issues there yesterday, but I do think Deepak Bali's a good keeper. Well, there's a big appeal here, and I think he's going to be having to leave because this time Deepak Bali does the job. A little bit of an outside edge. This is what we just talked about, actually. Just kind of pushed through a little bit more. Manib was going one way, and the ball was turning the other. Very nice catch behind the stumps. And he knew it straight away. And Deepak Bali does the rest behind the stump. So that magic man, Rahan Fires, does it again, and it's the end of the captain. He has to depart. And the score now is 65 for 2. But still, Manib Mohammed, 37 valuable runs for all Brussels.
Yeah, especially with just one hand on the bat 9 times out of 10, which is never easy to do. Yeah, good start from the opener. That's what he's there to do. He'll be upset that he's not been able to kick on here, but he knows that they've got batting behind him, so he can now rely on the rest of his team with what's that now 6.2 overs left. So still a hefty amount of balls left. What's that? 38. 38 balls to go. Continuing here. Well, we could be asking another question here. He seems pretty confident, doesn't he?
It's a great bit of work. Really good bit of work down the leg side because he's blinded. But again, there's a few concerns here. Let's see. Does he stay behind the stumps? He does. Where's that foot? Oh, I think this is gone. Oh. Doesn't seem to me like there's anything behind the line. A genuine leg side stumping opportunity here. Have a look at that toe. I can still see the ground, and I think
that's gone.
That he's out.
Yeah.
I got to say, it's a really tight one. And Mahinda Deepak Bali, what a fantastic piece of work. And now it's been given. So it will be a wide for down the leg side, but it's going to be Nahan Khalil, who's stumped for a diamond duck because he doesn't face a legal delivery in there. And what a great piece of wicket keeping that is from Mahinda Deepak Bali. So that is a wide and a wicket. The score now 66 for 3.
That's an incredible bit of work, and he's had a tough time of it. He's lost a couple of stumpings due to no ball and infringements in front of the stumps. But that's a textbook stuff. He does everything right, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He anticipates it. He makes good body position, takes a good step. And one thing I'll tell you about those ones is the keeper actually has a better view than anybody, even the square leg umpire. Because if you can see the line under the guy's foot, you know there's nothing behind the line. And that's why I think straight away Mahinda Deepak Bali was certain that he had his man. Anyway, it'll be another wicket for Fires. And that isn't a hat-trick ball because it's a wide. You can't have a wide and a hat-trick. So, I mean, technically it takes 2 wickets in the one ball, basically.
It's pretty good. Pretty good going, isn't it?
Chowdhury's the new batter out there. It's a good fight back, though, isn't it? And how often does a change of pace affect the innings? And we've seen spin have an immediate effect. And what I like about Fires, he actually spins the ball. That's one thing I really like. Oh, now it's going to be a simple stumping this time. Again, there's no encroachment here. He's going to be gone by some distance. So Fires gets 3 in the over here, and things falling apart for Royal Brussels. Yep, no problem there at all. He's gone by a steps. Not the greatest shot ever, is it? Hamil, who did hit a couple of nice ones when he was out there, but he has to go as well. So it's the end of the over, and I'm back. I'm just kind of keep track of all the wickets, but the score now is 67 for 4. 3 wickets in the over. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me is Charlie Hunt. We've seen some magnificent catches in this series, Charlie. I'm going to show you a few of these, and just have a look at some of these. It's next level stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, this was one of the first ones, wasn't it? This was the captain for Antwerp, Sherry Butt. He flicks it back, and this is an even better bit. That's the bit that goes unnoticed. Is that catch wasn't easy to grab it there on the right-hand side. This was the next one, wasn't it? This was excellent bit of work, and this had us screaming, didn't it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's a really good one. That was the way to get into your Monday morning, we were saying, with Majid Ali, who actually just dropped a fairly similar one to that on the other side of the field. But again, this zone down here, we've seen quite a few good ones here, especially with fielders kind of just keeping their balance, I suppose, in difficult circumstances.
This one, though, this is the best one. Out of nowhere. He never had any right to be able to do that. Did Chikorilla, and that was an incredible one. But this one was also pretty good. I wasn't here for that one. That was you. You took us through that.
That's Konduru, who just sticks out the hand of hope. And, yeah, how about this one today? Munawa with a volleyball style knock up and catch. So he was brilliant, wasn't he, in that position. And, wow, all the action here. ECS Belgium bringing it at the moment. It's Ghent turning up finally in the 4th over. There's 3 for 9 off that over. That was after the first 3 overs went for 59.
Pretty decent comeback there from former skipper. Yeah, interesting, isn't it? Obviously now going to Faisal Kalik as their captain. So Ryan Faiz took the reins the first game. After that, though, he hasn't taken again, but it's been a pretty successful move so far.
This is another one which is slightly... saying that Mahinda Deepak Bali loves the stumping. Well, one person that does. Myself, I think that would have been out if he hits there. Yeah, I think keepers love it, especially those leg side stumpings. It's really one of the difficult aspects of the job. And this will just be one. Yeah, the key to leg side stumpings, though, I mean, it's hard to catch what you can't see. So I always really tried to make sure that my eyes were one side or the other of the batter. If you're right behind the batter's body line, and you can't really see it, it makes it really tough. So you can try and get down the leg side early if that's the way you think the ball's going. This one is going to leg side. And yeah, it will be one. That's why I think keeping to someone like Shane Warne would have been so difficult, because he's coming around the wicket and he's spinning it into the foot marks, and you don't know whether it's going to skid on and go down the leg side or turn across completely and come out the... Well, I'm going to keep swinging here. Hashtag Belgian ball. This would have been out again, but misses. Rina Gupta survives.
Yeah, that's good bit of fielding again that time.
It's a very
extravagant shot.
That's a very kind of pace-heavy environment here in Belgium. I think of Belgium, I think of big hitting and fast bowlers. You don't really associate it with a lot of spin in the attack. Anyway, we're halfway through this innings, and the power play went for 58, but only 14 off the last 2 overs at the halfway point. 72 for 4.
Yeah, they've done well to drag this back. Ghent didn't let the game get too far away from them at the moment, and yeah, they've done really well to drag themselves back into this. And again, look at that. Look at those 2 stumpings. That's always nice, especially from Mahinda Deepak Bali to take a look at that scorecard at the end of this game. He'll be happy to see that, won't he? It's always, but I tell you what, there were 2 really good stumpings as well. They were quick. It's not as if they were easy. The second one was a little bit easier, of course, than the leg side stumping. But it all helps. And first over so good. He's going to continue here is Ryan Faiz.
Yeah, why not? He's got 3. This is in the air. It's going to be a real teaser. But it will be taken. Well, another wicket for Faiz is a machine. And guess who else is a machine? Is Majid Ali in the field. We saw him a minute ago in the catch montage. That one was fairly regulation again. May have carried the line, but there was a defender in the way. Majid takes the catch, and suddenly Ryan Faiz has his 4th wicket. And he's done all that in, well, basically, it's 4 balls, 4 wickets, because the wide won't count as a ball. He has been on fire here in this match.
Yeah, no, he has been. He's really been a crucial element of Ghent's attack to drag themselves back into this game. We haven't seen a fifer in Belgium yet, have we?
No, we haven't seen a fifer. I don't know if
it's the only thing we haven't
5
seen,
wicket
actually.
hauls up there. Andres, he's very good. He'll be able to tell us how many 5 wicket hauls there have been.
That's the only thing we haven't seen, isn't it? We've had a hat-trick, we've had a golden ball, we've had a ton.
I think the reason we haven't seen 5 wicket hauls typically is that wickets have been spread out across the innings. So it's not like one guy has been getting most of the wickets that often. I have a couple of forfers though.
Good opportunity though for Ryan Faiz to be the first man on that list here from Belgium.
He sure does. Well, likes it a lot. Well, if he does get this, it'll be 3 stumpings, which equals the record, and he seems pretty confident about this. Again, look at that. The actual genuine side spin. Yeah, I can't see the foot there,
He
but
starts a long way out.
yep, let's have a look. Yep, I think that's out as well. Yep, for me, that's good enough. And I'll wait for the decision here. Again, it's a little bit of a dodgy angle, but I think that he gets the information now. And so that'll be the 5 for. A 5 for round 5. Well, he'd had 4 before. Now he's got 5. Let me take you through his last 5 balls, which one of them is a wide, but he's taken 5 for 2 in his last 0.5.
That's incredible.
If you can believe that.
That is incredible. Congratulations to him. Well deserved, but more so, he's doing a really good job here for his team.
Here's the other thing. No one's ever taken a 7-wicket haul. I know we're getting ahead of ourselves. 6 for 2 is the best figures we've seen. We've seen
Wow, very
probably
honest, thank
5
you.
or 6 6-fers. Never seen a 7 for.
That could really be something, couldn't it? You never
It's
know.
just an early call because we don't normally get to this position. He's still got 4 balls left. By the way, I've got news for you. He just took a hat trick as well.
Oh, there you go.
So I'm trying to add everything up. So he's actually already taken a hat trick.
No way.
Yeah. This won't be a wicket. Yeah, so apologies we missed it at the time because the last end of the over, this back half of the first over he bowled was wicket, stumped off a wide, 1 wicket. So it did finish with a wicket, and then we had the 2 wickets in
Oh,
consecutive
there you
balls.
go. And a 5er. Incredible.
All right, I'm going to get to work on the graphics. But yeah, the 7 is pretty, it's pretty rare. Well, we've never seen it. I think we will one day, though. Got a feeling we will one day.
That's it. Yeah, no, 100%. It's going to happen
Yeah.
at some point. But that's incredible, though. What a spell this has been, by the way.
Genuinely spins the ball. That's what I like about him. Wow, goes after this, drags it. But again, spin changing the game. And yeah, I think teams should actually start looking to anyone who thinks they can bowl a bit of spin. Again, it's not just bowling spin, though. You've got to bowl it well. I think Fides, he's got good control. He genuinely turns the ball. He can mix up his pace a little bit. So I think flicks the batter's pad first. We'll have to see what the umpire says. I don't think there's any bat in it. Maybe there is some bat in it. And he says, yep, there was. So that'll be a run to Zahid. He will retain the strike as well. Very good spell from Fies. He takes 5 for 12 off his 2 overs. And after 6 overs, it is 74 for 6. What a dramatic turnaround after they were 58 for 1 at the end of the power plate. So the first 3 overs go for 58 and the second 3 overs go for 17.
Yeah, that's a astonishing stat, that one is. But yeah, you're saying there, if you've got anyone in your team that can possibly bowl a bit of part-time spin, go for it. And the one man that sticks out for me is the skipper for Beveren, Hakeem Kragzad. He started the tournament bowling his seam up option, but then he reverted to spin, and he's been pretty successful since then. Rahman into the attack, and starts with a leg side wide by Saif Rahman here for his second over, going for just the 5 off his first.
Meanwhile, though, okay, those wickets have helped. They've got an extra couple of minutes. They might need them because I think we're at 33 minutes already. There's 7 minutes left to bowl 3 overs, but
That's
probably
not
add on a couple of
easy.
minutes, 9 minutes left to bowl 3 overs. Still, it's going to be tight.
Driven well, and it will just be a single collected by that man, Omid Malik Kal. I'm sure he's going to be looking forward to his opportunity with ban in hand.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they've still got batting resources left. I mean, their run rate's fine, isn't it? It's just you worry that they're going to run out of resources. It has slowed down a lot, hasn't it? Over the last 3 overs, 3 and a bit. This one will be another single. This is Gupta. That will move to 3.
Mandrake's ahead of you. Already put it in there. I think 9 minutes left before penalty points are added.
Yeah, he's even added on the 2 minutes.
That's very clever.
Thank you to our time partners, Frederick Constant and Neville.
This time leg side, clipped off the hip, and it will race away for a boundary. So that'll relieve a bit of pressure for Royal Brussels. They needed that. That brings them into the 80s, and it's actually a really nice shot from Saadab Zahid. Just clips off the hip and races away. 4 more.
Yeah, nice shot. Good shot selection. Again, they've used their spinners up as well. So these 3 overs, or their spinner up, I should say. Goes after this one. 2 fielders will converge. And it's very well done by Sam Malik Kel. Keeps it to 1.
Yeah, it's a really good comeback this after being clipped for 4. Does really well. No need for the old headband this time from from Similik Kel. Really good from him. And this is a big over because they either need to go big the last 2 balls. And he won't this time because it's a really good delivery. It's right in the block hole. That's what you need from your bowler, especially in those middle overs. Don't want to give anything away because they've got themselves back into this game. I mean, you look at those first 3 overs, 58 for 1. Now look at coming into near the end of the 7th. And it will just be a single into the leg side to end. So at the end of 7 overs, Royal Brussels have been dragged back to 84 for 6.
Yeah, it's very, very different feel of a game right now. And that's what T10 cricket's all about. You're going to have momentum swings coming thick and fast. Just a reminder, there's only 5 days to go until the ECC starts. T10 International Cricket, 120 matches in that. And, well, you can see what's coming up after that. We've got the ECS resuming in mid-October with a series in Croatia for a week and then 2 weeks in Malta, and then we'll finish with 5 weeks in Barcelona in Spain. In fact, we plan to go all the way through to a grand final Sunday the 11th of December, the last day of the season. A season that started all the way back on the 30th of January, another Sunday. We started in Gibraltar. So a huge season, and yeah, it just keeps on getting better. Now we will see another pace-off option, kind of, with Faisal Khalik, just as far as his run-up's concerned. Now, this isn't helping either. Yeah, I think he's got a white sleeve on his left hand. He's trying to say, well, that's not my bowling arm, so there's some discussion about this. This may get accounted for in the time.
This will be interesting. Yeah, so Faisal just saying, well, I took the one off my right arm. Surely that's okay.
Yeah, don't plan to bowl left-handed.
Be interesting if he does. That'd be quite a...
Well, some people can do it. Samir Nayak, he can do it.
Yeah, you can.
He's ambidextrous.
Scary. Very scary.
First ball's full, pretty straight. Knocked down to long off. Yes, they may get an extra minute for that little episode.
No,
I
not
don't think
really.
it was there.
I don't think that's a minute worth, though, Vinny.
Yeah.
That's not a minute there. There is no minute there. Not a chance. I think this is going to be tight. It could come back to haunt them, though.
Well, this is going to be gone. He's just chipped this straight back to Khalik. He says, thanks very much. I'll give you that for now. Give it back to me in a second because we have to get our skates on here. But it will be another wicket. So this innings continues to fall apart. This time it's Saheed. Fairly tame end to his innings. And that replay gives you a false impression of what happened because this is what really happened. And in fact,
that's still not that one.
Yeah. It was like, didn't seem like a mutt ball. I think everyone was pretty happy with it.
That one is.
There we go. There's a great spoof video that I saw once where they use an incorrect replay just to give you a false sense of security.
Dear.
But anyway, 85 for 7. But they could get them out of jail. If they can take these last 3 wickets pretty quickly, that could get him out of time jail. But
And another dot ball.
yeah, but I mean, what's he meant to do as well? He's just trying to hold things together, isn't he?
That one's going to be a dot ball. Full
Oh.
stop.
Now we've got the bail off, so this is going to be, again, just things dragging. But, I mean, they've got no one to blame but themselves if they go off for time here because there's been, 12 extra deliveries bowled in this innings, 2 extra overs. So, yeah, and it's all faster bowlers that have gone for those extra balls as well.
Yeah, no, it's just been a bit sloppy in terms of time management from Ghent.
Goes after this leg side, and it's kind of into the gap, but I'll tell you what, this guy is a very good fielder. They'll fight for it, and margins will clean up, but the initial stop from Omid Malik Kel was elite as he stops that one from going to the boundary, and they've been on, haven't they, after that power play got away from them. Ghent fought back into this contest.
Yeah, this time he's the man with a little headband. He's got a little one on.
Do you think they've just got one headband in the family and they have to fight for it? This will be picked up and thrown around the keeper, but just a single.
And another single to the total. So that will be an end to the 8th over. 89 for 7 after 8 overs gone. So again, looking to try and get up towards that 115, 120. That's where they're on about at the moment. 89 for 7 after 8. And again, it's just that 1 over that's dragged them back into the game, wasn't it? Or the 2 overs from Ryan Faye. Going for an exceptional bit of bowling, really, wasn't it? From the off spinner for Gent, getting a grand total of 5 wickets. The first 5-wicket haul here for the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Belgium.
Yeah, it's huge. What a time to do it. That game was really running away from them pretty quick.
Yeah, it's good to see them being dragged back in. But we're now going to see Majid Ali into the attack here. Starts with a shorter delivery, and it's also down the leg side. Wide ball called. Yeah, so
It's not helping either, is it?
that's not going to help proceedings, but only time will tell how close they will be to that five-run penalty. I think we could be there. We saw it. We've already seen it once in this tournament. Can Ali keep it?
Gets a long way across. This is straight over the stump, so it won't be a wide. And yeah, like I say, we're at 41 minutes in the innings. You get an extra 3 minutes for the extra 3 wickets. And look, you might get a minute for just generals. But yeah, you definitely don't want to bowl an extra in this over. You need to be hustling through. This is worked away, and this is hit high and handsome into the bushes. Maximo! Well, Gupta gets back to run a ball pace with this shot, get angled in. This is kind of a bit like what we saw earlier in the innings. A lot of balls angled in towards the body, and the batter's easily just swinging away off the hip and getting maximum runs.
Yeah, nice shot there from Gupta. So he's raced along now to a runner ball, and this is a lack of urgency because they are really behind the rate now. And this could be crucial, could be costly.
Yeah, a few people mentioning a bit of white tape on Majid's bowling hand. Pitch is up. There's a bit of an off cutter. It gets away from the fielder. They're going to take on a 2. Have a pop, but they will get a second. Think of a third, but think against it. So Gupta, I think he's leading the charge to keep them in the contest here, and I got a feeling that we're going to see some penalty runs here.
Yeah.
We foreshadowed it
No, I think
well earlier.
I think it's going to happen. It'd be interesting to know as to why it doesn't if it doesn't.
Swing and a miss.
Yeah, there's a bit more urgency there from Dibat Bali, but it might be a little bit too late. He's trying to run that straight back to the bowler pretty much straight away. That looked like it hurt off the knee a couple of deliveries ago from Nangialie.
Hey, meanwhile, I meant to mention this, but there were so many wickets falling. Minda Deepak Bali, if he gets one more stumping, which is hard to see it happening, but we've never had 4 in an innings. He's tied the record. We've had some occasions where we've had 3. Yeah, now they might just be speaking to him about the tape. I mean, it's only if the umpire/batter's permission, it's not an issue. So maybe they've said, look, it's not really a problem.
I don't think it's really an issue because there's not a lot on there. There's a couple of bits.
I don't. On the bowling hand.
Not for me. No.
White. And this is going to be hit. The batter's not having too many problems with it. Make some good contact there. Yeah, I mean the reason for that, it's on the bowling hand. It's also giving you more of an ability to grip the ball sometimes as well with these variations. So that's why. It's not that. Yeah, it is permissible with the consent of the umpires and or the opposition, I suppose. Anyway, 99 now. Last ball of the over. Goes down the ground.
And it will just be a single to end the over. So brings the 100 up, 100 for 7 after 9. And, well, keep an eye on the umpires here because this is where we're going to find out if it's going to happen or not. Only time will tell. Only time will tell. I'm sure they'll get a notification or they'll get a buzz come through on the walkie-talkie.
Yeah.
You're the man with the time.
Yeah.
What's happening here? Let's see.
There
it is.
Yeah.
Or possibly. There it is. Yeah.
Saw it coming.
5 penalty runs. No surprise there.
Yeah, well,
Yes.
let's think of some positive news, though, for Gen. And we have a new entrant on the hat trick.
Very nice.
The hat trick chart there. And fires 5 for 12.
Congratulations.
So, yeah, that'll take it up. The score now is 105 for 7 after 9. And that's really no surprise when you bowled 2 full extra overs. So, yeah, something for them to think about. Even more of a penalty.
T12.
Yeah, pretty much is.
Oh, dear. Yeah, no. Well,
Having said that, I mean, they've worked their way back into this game. It didn't
Yeah.
look like they'd be able to for a while there.
yeah, they've done well. They have done well. Skipper's trying to bowl them out here, though.
Down the ground. Not really a lot of contact. They may think it's 2 here. Bowler's ends on. And he's going to be gone here, is he? Yeah, he is. So, well, it shows you that for sure. You see that the decision to not go for 2, I guess, keeps the set batter Gupta in jeopardy, doesn't it? So he's looking for 2. And then,
Nowhere near.
he's just never going to get back. So there will be a wicket. And it'll be an 8th one now. The score is 107 for 8 with 4 balls remaining.
Yep, so there you go. Well, not only did he get that hat trick, he brought up the first 5-wicket haul here in Belgium, didn't he?
And, you know, you take out, if you talk legal deliveries, he took 5 wickets in 5 balls, which is, yeah, it won't count because there was a wide in there, was a single in there, but he took a wicket off a ball that wasn't a legal delivery in there, which is pretty rare as well. So, yeah, 5 for 12, and you can see that's we haven't had one since Nick Krager took one in Dresden about a month ago. That was crazy because the umpire's finger went about 3 days after the appeal finished. And that was very, very dramatic. Wonder if I might be able to find that. Second inning. I'll find it for you. Go on.
Well, I was going to say, this could be close here, no? And, well, this one, especially, could be even closer.
It is. I mean, I probably gave them the heads up they could run here because the throw went all the way to the other end. And I think it's worth taking on. You need every run possible at this stage. But, I mean, there is a review on the keeper's end for the overthrow. You can see the bowler doesn't look particularly interested in taking the throw. Here it comes in. So, yeah, this is the start of it. The bowler's blaming the fielder, but he always had the option of trying to take the throw. And then you see Hussain tries to get down.
It's going to have to be slowed right down, actually, this one.
Yeah. I feel like he's probably just in. Oh.
It's got to be, that could be the matter of frames again here.
Let's have a look. And goodness, sorry, touch and go here. Oh, I think he's gone, actually. I think he's gone.
Yeah, that for me, that looks like it's enough conclusive evidence there. It's this one here. It just rotates through. Yeah, he's gone. That's the one there. That's the bit of incriminating
good enough for me,
evidence.
actually. I think this is going to be out. So it doesn't feel like he's out, but I think he's probably going to get his marching orders here. There's a lot of neck craning going on out there at the moment.
They're all still waiting,
And, yeah,
and there it goes.
He's can't believe it. He cannot believe it. So I guess it's a good piece of fielding in the end.
I think they're questioning whether it was the first time that it was hit or the second.
Yeah, no, it was the, yeah, we know it was the second. So who was it that threw it originally? That was Majid down there, who I suppose creates a run out, though. He won't get credit. It was the last 2 fielders that will. So, well, poor Hussain. I thought it was a good run, but maybe just took a little bit too long to get going. Well, it's another one I'm going to have to call in the auditors. I'll try and get you the score here. I have got that as, I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to say 108 for 9 with 3 balls remaining.
Is that what you reckon?
That's my guess. Don't go on your score because mine's always more accurate than yours.
Yeah,
Be careful.
I think you're right, actually. I think
108 for 9. It was 109 for 8 when it was scored as a 2.
Switch them around.
Yep, switch them around. So now you're down to your last legs. Jeez, we've seen some strange ones. We've seen stumping off a wide.
We've seen everything. It's just been a quiet yet very interesting
I still think
game.
there's a good heads-up play to go for the run. He doesn't get a great stretch, does he? Let's have a look. Yep, that's what we got. 108 for 9, 3 balls remaining. Everyone's just catching up.
So
I
clever.
mean, it's making this innings go even longer, which is now 49 minutes with all these wickets. And then, yeah, the review took a bit of time. So obviously, the time penalty's already enforced, so not gonna go anymore. And then look, yeah, it's good stuff. Look, it takes a weird angle. look at the way that he starts running sideways here. That's already costs him. And he's only out by, what, a couple of inches? Have a look at what he does here. Insane. No, he's blown by the wind or something, but yeah, if he runs in a straight line there, he definitely gets home. All right. So, number 11 comes out here.
Eventually.
Anyway. Yeah, let's go back to the action. Yeah, so some people asking about the bails being off. But
yeah, no, I've seen this.
But yeah, if you knock the stumps over, it's the same as taking a stump out of the ground. We'll probably see it in the highlights coming shortly anyway. That's something to think of. Or you can hold the ball in your hands. Oh, this could be all over. Yeah, it will be. So they're going to leave a ball on the table here. Probably taking on two they didn't need to with the ball remaining. I just couldn't see them messing that one up. So it will be all out for 110. I mean, remember that they were 58 for one after the power play, but things really turned into a bit of a mess after that. The last man to go will be Sifte Hassan. And look, they still have 110 on the board, no doubt about it. And Ghent have looked a little bit suspect with that early in the series, but yesterday they certainly didn't look that way. They looked pretty good, didn't they? But yeah, a few things that were interesting in that innings. Probably for me, the hat-trick of Rayhan Fires, a sneak attack hat-trick, and the 5-wicket haul were highlights. But early on, it was a very different story. And look, they end up giving 5 penalty runs away for time. I think it's a lot to do with the first couple of overs, and the openers really went the journey.
Yeah, no, they certainly did, and they're going to have to really get things back on track as they go ahead, and they're going to try and chase this down again. But Royal Brussels, these are two must-win games, aren't they? And I know that they're going to go ahead, and this is going to have to be a really, really crucial chase for them.
Yeah, so hello to Lily, who's in the chat, and welcome to Belgium, Ball Lily. A few people asking about the keeper under Mahinda Deepak Bali. Is it a record for amount of dismissals? I will say that don't generally can't run it as dismissals, but he does take 3 stumpings and a catch, and he's involved in 2 runouts. So yeah, it's right up there. But what I will say is this is really an innings of 2 halves. I think that Royal Brussels had such a good start. And you see, it didn't start that well for Fires either. But when it started going well for him, it started going really well. And that's another one you saw that wasn't held. But then it started with this wicket of Muneeb Mohammed, who just flirted with a couple, couldn't really handle the ball going away from him there. And then we saw some very sharp keeping again. Not too much in it, but that one was given out, I think, correctly. And man, we saw 3 stumpings, including one off a wide, which I think was my favourite. And then before you knew it, he had 5 wickets. He takes 5 for 12 in this innings. And you can see, loves the stumping. As it was mentioned in the chat, Mahinda Deepak Bali kept very well here. But yeah, the wheels just completely fell off, to be honest, in this chase. They were struggling just to get anything going on. Saw just a few tame endings as well. I mean, they kept threatening to come back as well, didn't they? But this is just a sign about how things were rolling towards the end. We see Majid with a throw, which ended up running out the set batter at that stage. Vinay Gupta, who kind of got them through the hard times, but I suppose sees them to an ugly 110 in the end, which is defendable. This is another strange innings. Here you see here, the bails are off, but as long as you knock the stumps over, and he does knock the stumps over, so, and that's all you need to do to get the run out. And so, yeah, late in the piece, we saw a couple given away. That was the last one. With only 1 wicket in hand. Not sure I would have taken that one on, but they were hoping for an error. They didn't get it. 110 all out. They do get bowled out before the end of their 10 overs, but only won by 1 ball. And so 111 will be the target for Ghent. But lucky they had that start, really, from the openers, because if it wasn't for that, you wonder where this innings would have ended up. Could have been very ugly indeed. But they did get that start, and for that reason, it's just probably a few short of par. Not so many. If I was going to have a look at the scorecard, I could tell you that Muneeb Mohammed, 37 off 17, was the top scorer. Vinay Gupta tried hard in the middle overs, and towards the end, he finished with 18 at a runner ball, but nobody else able to crack single figures. And as far as the bowling went, there's one clear star, Rayhan Fires, with 5 for 12, including a hat-trick. The other wickets went to Faisal Khalik, who took 1 for 10 off 1.5, and Walid Azhar took 1 but he did go for 30, was pretty expensive, as was Sia Malik Kel, who just couldn't find his radar. He ended up going for 23, including 7 extra deliveries in his only over. So we'll take a quick break. We'll be back in a few minutes, and when we do, it will be a very interesting chase. Ghent and Royal Brussels both neck and neck on the table. Ghent will need 111 for the victory and a crucial 2 points here in Group B. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Charlie Hunt. Hope you're having a great day so far. We're back very shortly, just around the corner with more ECN cricket. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Belgium. Beautiful sunny day once again. We've been blessed with the weather, I have to say, so far in this tournament. Currently very temperate 23 degrees as we head into the second half of the third match of the day. It's the first contest between these two teams this afternoon. It's Royal Brussels versus Ghent. It's a very interesting innings first half of this match. Royal Brussels got off to a flyer with some assistance as well, with some wayward bowling in the power play. They were 58 for 1 at that stage, but the whole rest of the innings, they would only manage 52 more runs in the 7 overs that remained, with 3 run-outs in the last over, ending their innings. They were bowled out with the ball to go. But having said that, they do have 110 on the board. And so now we'll be trying to defend it. Yasin Khan behind the stumps for Royal Brussels, almost ready to make a start. Sarab Zahid is the bowler. Let's see what sort of Ghent we see with the bat. Did impress yesterday. We're able to knock off a pretty low target in just under 5 overs against ICCB, who had an off day. Didn't really get too much better for ICCB this morning. They went down in their 2 matches this morning as well, finishing with 5 consecutive losses after winning their first 3 matches here in Group B. Now, one of the teams that are in potential jeopardy. So, all good to go. Just waiting for the clock to tick over. But I reckon 3, 2, 1, and let's play. It's Fires who's opening up. Well, 24 hours ago, he was out first ball of the innings. Did make some runs in the second game yesterday, but he's out there facing Zahid. Oh, let's roll. 111 for victory for Ghent. He's a little bit careful. He's not going to get out first ball again. And characteristically defensive kind of prod for no run. He is out there at the moment with Zahid Durrani. And Zahid, the bowler, has been a pretty reliable performer for the most part for Royal Brussels. Again, these two teams are also in jeopardy if they don't get results going their way over the next day or two. Right off the end of the bat. And that goes down to the fielder in the circle. Yeah. It was a very strange kind of an innings, wasn't it? The control issues were a huge problem for Ghent in the first few overs, in particular first couple of overs, and ended up costing them 5 penalty runs as they went over their time limit. Big swing from Girani. Sorry, here's Fires, of course. And given Fires a run there, but don't think they did take a run. So still looking at Fires. There we go. It's been fixed. But what sort of a start will they want to make, and how many risks will they want to take early on here? Wow, this is a bit of a lucky one. Top edge now. Well, he was run out. Well, he potentially could have been run out by a long way, except the keeper was nowhere. He kind of ran with the ball, and there was no one home at the stumps. In the end, the only way to really get him would have been to direct hit the keeper's end stumps. You see the keeper is way out of position. Tries to throw it to the keeper, but I don't think the keeper could have done much about that. Would have had to grab the ball and get back to stumps super quick. By then, Fires have turned around. So 4 consecutive dots to start this innings. Fires gets proactive and now flicks one away. And he will have a run finally. 5th time lucky. It was an ugly 110, wasn't it, really? It was an ugly second half of the innings, really. It was Rehan Fires, the man who just got off the mark there. He was doing most of the damage with the ball with our first fifer of this series. So now we will get a look at Girani. He gets across and makes sure this one will be called wide. And so you just want to go with that 11 and over or so. Doesn't seem like they'll get them in this first over. Gets a long way across. Makes him a bit of an LB candidate, I think, because he's forced into cross balls that are on the stumps. But if they are missing, more often than not, they will go down leg side for a wide. It's fairly full, but I think with the angle, umpire feels it's going down leg side. Yeah, you can see that think probably where the angle was going to take it down that way. It's the end of the first over, and pretty good one. Really different sort of a start than we had in the first innings, put it that way. The score at the end of one is 2 for no loss. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network on a wonderful day 9 and sweet 16. That's how many matches have gone without a golden ball. And here's a man who was that age not too long ago, Charlie Hunt, back in the commentary box. And yeah, funny sort of first innings, wasn't it? But they still have 100 plus on the board, and they've made a pretty good start to the defence here, Royal Brussels.
Yeah, it's a decent total on the board, to be fair, but they're going to need to get some early wickets, I reckon, here, if they're going to be in with a chance of defending just below par total, if anything. To be fair to Royal Brussels, it's not terrible. We've seen a lot worse. This one goes right through the legs, and it beats the keeper, and he doesn't want the single either. So, good start this for Rahman Hussain. Starts off with a dot ball.
Proper nutmeg here, isn't it? Straight through the legs. Keeper wasn't expecting that to get through without touching something. Bowler then runs to the keeper's end, maybe not trusting him anymore after that one clanged off his gloves, but we have seen some very good keeping as well, haven't we? Mahinda Deepak Bali with, I think, 3 stumpings, 2 run-outs and a catch.
Pretty decent go of it.
Not so bad, is it? This is Rahman Hussain. Gets hit back over his head, and this will be the first boundary of the innings. So fires. We didn't want to get off strike, and maybe that's why. It takes us off length and down the ground. Cuatro Carreras finally gets swinging away.
Yeah, no, it's a lovely shot that is down the ground. And this is got some
Oh, yeah? Well, that's the less traditional form of streaker. It's the respectful streaker that keeps his pants on and also runs around the boundary line.
How's he stopping him?
Wow, how about that? Yeah, he's done well to get through that area. I mean, Andy House is patrolling that area, but he's not going to catch him. I'll tell you that much.
Go on, Housey,
if it comes down to a foot race, I know that Andy's knees sometimes give him a few issues. There we go. Well, there's a bit of eye candy for all you guys out there on the European Cricket Network and girls. This is going to be leg side. Well, the Adonis might have fielded that one if he'd stayed there a bit longer, but it's going to be another boundary, and Fires gets another 4 runs for his team as they try and get this chase back on track. You really see everything here. Charlie, by the end of the day, maybe we can get you going shirtless for a lap.
No.
If this is a golden ball,
no.
will you do it?
No one wants to see
race.
that. No one
Have a
wants
race.
to see that.
There we go. And now, I don't think he's elected to put his shirt back on.
No one wants to see that.
That guy, you watch, he'll be on the cover of Men's Health before you know it. here in Belgium.
Get him on comms. What a crazy start to the innings. Oh dear.
Mandrake's got a question. I'll come back to that in a second. Yes, he's Hussain. Now this is hit in the air, hanging a long time. Fielder comes in and catches it. So Fires goes, and it's a pretty good catch by Taha Chowdhury. That just had a lot of hang time on it, didn't it? So even though he had a fair way to come, he still had time to get sent under the ball. So Rahman Hussain gets the last laugh, and he gets the big wicket of Rohan Fires, who has to go for 9. The score now is 10 for 1.
Yeah, it's a good wicket. Good wicket to get early on, especially. And he will have to go, of course. And it's interesting, isn't it? Because it was a bit of a nothing shot, really, from Rohan Fires. Don't get me wrong. But he'll be disappointed because he had such a good time with it with the ball, not able to replicate with the bat. First wicket goes, 10 for 1.
Yeah, he's a very important player. But here's another very important player, Faisal Khalik, who comes out leading the side. Did see him for Austin CC 2 years ago in the ECS, but nice to see him back on the European Cricket Network. And certainly a good leader of the team. Yeah, that interesting shot by Fires. I think he's just trying to swat that away. He's kind of caught between 2 minds whether to go straight bat or cross bat in the end. Hit it very high, but not with a lot of power.
No, it certainly wasn't. Bit of a top edge, really, if anything. And obviously has to go.
Well, Khalik's had about enough, and this is flying miles in the air. That's out of here. Whoa! That's straight off the nets. And, well, very conveniently, it's bounced back in the field of play. We'll try and do that again. You won't be able to in about 100 years. Maximo Faisal is off to the races.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot, but I tell you what it is, though. It's a slot ball that deserves to get punished, and that's exactly what it gets. 6 down the ground, 6 more.
It's like the crossbar challenge cricket version, isn't it, there, really? And suddenly, Hussein's got something to think about. Last ball of his over. And he knocks him over. 6 and out, and the perfect reply Slight change of pace, and Hussein gets Faisal Khalik, who acknowledges that he was done like a dinner right there. 6 and out situation, end of the second over. Everything happening here in Belgium. The score 16 for 2.
Much better length, a much better line, and just letting the ball do the work. Look at this one, chucks it right in the block hole. Bit of away movement, slightly off the seam there, and he has to go. 16 for 2 after 2. Drags Royal Brussels right back into the game. And, well, this is what they're playing for, isn't it, aren't they, Vinny? This is a big, big game. Well, both of these games this afternoon are huge for both clubs, aren't they?
Yeah, it sure is, because they are neck and neck at the wrong end of the ladder, aren't they? Although they'll feel that they're within reach of catching International CC Brussels, who are currently in third, but they've played all 8 games. Royal Brussels will feel there's a real opportunity here, especially after getting those 2 key hitters that were so good for Ghent in the last game yesterday.
Yeah, no, they were their main outsources of runs. So asking a few questions, but a man who comes to the crease now, he's very, very solid with the bat in hand, is Omid Malik Kal. He obviously won't be facing due to the new over. However, they'll be wanting to get him to face as many deliveries as possible.
Now in the block hole, this is Sifteh Hassan. Will scramble through for a single.
I don't know where that single really comes from. No, Durrani off the mark with a single down the ground. Yeah, this is a batsman who's going to have to take the game by the scruff of the neck, really. Omid Malik Kal. He's had starts, but not really been able to push on, so he'll be wanting to do so here.
Yeah, good bowling, full straight again. I really enjoyed that ball that knocked over Khalik. You know, to get good batters, you've got to bowl good deliveries, and that was a really good example of it, especially after he got smacked for 6.
Yeah, that was a big shot to first come in and hit first up, and then very next ball, 6 and out.
A few people asking, did the penalty runs get put onto the total in the first half of the innings, the first half of the match? Yes, we can tell you they did. They scored 105, plus the 5 penalty runs made it 110. So 111 is the target. And yeah, it's a strange start, but yeah, we'll have to see what Ghent can do to get out of this.
Yeah, no, this again, it's a must-win game, isn't it, for both of them to really try and kickstart their tournament really here.
Yeah, let's see if Hassan can join the party here in the third. Knocked down to long on.
Yeah, it's just a single again. So off the mark with that 1 down the ground, 1 off 3. And again, so that run rate starting to slowly creep up, isn't it? Currently at the 12.5. And again, this is a really, really important spell in the game here.
This is edged and it's going to run away for 4. Straight down towards the camera. Bang. Well, go pick it out of the back of the bag there. It's going to be Jardri chases, but it won't be a successful chase. Successful result for Ghent, who get another 4 runs.
Yeah, that will help the help proceedings. This has been a bit of a slow start for them, especially with wickets falling. That's now 2s all round, 22 for 2, with a delivery left here in the third. Yeah, they'll be looking to really make the most of the final ball of the fielding restrictions here.
Last ball of the over coming up. Been pretty tight. And, well, not a tight shot at all. Girani tries to hit it into next week. And it's the end of the power play. Very different power play than we saw from Royal Brussels. But Ghent, they're 22 for 2 after 3. A little bit behind. Lost a couple of wickets. And yeah, Royal Brussels, I think they'll be happy so far with their work in the first 3 overs.
You know, they will be, won't they? Because they've managed to keep a very dangerous Ghent side down to just 22 off of the first 3 overs, which is big in the context of this game. And there you go. Look at that power play. Completely different, isn't it? Well, at this stage, Royal Brussels were 58 for 1. So technically behind where they were, but of course they had that big collapse in due to the 2 overs from Rowan Faiz, really, wasn't it? The 4th and the 6th going for just 12, really. So this is a big spell here. And it's going to be Iran Hussain. Continuous here. And this is going to be pushed into the leg side. And it will be a leg bite. So off the pad of Malik Kal. He's just struggling to get going here. This is It's a good start, though, isn't it, from Imran Hussain?
I think I was I was thrown before all the carnage about a question in the chat from Mandrake about that Nelson being 1-1-1. And why is that?
Okay.
Short answer is I don't know. Come back to that in a second. As we'll see a little French cart, and this will beat the fielder. Once it beats you, it's hard to pull back. I might have just done this, you know. A little cheeky back heel. This will be pretty hard to tell on the camera because I know that the back of his foot's inside the line. Is his toe on the line? It's actually one where the off-field officials get a better look.
I think he's fine.
I think he's all right there. Yeah.
Yeah, he's fine.
I think from there you can tell he's okay. Does well to catch up with that. You don't see many. Yeah, so anyone, if you do have information, why I think it's something to do with Lord Nelson, but I don't know the specifics of why it's the 1-1-1. 111 in England, of course, is a superstitious number. Hit hard over the onside and caught straight down the throat of Naihan Khalil. And so they lose another wicket. Girani has to go for 7, and Ghent just teetering in this chase now. It's 25 for 3.
Yeah, slot ball. Should have been dispatched back for 6. Didn't quite get the elevation, did he? All the distance, in fact. And eventually it's actually a pretty simple catch for Naihan Khalil. And it's going to be another wicket to go. Third one goes. 25 for 3. Struggling here so far, Ghent.
All sorts of questions about various things. I'll stick with the easy ones first. Some people asking how many runs came off the 10th over in the last innings. Well, there were 100 after 9 overs, but then there were 5 penalty runs, took the score up to 105, and then there were 5 runs off the last over, which was unfinished because they were bowled out. So that's where they ended up at 110. So there were 5 plus the 5 penalty runs off the last over. And that's for Saqib Al Hassan. Hello to you. And also, the Nelson question, obviously, is in there. And the other thing is from Jeff.
Well, we've not had the random questions yet because that normally comes in match 4,
Normally,
of course,
but
in the afternoon.
we'll take any questions anytime.
Always,
You know
always.
that. Oh, it's a bit of a risky shot. Takes his off stump, but it'll be okay. Majid Ali gets off the mark. So, Jeff Maguire, hello to you. And, of course, he will see us in Khartoum with his company, Grizzly Bear Sports. Pretty enthusiastic supporters of European cricket.
He'll see you.
Yeah, oh yeah, he'll see us, meaning European cricket. Who's our fancy to win Group A? Because very young Irish
Spain.
development squad. And he wants to know, do we think that Spain will win the group? Yeah, I'll get your thoughts after that. Full and straight. Knocked out for 1. So, yeah, need a bit of a recovery job of themselves here, really.
Yeah, Malik Kal just struggling, isn't he? Hasn't really been able to go ahead and take many risks. Doesn't need to, though. Needs to rebuild because you don't want to lose any more wickets. Because if you can get to the halfway stage with these two still at the crease, they'll feel as if they've got a chance to run this down. But that run rate is very slowly creeping up now. And it could get to a very uncontrollable amount pretty quickly. And again, a really strong finish to the over from Hussain. It's actually a decent shot. And it will just be a single.
Yeah.
So at the end of the 4th over, again, 28 for 3.
Yeah, 28 for 3 after 4. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. We are here in the giant ice cube in Mechelen, just about halfway between Brussels and Antwerp in Belgium. It's been a really exciting series so far. We've called it Belgian ball, even though it probably hasn't quite been as consistent, the hitting, in the last couple of days. After Saturday, broke all sorts of records, over 1,100 runs in the day. And look, question from Jeff, who do we like in Group A? Well, let's have a look at Group A. These are the teams that are in there. So very young, inexperienced Ireland 11 side, I suppose. Mostly they're in their early 20s. You've got Spain in there, the host nation. You've got Austria as well, very good T10 side. Portugal, just missing a couple of players, I noticed. I went and looked at the final squads. They're up on the website at the moment, I should say. And Czech Republic, again, missing a couple of their big fish. No Ashoka, no Beast for them. So this one's okay, you know, first up. Yeah, so... Yeah, you mentioned Spain. You like Spain in this one,
Yep,
Charlie.
I do indeed.
Tell me why that is.
I think they've just got an abundance of experience in T10, as do Austria and, of course, Portugal and Czech Republic as well. But I think, yeah, Spain obviously hailing a few of their players from that successful ECL campaign for Pakai Care and a couple of players from last year as well.
This is hit straight, and it's hit pretty well. It's down by the cube, and this one is out of the ground. Maximo! Well, that'll help. And Majid does like to swing it, and you see this is just a length ball, and he hits straight through the line, gets 6 runs for his team.
Yeah, it's a nice shot down the ground. Finally getting on the action is Majid Ali. Just his 4th delivery face, runs on to 8. Yeah, just needs to need to get going now to get hit.
Sure does. A little bit fuller, a little bit wider. And I only get a single off this one. So, yeah, a lot of people ask about the squads. I know that we're working very hard. I think by at least sometime today, maybe tomorrow morning at the worst, you'll have all the squads for Group A and Group B up there on the website. So thanks for your patience with that and just finalising a few things technically. But yeah, I mean, who do you like, Jeff? I mean, I've got to say, I've had a little bit of a feeling about Austria. Ireland are just an unknown quantity at this level, though. This is going to be turned around the corner. Long chase for the man at fine leg, but he'll handle it. Just another single. Yeah, I don't have an opinion on it because I just have not seen the Irish guys play this format and also with this level of scrutiny. I think they're the two things that are going to be super interesting to watch against, particularly Spain and Austria, that are way more experienced with the spotlight and with the format. So I'm interested to get your thoughts. Down the leg side, this one will be called wide. And not just you, Jeff, everyone in the chat. What do you think? I mean, I just think Austria missing a few as well, and what probably that they would like. Sahil Zadran's one that I noticed isn't in the squad. They would like him. Just while we think about that, Mike Buckland coming up with the answer to the Nelson.
There you go.
And I'll read that out after
Clever
this ball
chatters.
from Khalil. Gets hit and gets hit pretty well. And the batter was not running for this, and that's why. That's miles out of the ground. Maximo Majid getting things back on track for Ghent with some big hitting.
They need a few more of these, though, to Ghent. They're getting there slowly. But again, that run rate, every single time there's less than a boundary, it's just slowly creeping up. But that's a really nice shot, though. Gets that front leg out of the way, and it goes all the way. 6 more.
So Mike saying that Nelson, 1-1-1, is thought to refer to Lord Nelson's lost eye, arm and leg. However, notably, Nelson actually had both of his legs intact, and the third missing body part is mythical. Well, I've got more questions after that answer, to be honest. But wait for this ball. I think it's also something about, this is probably what I thought, this rings a bell, the fact that the 1-1-1 looks like the stumps with no bails, which means the bails are off, which means it might be a wicket, because the general thinking is that the 1-1-1 brings a wicket, right? And so it's the end of the 5th over here, 44 for 3. That's why the Honourable Reverend David Shepherd, former international umpire, always used to stand on the one leg, and that's, everyone knows, the traditional way to ward off the bad energy that a Nelson brings. So anyway, thanks for that question. He used to sit. Do you not know that? He was at square leg. And even in test matches, he'd stand on one leg until the score got off 1-1-1.
Okay,
for
right.
luck.
I thought you meant he would umpire every single ball.
I didn't see him really doing it at the bowler's end, but I definitely saw him doing it when he was at square leg.
Just trying to keep himself entertained.
Those of you that are a bit older than Charlie, back me up on that.
Just a bit.
Anyway, here we go with Sifte Hassan. This is a full toss. Gets a fair bit of bat on this. This hangs in there a long time and comes down in the deep, dark forest. Maximo! That brings up the 50. And it's been a strange innings. It's kind of the reverse of what we saw in the first innings from Royal Brussels. They had a really good first 3 overs, then lost their way in the next 3. But through the middle overs, it does seem that Majid in particular is getting this innings on track.
Yeah, this is going to help proceedings, isn't it? Because, again, this is a must-win game for them to not only get themselves some more points on the board, but also to restrict Royal Brussels to not gaining anything out of today's play. So, of course, time will tell as to how things will play out here in Belgium. But again, it just has been an incredible display of cricket.
Jeff Maguire saying he fancies Spain. Says Ireland do have really good young spinners, but maybe the short boundaries might not suit. Yeah, maybe. Well, speaking of boundaries, this one is sailing over at Maximo, and he's been on fire since he's been out there. Majid moves to 28 off only 9 balls.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot. Well, that's gone right into the bush. So new ball, please, because I don't think we're going to find that one back unless you want to go dig it in there, Vinny. But I'm probably guessing you don't. 6 more, lovely shot.
Yeah, not quite the crossbar challenge we saw earlier in the innings, but still, this innings taking a turn. They've got to get rid of Majid, and quickly, don't they? Because he's taking the game away from them here, Royal Brussels. Very topsy-turvy contest, back and fro, to and fro here, back and forth.
Yeah, this is very interesting. Just goes to show, pretty level playing field here in Belgium. Needs a response though, does Hassan.
Let's hit everything now. This one just goes back to the bowler. I think that Mike Buckland saying he saw Shep doing the leg lift at both ends. Well, there you go.
Jeff's giving out free merchandise as well.
Yeah, good on you, Jeff.
There you go.
Appreciate that. And look, yeah, Group A is going to be a great way to get things started.
Oh, for
Now, we're
sure.
also hoping in the next 2 to 3 weeks, maybe during the ECC, to release the draw for the ECL, the Champions League of European Cricket, early next year. And so it does look like that will take place over 4 weeks, which will actually have 6 groups playing basically half a week each in the first 3 weeks. 6 groups of 5.
Okay.
And then a championship week.
Okay. That changes things.
Yeah, I mean, so
Bit of a change up. I like it though.
So this year, every group played a whole week, which obviously we love. Shot. And this will take some catching. It won't be run down, and that'll be 4 more. So Malik Kell gets into the action as well. Omid Malik Kell. He's a guy, I think he plays the shot really well. He just leans on the ball, times the absolute clothes off that one. It takes him up into the 60s. Yeah, so earlier in the year, we had obviously had 5 group weeks of 6 and then a championship week. The issue is run 6 weeks. It's quite a long time for it to run, obviously, and as the number of clubs, it might even grow again. So it looks like we're heading for slightly shorter group stages. We'll put some protection out here now. That'll be the end of the over. So in the end, Hassan will go for 24 and 6 overs in. The score is 62 for 3. Anybody's game at the moment, especially with Majid hitting him the way that he is. Yeah, so this is still very much in the air, but the only difference would be instead of a 5-day group stage, we'd have a 3-day group stage. So instead of teams playing 8 matches and then a finals day, so playing each other twice and then a finals day, they'll just play each other once and then a finals day.
Okay,
so you'll have day 1 and day 2. Each team will play 2 matches, and then the finals day on the Wednesday. So it could be, looks like it'll be 2 groups actually will be decided every week. So that's going to be even more action. You know,
Nice.
You know what makes that cool as well?
What's that?
It makes every 3rd day a finals day in the group stage instead of every 5th day.
I do like that. I am looking forward to it 100%. Again, that's quite a long way away, but it will slowly sneak up on us, especially after we get through the ECC, which is going to be a gala of cricket.
Yeah,
isn't
so
it?
Jeff is just mentioning that he'll be there in February, of course, and the Belfast team CIYMS are locked and loaded with big hitters and a couple of Irish internationals. So, yeah, CIYMS, I'm glad they get an opportunity because they did qualify before. That was in a year that the tournament was cancelled due to COVID. And there's a couple of teams like that. I know that Forfarshire as well, Forfs in Scotland, they qualified in the 2020 period, but then couldn't actually take their place in the tournament. So they get an opportunity now as well, having qualified as the ECL 23 team from Scotland. I think it's going to be super interesting. And yeah, I can give you a bit more information about that draw during this over. First, let's see what Zahid can do. He's been so tight so far. But now it could be a wicket, and it should be a wicket. It is a wicket. And so Yassine Khan takes the catch, and that's the key wicket of Majid, who'd been so good there. But now his innings ends on 29. The score 63 for 4, and he just couldn't quite get the time on that. Went straight up in the air and well held behind the stumps.
That's a big wicket in the context of this game. I tell you that for free, because he's the in-batsman, Omid Malik Kell, who's just been playing a bit of a secondary role. He's 9 off 9. Well, this man, he's got levers, isn't he? And I tell you what, he might need an extra long bat as well, because he's 6'11". And I tell you what, he could do with getting those levers into use here. But a good catch in the end from the man behind the stumps, and the big wicket goes.
Yeah.
Again, 63 for 4.
Comes in at number 6. Yeah, there is a limit to how long your bat can be.
Of course, yeah.
Most bats aren't quite at that limit. The stumps... Andrews had said
anywhere
the
on the pad, it's coming, isn't it?
Look like they're at his knees. That's a good observation. And he's going to pull first up, and I think he's going to get a boundary. He does. So good start for Azhar, who just picks up on this one a little bit short of a length, and he can certainly hold a bat. And so even though they've lost the key wicket of Majid that over, he's hoping to get his team close to the target.
I mean, I question the choice when you're going to go and try and bounce someone who's 6'11".
Yeah, it didn't get up that much, did it? It was about top of the pad high.
It was waist high.
Dismissed it. I'd be going the Yorker here. I'd be saying, see if you can jam down on this. Anyway. That's what he tries. Better ball. Squeezed out for 1. So have a look at that run rate required. It's around about the 12.5 to 13 at the moment.
Yeah, every time it's not a boundary, it just keeps going up and up and up, but they keep just dragging themselves back into it with the odd boundary here and there.
So as far as the ECL draw, of course, we're talking about the ECL, not the ECC that's coming up next week, which is an international competition. That's like the Euros of cricket. We're talking about the ECL, which is like the Champions League. So it's a club-based competition for champion clubs of Europe. Swing and a miss on this one. So yeah, there'll be various groups, and it's done mostly randomly, but there are some things that we have to avoid, such as when there's international fixtures around for certain countries. So there are certain things that we do try and navigate around, because we do want the best players available to play. That's one thing that we do try and have some flexibility in the scheduling for, but yeah, it's done very, very fairly. Last ball of the over coming up for Zahid. Just gets pushed for 1, so he's done his job. He'll finish with 1 for 9. And Omid Malikel will retain the strike. 7 overs down. The score is 69 for 4. Big finish coming up here, and big finish to the day as well, because we know that we've got 1 more match today and then 4 more matches tomorrow as Group B continues. The last day of Group B matches before we hit quarterfinals on Friday and finals on Saturday. And you can see there, Group A, we had the Mechelen Eagles, as well as Antwerp, 12 Stars, and Austin Exiles all qualified. The fact that Austin Exiles, a team that actually won the domestic championship last year, represented Belgium in the ECL. The fact they qualified 4th shows you how strong the competition is here in Belgium.
Yeah, no, it just goes to show that every team's got their quirks and their issues as well, because every team is beatable, and I think that's why the cricket so far has been such a spectacle to watch here.
This is down the ground, and it'll just beat the single.
So what's that now? That's now 41 off of 17, so that run rate's creeping up. They need a big over here. They need a big over if they're going to go ahead and chase this down, because otherwise it's just going to start creeping and almost get to somewhere that's not quite easy to take on here.
This is driven away again. If it's just 1, that's fine. I'm going to say Hyatt does very well there. Puts everything behind it. He was never letting that one get through. So yeah, this is where we've seen a few teams get to this stage, but then have a poor 8th and or 9th over.
Yeah, he's deep in his crease. Here's Malik Kal.
This is going to be the boundary they need, and this is a man who's looked good, but he's not quite run a ball pacey. He is now after this. He whacks it away over cover. Fairly safe shot, and hits the short boundary as well. 4 runs to Ghent.
Yeah, nice shot. Need a couple more though, and this is the partnership to do it. I have a feeling that this could be a big end to the over, and that's what they need, don't they? Because they're still running it. 36 required off 15 still, so if they can get it down into the 20s for 2 overs remaining, that's what they want.
Wow, he really pins his ears back on this one. He's going to get another boundary. It's not really his game, is it? He's more classical than this. This is a good old-fashioned agricultural special from Omid Malikel, and he gets a thin under edge, but there will be runs that his team will take. 4 more.
Yeah, really nice bit of luck there for Ghent. Again, that's what you need though if you're going to chase this sort of total. Malikel now moves on to 19. Look at that, 32 off of 14. So they've got 2 deliveries left. Boundary here or there could really help.
Yeah, so Jeff's got a question in the chat for me. Are we going karaokeing
saw that
on Sunday night?
That'd be
Not
interesting.
so sure. I'll probably be prepping for Monday morning. Jeff, give you a rain check on that one. Well, smacked, and I think this one's out of the ground. Their fielder is going back, but he has to watch it. Maximo! Wow, what a good sense of hitting from Omid Malikel. Gets a bit lucky with the middle one, but the other 2 were just good shots. This one has what it takes to get out of the ground and get fighting back here in the 8th over.
Yeah, this is good to see. I told you. I had a feeling, Vinny. And it's coming true, because that's a lovely shot. Malikel now moves into the 20s. And well, what's that? What's the equation now? 26 off of 13.
26 off 13.
To a ball.
This is where I still think you need to think boundary. If you just get a 1, that's also fine, but you're running out of balls. I think you've had the better of Kalu this over. He does go boundary, and he goes miles over the boundary. Maximo! What a shot that is. And it was mentioned that he was struggling a little bit. Well, not anymore, as that over goes magical. 22 come off the 8th, and the score is 91 for 4. Game on.
Yeah, it certainly is game on, Vinny. And I told you, I have a feeling. And well, I tell you what, a couple of Maximos there. And they've brought this down to 20 off of 12.
Yeah, G-Pop Zim rightly saying that Malikel was struggling a little bit, but not so much. Now, And also mentioning that the penalty runs might come back to bite Royal Brussels.
Very true.
Bite Ghent, I should say. When you think about it, they really should just be chasing 106 here, but they're chasing 111. So, yeah, are you a karaoke enthusiast,
Love
Charlie?
it.
You do? Do you have a go-to?
love-
It's all song selection, isn't it, with karaoke? Do you have a go-to?
Oh, Valerie.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is that
That's
right?
a surprise.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
I
well
wasn't
known
expecting that.
between quite a few members back in Spain.
Right. I'll have to dig up the footage of that.
No,
All right, ninth overtime. There's Wazuk, who's going to come on to try and shut the gate. He's bowling to Waleed. He gets no bat on this, but doesn't matter because he scrambles through. In fact, a little bit of an inside edge, so he'll get a single there. And now Omid Malik back on strike.
Yeah, this is... Well, that's all that Azhar had to really do there because he knows that Malikal, he's just got into the next gear. He's gone from 4th to 5th gear and also put the afterburners on as well because he's now 31 off of 16. So 19 required off of 11. Again, if they can get it down to 10 off the final over or even less, they'll feel in control here.
And he's only getting the one over here, Wazuk, because he's bowling the ninth. Surprises me a little bit. Short, takes it on, hits it pretty well, and he knew straight away. In fact, that one's peppering the roof of the tent. Maximo, he's sprung to life here. OMK and OMG, he has his team now in box position here in the ninth over. All happening in the ninth.
Yeah, well, it needs to happen in the ninth as well for one of these two teams. And that is certainly going to help the help proceedings, and that's now 13 off 10. So this game slowly going into Ghent's favour.
Yeah. Here's the comeback ball from Wazuk. Slightly slower one, but still directed. It's 4 more. Things happening here. Well, he's timed his run perfectly, hasn't he, Omid Malik? I like the idea here. Rolls his fingers down the left-hand side of the ball, but it's inaccurate. And for that reason, the batter has plenty of time. It was a slow ball that might have been too slow. He picks it and he smacks it away, gets it down to single digits required.
Yeah, too much time really for Malik Cow, especially when he's seeing it the way he is at the moment. So 2 hits away from victory now are Ghent, and it'd be nice to also see Malik Cow bring up his 50 if possible.
This time he goes offside. Just gets the one. It's a big one to get him off strike because it means you've got a crack at Azhar a couple of times. He hasn't really done too much with the bat so far, and maybe you can dot him up a couple of times. Again, still got to get these runs. Game is in the balance. We tilted towards Ghent now.
Yeah, they need 2 dot balls here to Ghent. A wicket or a dot ball is crucial.
Well, goes after this. Hits it very, very high. It's a catching opportunity. Muneeb's under it, and he's got a dodgy hand, but there's nothing dodgy about his fielding. And Azhar holds out. More or less, it will be a dot as well. So, nice bit of bowling by Wazuk. Challenges the big man to go after him. He couldn't resist. Muneeb does the rest, and so the score now 103 for 5. 7 balls remaining. Really tight finish here in match 35.
That went very, very high. I know he's a tall man, but boy, oh boy, did that re-entered the atmosphere, and it had fire coming off it. And that was a really good catch from the man with one hand, because that will... I don't think he's doing well at hiding it for the cameras, but I think I can assure you he's in a lot of pain. But this is an interesting last ball here, because what do you do here? Do you swing from the hip?
Yeah, you swing. I don't think you want a single. So I think in order, you're looking for 6 or 4. You're probably not going to go for a 2 unless you're sure you can get back to the keeper's end and keep Omid Malik safe. He's just so valuable now. So you've got 5 wickets in hand. You're not really in trouble from that point of view. So I actually would refuse a single here, because I don't think it's worth it. Anyway, last ball of the ninth coming up. Hit it hard. Well, they are going to take it on. And yeah, interesting strategically to take that one. Nangule is the new batter. He will be facing, he's in the hot seat now. It's the end of the ninth over. The score is 104 for 5. So they need 7 off the last. Let's have a look at what's coming up, of course, in the last game of the day. And these two teams will do battle again. They're both hanging mid-table. Their fortunes could go one way or the other. News from the toss is that Ghent, they'll get an opportunity to bat first after winning the toss in match 36. And yeah, I do think that we will see plenty more action before the day's out. Let's have a look at the current though. There's a late change there as well. Because Harrington, I think he was a late addition. Don't think he was in the 11 that I saw originally. But anyway, probably a handy player to pick up if he's fit. All right. So here we go. They're going to spin, and it's Manib to bowl the last. And, well, straight away, he disappears. Maximo! Well, that's why you take the single. Nangulate comes out, takes one, takes the strike, and takes centre stage. Not a bad ball, but it had to go. Abracadabra, that disappears. And just like that, the match is tied.
Yeah, I'm really not sure on this decision from Manib to bowl spin here, because unless you're going to get it right on the money, 6 balls on the trot, it's going to go a long way, and that's exactly what's happened here.
Yeah, I mean, don't mind it, but just didn't work out. I get the theory of why you might try this, but Nangulate, what a good shot that was. Any score wins it now. And this will do it. Well, no mess, no fuss. They're going to do this. Never mind all the errors they made early in this game. They fought their way back, and it will be Ghent continue their good run. Now, they've won 3 in a row, and they will get the chance to keep batting, I suppose, because in the first innings of the final game of the day, it will be Ghent who will take the bat. And for Royal Brussels, well, puts them further in jeopardy, doesn't it, with just the 1 win so far in the series. And they'll certainly want to square the ledge up in the last match of the day coming up very shortly in around about 15 minutes right here on ECN. But look, congratulations to Ghent. In the end, they do what they need to. You saw there, Harrington is back in the lineup. And so that should be just another skill set they've got, Royal Brussels. They did miss him a little bit. Maybe they just felt he was only up to the 1 game today. But like I said, that match coming very, very shortly. As we get to the highlights of this one. And it was a very different kind of a start, wasn't it? I mean, the power play difference was stark. And it shows you the importance of having to go on with it. We saw Royal Brussels score 58 in the power play. Ghent only scored 22 in the power play. And to be honest, 14 of them were scored in the second over. But it was a second over that had a lot of action in it because there were 2 fours, a 6 and 2 wickets as a couple of key players were removed. That was the crossbar challenge, cricket style. And Faisal Khalik, he went 6 and out himself. A really good shot, but couldn't deal with the next delivery. And then it was over to the fielder there. Khalil took a very, very good catch as well. So Rehman Hussain with 3 wickets here. And he just made things really tough for Ghent. But they needed a couple of heroes to stand up. And that's exactly what happened for Ghent, actually. And it was Majid Ali originally with some really powerful strikes. 4 big sixes in his 29. Didn't hit a 4, but did hit 4 bombs. And he was the one really in the middle overs. He felt he was getting going. And look, credit to Omid Malik Kale as well, because he did have a bit of a sluggish start. I mean, he's a class player. I think that shows in his stroke play. Meanwhile, a couple of wickets fell. Majid went for 29, and then it really was up to Omid Malik Kale to try and carry the game forward. He ended up doing that very, very well and exploded in the 8th over. Ended up taking it magical, going 4-4-6-6. And then following on with a 6 and a 4 in the 9th. So that was just the part of the innings where the game looked to be slipping away from them, but they were able to come up with the big boundaries when they needed them. And Wazuk, in the end, you see this one was a pretty good one, wasn't it? It went all the way under the 10th, then the slower ball went. So that left them with just a few to get, around about 9 off the last 9. And then although they do lose the wicket there, it was almost in sight. They gambled on Manib to bowl the last over. It didn't go very well. Nangulate put the finishing touches on. So that's why they weren't too fussed about who was facing. They had full confidence in Nangulate, and he didn't let them down. He goes 6-1, finishes the game, and it will be Ghent who continue their good run. Team that didn't win a game on their first day, but they've won 3 straight now, and they'll have a lot of confidence, especially batting first. They'll be hoping to put a big total on the board when we return. Omid Malik Kale ends up with a pretty handy 42 off 19, and from memory, I think he was something like 13 off 14 or something like that, or 12 off 13, and he ends up with a very, very good strike rate of over 200. Apart from that, Majid Ali, he really got it started, to be honest, with his 29 off 12 balls. In the end, they get the 6s when they need them. 9 Maximos in that innings. A successful chase, and despite the penalty runs they gave away, despite the loose bowling, they were able to rein it back in and turn this game around. 3 for 19, Rehman Hussain tried very hard for his team and had them on the ropes early. So did Zahid, who only went for 1 for 9 in his 2 overs. He bowled the 1st and the 7th. The other wicket went to Wazik Butt in the 9th, but he did give away just a crucial Maximo and a 4 at a time where they probably couldn't afford it. And so that's the final score here in match 35. Ghent They get the target of 1-1-1 with 4 balls to spare. We're talking a bit about the Nelson. Well, Ghent come up with the Nelson, which is exactly what they needed. They win by 5 wickets in the 10th over. We'll have a quick break. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes to take you into the last game of the day. It will be match number 36. And Royal Brussels could really use a win now. If they don't get one, then they'll have to win both of their matches tomorrow. And I don't think that will be a very easy proposition for them. So they'll want to make their life a little bit easier when we return, and they'll need to do that by getting a win over Ghent, who are flying in this series. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, Charlie Hunt with me as well. Hope you are flying through your day. We're enjoying bringing you the action, and we will be back shortly on ECN with more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Good afternoon, welcome back to sunny Mechelen here at the Vryburg Cricket Ground here for the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Belgium. Last game of the day here on a very lovely Wednesday afternoon, and we can go to the all-important coin toss as tournament referee Stefan Gooch is there, as we will see Royal Brussels will be taking on Ghent. So let's go to the coin toss.
Royal Brussels to call. Tails to call. It's heads. Okay. Thank you. Good luck, guys. All the best.
So news from the toss there, the Ghent skipper, he's going to go ahead and bat first, which is a real good move here. It's a positive move because they're going to go ahead and put runs on the board, which is going to be difficult for Royal Brussels to go ahead and chase here, as this is a must-win game for them after losing that first game of the mini-series here this afternoon. But they bring in Oliver Harrington, and he brings a bit of a different dynamic to their batting lineup, and that's where they've really been missing runs in that middle order for Royal Brussels. But we can go ahead and go to Vinny Sandu, who's in the ice cube. He's excited. It's the last game of the day, and the news from the toss, Ghent, they will bat first.
I am super excited, Charlie. Great to be back here. Last game of the day on a Wednesday afternoon. You can see the surrounds of this ground in Mechelen. Well, it's a little bit greener than it has been, but not particularly green considering the summer that we've had in Europe and some of the water restrictions. And you can see that this ground is just outside of Mechelen, which is a very interesting town, halfway between Brussels and Antwerp. I've visited both, so I've basically seen 3 cities for the price of one in this tournament. And I've got to say that the hospitality has been fantastic from our Belgian friends. Right here, we've got a very interesting rematch coming up between Royal Brussels and Ghent. Royal Brussels now, they find themselves 1-4. They will play Liège tomorrow in their last 2 games, but they find themselves on 2 points. And they basically have 3 matches to try and catch up to ICCB to qualify. That's the way they'll probably be looking at it. And yeah, to do that, they'll need 2 wins. Ideally 3 would make sure it's not left up to net run rate if they're going to qualify for the quarterfinals on Friday. For Ghent, though, I mean, they kind of shot themselves in the foot, played most of the game with a bullet hole in their foot, but still won. They got there. 111 was the target, and they ended up making it with 4 balls to spare. But I will say, did struggle a bit with their control with the new ball. Wally Dazar is in the lineup again, but Siam Malik Kell is he's not going to be in the 11 after his control issues in the last game. He'll be relegated to 12th man. Ghent 128 to 102. They are 26 run favourites in this one. So Royal Brussels not expected to get this win here according to the supercomputer, but anything can happen. This is the beauty of T10 cricket. We certainly saw that last game toing and froing all over the place. Almost ready to get started. And once again, will be Sarab Zahid that will open the bowling. And here's a man. He's just popped out from the other side of the cube. That's pretty convenient. Doing your intro there because he's right back here already by the first ball. Charlie Hunt to take us through the first part of this one. And for sure, I think Royal Brussels, they'll be seeing they only have 3 more opportunities to register points here in Group B.
Yeah, no, looking forward to this one. Thank you very much, Vinny. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting contest, of course, after coming off the back of a 5-wicket win for Ghent. Royal Brussels are in dire need of a victory here because their form is just falling to the pits of despair, really, and they are in desperate need of a win here. And, well, if there's ever a time to do it, it's your last game of Group B, isn't it? Because International CC Brussels, they are now 7 games played, 3-1, 4 losses in their entire tournament so far. Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to this one. Match 36 coming your way here on the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Belgium on the European Cricket Network. Looking forward to bringing you the coverage here. Certainly going to be a very interesting matchup. No surprise, Zahid, he's going to be taking the first delivery and the first over for Royal Brussels. Just waiting for that clock to tick right over. Don't want to have another early start. We had one at the start of today. And it is going to be Sarab Zahid to get us underway here in match 36. And Hakimi Bengalia starts with a single into the offside. Thank you to everyone for choosing the European Cricket Network as your form of entertainment here. It's an interesting Wednesday afternoon because we've had a bit of everything today. We've had rain right at the start of the day, during the night, early hours of the morning. Then we had a bit of a cold start to this morning. Now had a bit of heat, and now had a bit of wind, so a bit of everything here. Well, the skipper, he's brought himself to open here. Bit of a change after the first game this afternoon. Came in at number 3, but he's moved himself to take the second delivery here. There's a wild swing, goes for the cover drive, doesn't get anything on it. Yeah, this is just proving to be a very interesting matchup after that first game. It's a must-win for Royal Brussels. It's another wild swing here from Faisal Khalik. Gets it all wrong. Playing down the complete wrong line, if truth be told. I appreciate everyone joining in the chat. Hope you're all well. Hope you've had a very good afternoon, and I hope you're looking forward to a good last game here this afternoon. Finishing off with a very big game. Driven nicely. Won't get a run though. Pretty decent shot for just a dot ball. This has been again another tidy start here. Pretty similar to how Ghent got their reply underway in the previous game. Not too long ago now, of course. They only had 2 on the board after their first over in match 35, but this time match 36, 1 on the board so far, 2 deliveries to go. And they will get more this time because it'll be a single into the leg side. Yeah, good to see everyone in the chat. Good to see Archie in there having a conversation with Maya and then Mandrake at the break. Nice to see all the love and support in the chat. Also good to see regulars as well coming in and out. And we obviously, this is the last game of the day, match 4, so we tend to get a little bit crazy here. Last ball of the first. Swings hard into the leg side. Won't fall to a man, but he will eventually do enough to keep it in the field of play. There's a bit of everything with that one. And it will bring us to the close of the first over with 2 runs off the final ball. So Ghent will finish 4 for none after the first. He eventually does pretty well. 9 Khalil. Yeah, looking at the bowlers for Royal Brussels in this game. There was a mixture of support, but it's a good opportunity. Just to remind you, unless you weren't aware, we are only 5 days away from T10 International Cricket returning to your screens, and it will all be happening here on the European Cricket Network. That starts on the 12th of September, all the way through to the 14th of October. 5 days to go, 5 weeks of T10 cricket coming your way, 7 days of cricket a week. As we're now going to see Rahman Hussain starts, and he's going to get whipped away, and it's going to be carved, and it's going to be 4 more. 4 to start the second over. Good start this time around. And Faisal Khalik finally opens up his boundary count with a 4 on the offside. Yeah, Oliver Harrington coming into the lineup for Royal Brussels. I think it's a really good addition because he can give you an over or 2, but he can also supply you with a pretty big handful of runs. And this will be a wide. I can tell you the umpire signals. I can let you know the appointments for match 4. Mohamed Munir and Abdul Rahman. This is Mohamed Munir on currently at the bowler's end. Let's have some random questions. Get your random thoughts in. Let us know what you're thinking, what you're wondering. Well, this is a slot ball, and Khalik is going to pounce on this one, and that could be one of the longest ones of the day. 6 more runs, and it's a lovely maximum down the ground. 6 more. It's a nice shot from Faisal Khalik there. Really good to see. I won't be there in Khartoum for ECS. I'll be helping in the background now. I'll still be around, don't you worry. Vinny will obviously be taking you through that first week alongside Rico and possibly Corey whenever they can. And he's gone for it again. This time it could be an opportunity. And he's taken. That's a really good catch. I don't think he quite caught it correctly because he waves the hand because I think he might have got a bit of pain on that one. But it's a big wicket and it's the skipper. Faisal Khalik goes for 1 too many. Right across the line. Finds the edge. And it races away into the hands of the man at short third man, and it's the first wicket to go again, 15 for 1. Big wicket that is, in the context of this game. Faisal Khalid goes, yet again failing. Got a couple of boundaries to his name, but wasn't able to kick on. And he made 6 in the first game, and this time he only makes 11. So only adds 5 to his previous best in today. Good afternoon to James Stewart. Joins us in the chat. How are you, James? Archie saying we'll be good to have you in the chat next week. Maybe. I'll be around sometimes. Of course, I know Vinny's mentioned it a couple of times, but unless you obviously missed out. But due to there being a few broadcast partners for the ECC, Vinny, Rico, and Corey won't be able to take full attention to the chat. They'll still be keeping an eye on it, and I know Vinny will, of course, be getting involved. He'll refer to it a couple of times, but obviously due to other requirements, they won't be so reliant or respondent is probably the word. But they'll still be keeping up to date with it. I will be there in there as well for sure. Don't worry about that one. This is driven, and driven on the up, but nicely finds the gap. And it will be a boundary to start for Malik Kal, who continues where he left off. He finished off in fine form. Finished on 42, not out off of 19 in that last game. And adds 4 more to his total for the day because that is a gracious shot, 4 more. Random question. What song describes you and why? That's a good one. I like that, Magic. That's a good question. Because I'm going to have to take a moment to think about that one. Good response, Fuller. Driven again well. Straight to Hamil Hayat, and it will be a dot ball. That's a good one. I'll have to think of that one for a while because I know there's an interesting question really. Offside yet again, and it will be another dot ball. So dot ball to finish what was an interesting over, getting the wicket, but also getting a few boundaries off it. And at the end of the second over, get 19 for 1. Yeah, I think at the moment, best way to describe the summer of Charlie, I think is what I'll ask, or what I'll answer, is crazy. Been done a lot of travelling due to some commentary work for the European Cricket Network, which has been incredible. It's been an incredible summer. Well, that's the story so far here in Group B. So that's the updated standings as well. So a victory for Ghent brings them on to level points with ICCB. Of course, ICCB have played 3 more games than Ghent, and they finished their run here in Group B. Only time will tell if it will be enough because, of course, a victory here for Old Brussels will certainly change proceedings. We're going to see Owasik, but he's going to take us into the 3rd over, last over the power play here. It's a wild swing. It's high off the splice of the bat, and eventually is taken. Munir Mohammed was there to support the backtracking Hamil Hayat, but he takes a good catch over his head, and it's another wicket to fall. This time it's the second one goes. Ghent 19 for 2. Off the splice of the bat, trying to play across the line. Wasn't really short enough to try and pull, and he gets it all wrong. So he has to make the long walk back. Does Hakimi Nangilai, and he goes for 3, 19 for 2 on the board. Yeah, no, that's a good question. Yeah, crazy. It's a good song. I like that song as well because it's been a crazy summer. Certainly has been, back and forth between on the road and home. It's been really good fun. Yeah, crazy by Niles Barkley. There you go. That's the song. Bit of a throwback heat for me, for my age anyway. Anyway, good start for Wazig Butt. Gets a breakthrough with his first delivery. He'll want to continue on here. And there's a peel, and he's gone. And he gets the big wicket of Majid Ali. And he's not too happy with the call, but he makes the way all the way back because he's got to go. And it's 2 in 2. What a start for Wazig Butt. And another wicket goes. And that's a really good delivery. Not much that's to argue there. It takes a big step across. Height was perfect. It's looking like it's going to clatter into the stumps. And look at that. He's off. High fives all round. 2 in 2 for Wazig Butt. And it's the 3rd wicket to go. Again, 19 for 3. And, well, there we go. We've already had one in the previous game this afternoon because we ended up getting the 25th hat-trick. It was Ram Faiz, wasn't it? He took 5 in 5 legal deliveries. How incredible is that? he ended up obviously winning the game for Ghent, with that bringing them back into the game, of course, because it was an electric start. But it is a hat-trick opportunity. We've already had one today. Are we going to get two in a day? That is going to be something incredible here, but this is a big ask, and it's the man who took the hat-trick. He's facing a hat-trick ball now, Ryan Faze. Look at that, 2 for none after 2 deliveries for Wazukba. Here we go then, hat-trick ball. Oh, and it only just gets a bit of bat on it. He does well, does Faiz. Keeps it out. But I tell you what, this is such an incredible first half of the over. Wicket, wicket, dot. Look at this one. Only, wow, it almost chops on as well. All happening here in Belgium. Just goes to show plenty of talent here on display. Continuing here is Butt. Great over so far. Fuller driven down the ground. I don't think he's going to get round to cut this off. He will actually. Good work in the end from Naim Khalil. Wasn't quite timed as well as I expected from Faiz, and he gets off the mark with a single. So no double wicket maiden, but it's just 1 run so far. This is just proving to change the game a little bit, but when you've got Malik Kell who's seeing it as well as he is after not getting out in the previous game, he's going to look to continue the attack here. Into the offside. We'll get through the first fielder. It's a bit of a hand on it. And it will be another single. No, yeah. That's a good one. Let us know what there's a good one here from Magic saying Greatest Showman. This is me. Great film, by the way. Very good film. I like that. I like that a lot. This one is going to clatter just into the inner thigh, I think, of Faiz, and will bring an end to what has been an incredible first over for Wazukba, and he brings Royal Brussels back into the frame of things. And at the end of the third, at the end of the power play, Ghent 21 for 3. And take a look at the power play. That first over was had a bit of everything. Well, the power play itself had a bit of everything. In fact, 4 off the first, nice and tidy, no boundaries. Then we had 3 boundaries in that second over, going for 15, but also getting the big wicket of Faz Al-Khaliq. And then we went back-to-back, 2 wickets on the trot for Wazukba, and he only conceded two singles in the over as well. So a great over for him. I'll be surprised to see if he doesn't come back for his 4th on the bounce, or for his 2nd on the bounce, I should say, in the 4th over. How did the power play know? So obviously fielding restrictions come to an end, so you can have 5 out, and going to look to make the most of it, as the new bowler will be Vinay Gupta. He's going to get a bit of a spin it to win it option here, as Royal Brussels needing to take a couple more here. This is cloth drag leg side. Sahad Chowdhury will be the man. Gets the long barrier out, nice and textbook stuff, and will just be a single. Malik Kell, he was pretty slow to start with in the first game this afternoon, but when he got going, he really accelerated. Ended up with a strike rate of 221. So it just goes to show, you can give yourself a bit of time, and then you can really go bang, bang, bang. Well, I tell you what, Faiz has had enough. He's going bang, that's 6 down the ground. Lovely shot, and it's a bit of a Gundy ball from Vinay Gupta, right in the slot. Not really asking many questions, and it gets the treatment. 6 more. So needs a response now, Gupta, because he's under a bit of pressure here early on. He's 7 off the first 2. And this is going to get through everything. It will be a wide down the leg side. And he will cut it off. Good work in the end from Rahman Hussain. Ricky, as they like to call him. And it's just going to be the 2 wides to the total. Good to see everyone involved in the chat. Always nice to see. It's one of the best elements of the ECN. I'm very, very fond of it, I have to say. We'll be getting involved over the ECC for sure. This one gets a bit of turn. Has to adjust, does Malik Kell. And it's a good delivery, good comeback, just a dot ball. And again, good bit of turn. This is flat batted down the ground, and again, will be cut off once more. And will just be another single. This has been a good comeback from Gupta after getting swatted back down the ground. This is a good spell here for Royal Brussels. This is down the ground, and this is hit really well, and it will be one bounce four and into the cube, and it's a nice shot in the end. He will get 4 runs to the total. Had to try and find that one. That was was right on the opposite end of the box. And again, good delivery, but he gets punished from that man again. Faiz, he knows what to expect. He's an off spinner himself, so he knows that he's in the mind of Gupta. Needs to finish off strongly though here. Swats this down the ground, and it will be 1 bounce and 4 more to the total. So good end to the over, and that will certainly rub a bit of salt in the wounds for Gupta. And at the end of the 4th, again, 39 for 3. So this is an interesting part. Well, there you go. Just a reminder, ECC coming up 5 days away. And, well, of course, we flicked the switch to prime time, haven't we? The last game, really, match number 5, which starts at 7:30 local time, 5:30 GMT, 11 o'clock in India. That'll be under lights most likely. And also, of course, Saturday and Sunday will be domestic FanCode European Cricket T10. That'll be what's coming your way. So international T10 cricket Monday to Friday, and Spanish domestic teams will be battling out Saturday to Sunday. And well, we're now going to see Sarim Chowdhury is going to get a bowl here. The man with the headband going to take us into the 5th. Driven nicely. Don't think he's going to quite split the field. He won't. It'll be collected by the skipper, Mini Mohammed. And it will be a single to the total. So again, Malik Kell going on a runnable 8 at the moment. Good start from Chowdhury. On the money pretty much straight away. Needs to get it nice and full though. He doesn't, and it's going to be destroyed into the leg side. And, well, that's 6 more to the total because Faizi's having some fun out there, and he races into the 20s, and that one is just a hit-me ball, really, isn't it? No real push of pace, and Faiz is equal to the answer. 6 more. Yeah, look at this one. Right in the arc. Bowling machine bowling, if anything. And Harrington, he's just going to have to watch Taha Chowdhury, if anything, because it was going nowhere near him. Oh, Harrington going to bowl? That's a good question. Flicks off the pad. This is towards Harrington. And it's good that he's so tall, because he's managed to get a pretty decent hand on that one, because that one was travelling and bouncing. Look at this one. Take a bit of a Tortuga. Well, if I was underneath it, let's just say I don't think I would have got that. So it's just another single. Brings Malik Kell on strike, who's 8 off of 8. I think now is where he needs to go, because he's been able to rebuild with Faiz here. This is an outside edge. It's well watched. Well watched by Gupta. That had some spin on it. That had some spin on that one. That was actually really well fielded in the end. Hendrik saying first day of ECC is your granddaughter's 6th birthday. Well, I won't be there, but I wish her an early birthday. Full toss, and again, not middled, but it will get through the man at cover. No worry, though, because Mini Mohammed is there to pick up the pieces, and it's another single. Tom Mandrick's got the setup sorted. I'm using phone for chat and 50-inch TV to watch. Well, there you go. I apologise for having to see my face at the start of the game on a larger screen. Finishing the over here, no Chowdhury. It's a really good delivery. Full Yorker. And Faiz just misses this one, plays down the wrong line. So a good over, really, just 9 off it. And at the end of the 5th, halfway stage, again, 48 for 3. And this is the story so far for the batting side for Ghent here. Nangiala and Faisal Khalik not getting the start that they would have wanted. And Khalik would especially be very disappointed because he actually had he got 2 boundaries on his name. He got a 4 and a 6, so he got starts, but then had to go. And then Majid Ali, well, he got a pearl of a delivery, missed the straight one, and he missed the straight one, and he was given good. Again, that was excellent over from Masih Butt, who's only bowled that one over. I'm sure we'll see him again. This time it's Zareb Zahid, and this is pulled into the leg side, and Harrington does well. Keeps it to just a single. Really good work in the end from Oliver Harrington. Yeah, I was asking Muneem Mohammed at the toss, and I was just saying, so what's the reason for Harrington missing out in the first game? He said it was just simply rotation, long tournament, so need to ensure that you get the players are always fit. And again, this time down the leg side, gets out the way of this one, does Faiz, and actually quite a good take. Yeah, it's a good time to welcome back Vinny Sandy to the commentary box.
Yes,
How are you, Vinny?
Good to be back. Hello, Charlie, and hello, everyone. Last game of the day. Sorry I'm a bit late getting back. Had a few...
Busy man.
Yeah, well, everyone's busy in European cricket at the moment. It's like a Christmas Eve that lasts a whole week, basically, because we've got 5 weeks of Cardomania coming up. 50's up now for Ghent.
That's a wild swipe from Faiz, who he's actually been playing really good cricket shots, so that one's an interesting one, really. This is a bit of a rush of blood, just missing the top of the stumps.
Actually called the Belgian forward defence.
Okay, I like it. Okay.
Fan of Fires, though.
Yeah, he's had a good day of it, isn't he?
Yeah, 5 for in a T10 game.
And a hat-trick.
Yeah, and a hat-trick. Surprise hat-trick as well. Surprised everyone. Wonder if he knew. Probably ask him.
Probably not. This time, drag leg side. And it won't split the field. This time it'll be Tara Chowdhury. It's been busy out there on the leg side, those two. Chowdhury alongside Harrington. And it will just be a single. Yeah, no, you're busy at the moment, aren't you? You are quite a busy
I'm busy,
man.
but that's okay. I'm multitasking. I know a lot of our viewers do the same. I'll be lurking while working sometime. In fact, I think I might have to keep it for very late in the day, but I think I'm still due a lurker's call out here.
You might be.
Had some early finishes at times.
I almost did it on my own, but I held myself against it, and that is going to be a wicket. And it is the big wicket. Malik Kell, he has to go, and he wasn't able to re-find his form after that first game. Had a good 42 off of 19 in the previous game, but this time gets this one all wrong. He goes for 10, and the 4th wicket falls here again, 51 for 4.
Yeah, it's kind of the pace he started last time before he really broke out towards the end of the game and got them across the line. But now this time he's just hitting across the line. That's not his game, really. And so trying to up the ante, doesn't get away with it. And he is the 4th wicket to fall, 51 for 4. Yeah, so Faiz coming in at 5 this time. Interesting, they shuffled the top of the order, didn't they? They went for Khalik up the top and Angulay, who's finished the game really well. But you can see Zahid, he's had a bit of success taking wickets in this series. And he gets a pretty good one there. So, random questions as well? Any random questions yet? Just getting into it?
We did have a good one, actually.
Okay.
What's the song that best describes you and why? I like that one. That was quite a good one.
Well, let's start before we get to that, because we talked about karaoke, but we didn't get to finish it earlier. And I think you said your go-to is what?
Valerie.
Valerie.
Ah.
Interesting.
I'm not giving any more away, though, because
I tend to go... I'll tell you mine in a second. Give me your thoughts. Here's
No.
Rahman batting.
Comes into the frame. Starts with a dot ball. Go on then. I think I know.
I think the thing with karaoke, you got to keep it upbeat.
Yeah.
You don't. If you get too ballady, you know, you're going to get drowned out by the sound.
When you're in a bar and
to you, it's feeling like a special moment. It's feeling like your idol moment. But to everyone else, they're just carrying on. My go-to in Khartoum anyway, in Malaga, tends to be play that funky music.
Yeah, we said that earlier because I played it, and you like that one.
Yeah.
Swatted, leg side, and it will split the fielders. So that's going to help proceedings here, and it'll be another boundary for more.
Yeah, this one had the kind of length to go across the line. It's probably over stump height. It's picked up and hit nicely. And so it will be at the end of the over as well. 55 for 4 after 6. Let us know your random questions. So, yeah, if you could describe yourself as a song, what's yours?
I said Crazy by Nas Barkley.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because, well, I actually said I don't know what to describe myself with it.
But, I thought you might say you spin me right round, boss baby, right round. Maybe not.
No, I think it's, yeah, Crazy, because I was actually using that to describe the Summer of Charlie.
Oh, that's nice. Summer of Charlie.
I know.
Are we technically into autumn already?
No. Sarim Chowdhury into the attack again. Could be an opportunity. And it is. And it's the in batsman as Ryan Faze has to go trying to pull this into the leg side. And Sarim Chowdhury gets his first wicket of the match. It's the big one. Faze has to go. 5 down now. 55 for 5.
Yeah, so hitting the skids in the middle overs here, Ghent, aren't they? And very nice catch taken. Tidy catch and fires. It's into his day with the bat. We'll probably see him with the ball. No doubt about that in the second innings of this one. As it is, he is the 5th wicket to fall, 55 for 5. He is replaced by Fee Fight Fo Fum. It's Walid Azhar coming out at number 7. So let's see if he can finish with a bang.
Levers, levers, levers. Yeah, Summer of Charlie. It is technically autumn.
Archie says that his is the Benny Hill song. I can't think of one for me. I'll take suggestions from the chat. They know me pretty well. Some of them listen to me for thousands of hours. Speak to me more than my own parents.
Torture. Continuing here, Chowdhury. And it's going to be another one. This time finds the outside edge of the big man, Walid Azhar, and he has to go for a golden quacker. And, well, Chowdhury on the opportunity of a hat-trick. It's another one to go. 55 for 6 now.
Yeah, lines it up and tries to hit it into the Netherlands, doesn't he? And it might have landed there if he'd connected, but it was a thick outside edge, well held behind the stumps by Yassine Khan. Well, this hat-trick graph now contains another name on it, Rehan Fayez, who could become part of a hat-trick the very next game.
Well, it will be interesting because he faced a hat-trick ball not long ago.
Yeah,
as obviously, as Wazik Butt had a really good start to his first over, went wicket, which is pretty good.
Right.
So yeah.
So I'll take your suggestions of what song describes me. I'm trying to think of a few. There's probably a few.
That was really harsh. Sorry.
Is that a song?
It must be. I'm looking it up.
I wasn't looking for random nouns. We'll keep that for
Jackson
random noun
5.
chat.
Jackson 5 have a song called called Torture.
Is that right?
Yeah.
There's probably a song called Everything, to be honest. Well, here we go. It's the 666 coming out. Anna Khan, who loves to swing the bat. He also is a big hat-trick opportunity here for Chowdhury.
Oh, and it only just misses the top of the stumps. Oh, it's so close. You called it, didn't you? He's probably the... If there's ever a batsman that a bowler wants to face a hat-trick ball, no disrespect to him.
He can hit it.
He can hit a long ball.
He will also miss a few, the way that he bats. Just had to get that on target, and I think he had a hat-trick.
James Stewart is having a creepy fanboy moment, apparently. I quite like that. Summer of Charlie.
James is a huge fan. Probably too huge fan of you.
Another wild swing. I think he could have played about 4 different songs by the time the ball reached him there. Yeah, no, he is. No, I appreciate everyone's support. Again, the Summer of Charlie's been been a really fun adventure. I'm going to stop calling it that because...
Yeah, the Summer of Charlie, the Summer of Charlie was in your heart all along.
Aw, sounds like a song.
Oops, I did it again.
What's all this?
Would that be a... I'm trying to think of songs to describe it. Maybe not that one. Hit me, baby, one more time.
Funny,
like attacking cricket.
Chowdhury can continue. Well, this is high in the air. Is it going to fall safely? I think it will do because it doesn't even get close to the 30-yard circle. Doesn't middle it at all. And it will be a single to the total.
See, I think I would have been tempted to have a 5th person on the leg side in the circle there. Because I think that I'll probably be Archie Watts' age before Hannah Khan hits one on the offside. And so to have 5 fielders over there, I don't think they're going to be that useful. Anyway, Rahman facing up.
Leg side again. Doesn't quite get all of this, and Harrington will collect it just for a single. So that will bring us to the end of the 7th. And again, lackluster so far from Ghent with the bat this time. And they're now 57 for 6.
This is what's coming up tomorrow, day 10, the final day of group action here from Belgium, as Ghent will play Beveren in the morning. That's not going to be an easy couple of games, but Beveren, they've been a bit hit and miss, haven't they, in this series? Royal Brussels will finish their group campaign in the afternoon against Liège. So again, you know, with no ICCB playing tomorrow, it'll be the teams below them trying to play catch-up and playing their way into quarterfinals Friday. Join us from tomorrow morning, 6:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in the morning in Central Europe, and noon in India, if you would like to join us for another day of ECN cricket. There's all sorts of songs coming in, and there's no real theme, which probably tells me that...
Random.
I mean, I'm a pretty random person, i.e. my skill set. I don't know if there's another person on the planet that has the skill set I have. It's just... it's... No, I'm not talking about how... I'm just talking that I have a random assortment of things that I do.
I thought you were saying you have loads. Anyway.
Yeah, but you know what they say.
Gupta. High in the air.
Run. Oh, where's this going? Well, he prioritised the hat ejection over trying to chase the ball here, Rehman Hussain. And, well, had 2 or 3 goes of ripping it off. By that time, the ball had gone.
I love the fact you were shouting run. Anyway.
Because I was saying, don't worry about the hat.
Continuing here. This time, doesn't matter where you are, because that's going to be 6 more. That's a lovely shot down the ground, and they need a few more of those. And hopefully, Rahman can be the man for getting hit. 6 more.
Yeah, Maximo time. Shot as well. Gupta, they've tried to another spin option there, but this is well picked up and dispatched by Saif Rahman. Yeah, I think what I was trying to say, you know, that jack of all trades, master of none. That's
okay.
That's kind of how I'm described.
Okay, I have a question. I've
Yeah.
possibly asked it before.
Yeah.
Celebrity that you really want to meet that you've never been able to.
Let me come back to that in a second.
Let that
All right.
just sort of down the ground for just a single.
But I will say this. I heard of this this expression before. Sometimes I describe myself as a jack of all trades, master of none. But there's another expression which is you'd rather be a master of none than a master of one.
Really?
Because you never know. Sometimes it's good to have the diversity of skills.
Leg side. Well, we knew he was going to favour this one. Has he got all of it? He does. 6 more. And this one is right in the arc for Anna Khan. And he pounces, and it's 6 more to the total.
Yeah, this one is Anna Khan special, isn't it, really? And 666 out of the ground. Maximo time. Well, it was Royal Brussels that got to a kind of an ugly 110 earlier. Can get to something similar. They need to get their skates on here. Gupta. Around the wicket.
Down the track and slapped again. Pretty much in the exact same area. This time doesn't quite go as aerial as the previous delivery, but it's a lovely shot. And Anna Khan just coming off here. 6 more.
Yeah, I suppose the difference here is that Gupta's not getting a lot of side spin on the ball. You see that when Fires was bowling, he was actually getting it to turn. So I think it's just kind of shooting straight on, and Anna Khan can judge it and does pretty well. So this over's gone magical now. 21 off it. Gupta's gone for 39 with the ball to go in his spell.
Yeah, it's been 3 6s so far in the over.
Still thinking.
Still thinking Matrix got an answer. I'm not sure about it. Does try and go for it again. However, it's just going to be a single to end the over. So a good over for Ghent with 22 coming off it. It goes magical. And at the end of the 8 overs, Ghent 79 for 6.
Yeah, so I saw how Royal Brussels collapsed a bit in that first innings as well. So maybe 100 plays here in the last match of the day. Yeah, so we've got a few songs. Firstly, Master of Puppets was one, I think. Lily says, Crazy About a Sharp-Dressed Man by ZZ Top. Well, that's a pretty good one, Lily. I like where you're coming from with that.
Lily's been on fire.
Lily with her Belgian ball.
Oh.
She better not start suing for rights to that because I'm pretty sure we know or something. But anyway, I know that Walzer says Creedence Clearwater's travelling band. I suppose, yeah, 'cause I'm travelling all the time. Anyway, a celebrity I'd most like to meet. Oh,
Keep thinking.
it's weird. I feel like I should have more heroes. I love the little Clive Lloyd stance from Anna Khan here.
Wazik Butt. And I tell you what, this could be an opportunity. And it's dropped. It's been put down. Naeem Mohammed, he is fielding with basically one hand.
Yeah.
Wasn't able to take that one.
Still in the key position. I know he's very courageous to be out there, but it's got to be concerning him. Every time, this is normally one he'd swallow. Don't worry about that. But he's just having to brace for impact, and that one just pops out. So, a bit of luck for Anakan.
Survives another life.
Celebrity I'd like to meet.
Classic Butt continuing. Well, that's just the trade of the game, isn't it? You get a drop catch, then they get a single, and Rahman dispatches him into the leg side. 6 more.
It's over the nets as well. This one was well connected. That supersonic pace. Look at that one fly through the air.
I tell you what, I think Karina's up there. She's done a really good job to track that.
Karina's done very, very well.
It's gone a long way.
Well, Karina loves tracking things that move fast. And that was no exception. That's, well, they're finding that ball.
Come on, then.
Who's yours? Do you have one?
No, I haven't got one.
I don't know.
I
just don't have the same. I don't know. Celebrity's a strange thing for me.
I'd love to meet Tom Cruise. That'd be good fun.
Oh yeah, be about the same height. Talk eye to eye.
Dragged leg side. Hasn't got quite all of this, but it will be a no. It won't be. That's exceptional work. Doesn't take the catch, but he saves a certain 5 runs, possibly just 4 in fact. But that's an incredible bit of work. I thought that was 6 all the
Yeah,
way.
me too. He didn't really have a play on trying to throw this up to himself because he's using all his energy to pull it back from the beyond. Now have a look at this. I think there's no issue with it. He jumps and then, yeah, the ball's gone before he hits the ground. That's a fantastic piece of athleticism.
Incredible stuff from Khalil. He'll be happy with himself. Azugbat bowling well here, though. And this time goes in the offside. There isn't anyone out there. Does plug a little bit, but it will trickle away. And it will be another boundary. So the second boundary of the over. Oh, they're coming pretty well here. It's another boundary. 4 more.
Yeah, that was incredible. And now it turned into a 1. In fact, I think they got a 2 off that one. So same striker. And he's able to get it away for a 4. Gets the runs back that he was kind of cost by that great bit of fielding the ball before. 2 to come. Everything happening in the 9th as per usual.
Fuller delivery. Just chipped. Bit of a 9-9. And it will be that man again. Khalil will collect this and it will just be another single. Yeah, no, Elvis is a good shout. I like that. John Lennon, I think.
Is it living or dead?
Oh, whatever. Whatever. John Lennon comes to mind.
Don't think if they
were
dead, the conversation would be great, though.
Hilarious. Wazoo needs to finish off the over strong.
Think about it. Anyway, his last ball of the over.
Swiped hard.
Hit him.
Straight to Harrington. And I think he will be gone. Abdul Rahman says, yep, he's out of here. And it will be another wicket to go. And this will be the 7th to fall. Get 93 for 7.
Yeah, I mean, what happens between the wickets here? I think Ollie was pretty smart. Knew he could go to the bowler. I think maybe that's one you just go on at this stage. But yes, you waste a lot of time when you have to turn around. So in the end, it's unfortunate, but it will be the end of Saif Rahman. But that's the price of doing business in the 9th. It's 93 for 7. Reminder, you can follow us on our social media. And if you have any suggestions, you can send them through to me at Mr. Maximo. If you can think of maybe a song that describes me or a celebrity I should be meeting. Still trying to rack my brain about that. But yeah, at European Cricket, that's the place to go. And if you haven't already, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's growing all the time, which is great. Expecting a bit of a bump before ECC and during ECC. Make sure you tell your family and friends. ECC starts next week. If they're not European Cricket kind of in the know, then get them in the know. Because that's going to be a great festival of cricket over the next 5 weeks. Here's Rahman Hussain.
Starts really well here in the final over. Good start, dot ball. Yeah, no, plenty of socials to go about. Get involved.
Mandrake says love is all around. Yeah, I like that. I'm pro-love. You pro-love?
Always.
Nice. And when we talk about it, we talk in this voice. Welcome to Easy Listening ECN, Game 4, right here from Belgium.
This is creepy.
I think I'll talk for the rest of the over like this. Give me this ball from Rahman. Oh, that's a lovely, lovely little piece of death bowling from Rahman. And the batter didn't know too much about it. He just had to get a little bit of a bat.
I was going to say, this sounds like David. That's someone who I want to meet. David Attenborough. Have you got a good David Attenborough impression?
I'll have to stay in this persona because Lily Panda has said you're listening to Cube FM.
That is brilliant.
Easy listening.
Go on, take this one as well.
I'll have one more, thanks. Well, Hannah Khan He's a player so good he uses all the bat. This one hits him low down, and he will sneak through for a single. And the 100 seemed a pipe dream for Ghent just a few overs ago. But here they are on the cusp of 100. And you know Royal Brussels, they rely a lot on Manib, don't they? They rely on him. The little man batting with one hand. It won't be easy for them in the second innings.
Please stop.
I think we need at least one more ball of this.
I'm going to turn my mic off
FM.
now.
With Vinny and Charlie. Hussain, here's a man who's come back from adversity. Remember when he went for 38 off the first over of Group B? He's been trying all along. This one hit to long off. Not too much production. That elusive boundary away from the 3 figures. It's a bit of Bruce McAvaney.
Oh, Vinny's back.
There's a bit of Bruce McAvaney, if you're from Australia. He's actually one of my favourite commentators.
Oh, dear.
And he's very much like that.
Oh,
I could go on and
stop,
on.
stop.
And I will.
No, you're stopping.
All
Let
right,
me
back
have
to
the
you.
last 2.
Back to you. Cube FM's closed for retuning. 2 to come.
Needs more than that, Hussain. This has been a tidy over, really. Oh, that's not tidy. That's going to be a full toss. No ball. And it's going to race away. Add 4 to the total because it evades Tahar Chowdhury. He can't cut it off. And it's 4 more.
Well, this ball was higher than the red light district of Amsterdam, really. Have a look at this. It's miles over his head, shoulder high. And that's going to be a free hit coming up. And that does bring up the 100.
Was that so? I'm speechless. I'm still replaying.
I don't really do impressions, but I mean, that's more just an extension. That's probably more Mr. Maximo on a
Stop
Sunday.
going into it. This is not ASMR.
Sometimes a cricket match comes up where you just don't know what's going to happen next.
Right.
Right here on Cube FM.
Shut up.
Back
Anyway.
to Charlie now with a free hit.
Free hit coming up. Ah, well, that's so good from Hussain. Oh dear. Oh no.
Is it good or is it not good?
I don't know if that's. I don't think that's a wide.
He hasn't seen the signal yet. That was a great one.
That's not a wide.
There's no way it's a wide. I want to know if we can get his reaction when he realises it's been called a wide. Oh.
Well, and here we see a wild Hussain in his natural habitat, waiting to take on the prey.
Come on, 1 and over's fine.
This
Still a free
time,
hit.
Free hit again, and he's gone for it leg side, and well, he'll take the catch, but he's not realised.
Oh no,
dear.
run out.
Oh no, it's all happening now at the other end. And eventually, I think it will be just a single.
Yeah, I think it's a 1. It is a 1. Well, Spike FC's picked up. There's a lot of Rob Sitch in my Bruce McAvaney impersonation. Yeah, that's exactly where I got that from, Spike. Yeah, and look, then they're both running the one way. If that had hit, I don't know who would have been out because they were running side by side. They'll get 1. Great bit of fielding from Manib, though. Saves 5 runs.
Yep, certainly does.
So 103 plus this.
Last ball of the innings. Here we go. Wild swipe. They'll take on the run. And, well, I'm not sure if he's made his ground here.
No, he's out. But I was just worried the bails weren't going to come off because he hits the base.
We've seen that already once this time, this last time
Got to
around.
roll it a bit higher.
Oh, he's
Oh,
landed.
off the chalk.
Nice.
Extra points. 103. I want to know where Spike FC is watching from because if you got that reference, I'm really impressed. One of my favourite comedians as well, Rob Sitch in Australia. Anyway, what an innings. I was only here for the second half of it.
Yeah, and you
Went off the
caused
rail.
absolute havoc.
I promise I wasn't doing anything I shouldn't have been
I was gonna
in
say,
the
where
first 5 overs.
Where did you go? I want to go down this time.
Yeah, well.
Anyway, they will finish on 103 for 8 after their 10 overs, Ghent. So again, it's a pretty below par total. However, they will be backing themselves as Royal Brussels. They've struggled to come away with things with the bat. But we can go ahead, take a look at the highlights. And it was a good start as there was a change at the top of the order. As Faisal Khalik, he went in at the top. He joined Hakimi Nangalai. And, well, he ended up getting a couple boundaries, but it was only going to be short-lived as he eventually went for 11 off 7. And he was replaced. And that was a good catch, actually, by Hamil Hayat alongside to remove the dangerous man. And then it was an interesting couple of overs. That was Wazuk Butt, who got some excellent couple of overs. Oh, that's first 2 deliveries. That one, again, doesn't get quite more plumb than that. And that was Majid Ali. He went to go for a golden duck. And there was a hat-trick opportunity. Wasn't supposed to be, though. And, well, this man came to the crease, Ryan Fies, and he just came with a bit of destruction on his mind. as he ended up going 23 off of 12. 2 6s, 2 4s. That was one of the nicer falls down the ground. This one slapped hard. And if you're going to slap hard, do it. You might as well do it here because that's a lovely shot. And well, this one was the biggest of the lot. That was a huge 6. And he was just able to steady the ship a little bit for Ghent. As, again, not really the best of goes with Malik Kel, because he eventually had to go for 10 off of 12. Unable to continue where he left off last time around. But again, there were some really good catches, actually, from Royal Brussels. Credit where credit's due. They bowled really well, and they also caught really well.
Yeah, they certainly did. And again, we've seen a kind of afternoon where teams have fought back. That's something that we've seen quite a few times. Rahman, who just took several seconds trying to get his hat off there, which seemed to cost him a few yards. And there were a few balls travelling a few yards as well. I've got to say, I really love Anakan, the way that he bats. He really swings through the fences, gets low to the ground, puts everything into it. That one got over as well. And then late in the piece, we had a bit of luck, didn't he? Because Manib's not quite himself. And it's like trying to catch with 8 fingers. It's not going to be too easy. But yeah, towards the end, we saw some lusty strikes as they just kind of lifted themselves out of a bit of trouble because they were 57 for 6 after 7. So at that stage, you're thinking, well, 10s get them to 87. I mean, that was a really good stop as well. So it could have been worse for Royal Brussels. But they ended up getting 22, 14 and 10 off the last 3 overs. So that 46 off the last 3, get them up above the 100, and yeah, something quite defendable, I think. And there's a lot of pressure, I think, on a couple of players for Royal Brussels. Late in the piece, we had this run out, but yeah, ultimately, despite there being no boundaries off the last over, except for the one off the high no ball, 103. Yeah, I think the way things are going, this game on. Manib did well, just to make sure he didn't touch the white line. Had 2 batters running the same way, but they ended up getting through for an unlikely single, because it was a free hit, don't forget. And at the end, we had just a simple run out off the last ball. And that was it. 103 on the board. Charlie, game on. I think it's probably slight advantage to Royal Brussels, but I mean, they're going to have to bat well. I do think it's good they've got Harrington into the line. I think he shores up their batting a little bit. We'll talk about that in a minute. First, let's talk about this innings. And Saif Rahman ends up top scoring from number 6 with 27 off 10. And a very, very good contribution before he was unfortunately run out when Harrington was able to get one back to the bowler. 23 for Fires as well. Handy contribution from him. I mean, Malik Kel kind of got in, but then just got out at a time where they wanted him to move the game forward. So couldn't quite do what he did last time. Anakan, handy 21 off 11. And remember, he came out on a hat trick, and so was under pressure and really showed some good resilience there. 2 for 11, Sarim Chowdhury, who just kept things very, very tight, didn't he? Also, Zahid only conceded 11. 2 wickets for Wazik, but I think nice to see him get his 2 overs. The other wicket went to Rahman Hussain, who actually did pretty well. One got away from him in the last over, but still, he only conceded 10 in that last. We'll have a quick break. On the other side of it, it will be the final innings of the day. Let's keep having some fun. 4th game of the day. Keep your suggestions coming in the chat. Random questions time, random ideas time even, here on ECN on a Wednesday afternoon as we are rapidly winding down the group stages of this FanCode European Cricket Series Belgium. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Charlie Hunt. Don't forget, there is plenty more cricket just around the corner. You're watching ECN, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Belgium. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series, the biggest series in the entire cricket universe. And in ECS cricket, this is match 590 for the season. And ECN, of course, encompassing the European Cricket Series and plenty more cricket as well, as we have been at this now for a good 7.5 months, and there's still plenty more cricket to come in season 2022. Of course, the ECS will take a little bit of a break for 5 weeks from next week, as we'll start in Khartoum. But yeah, an incredible amount of matches, already up to 812 matches, in fact, this season. And there's plenty more to come as we're closing in on the magical 1,000. And it is always a really special moment. We did get there last year. I'm planning to get there again. And once again, Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for European Cricket Network. Interesting first half of this game. It's match 36 of this FanCode European Cricket Series, Belgium. And so in the first half, it was Ghent that won the toss. They elected to bat. They ended up making 103 runs off their 10 overs. And so Royal Brussels need 104. Now, normally, you'd say they should do this. And I'm still saying they probably should do this, but they're going to have to bat well. I do feel that both these teams, their batting's been a little bit suspect if some key players have been removed. Anyway, it's going to be Mohamed Sohail to open up to Muneeb Mohamed. This one's called a wide. Getting a lot of movement left to right there. And so, yeah, it's a tough one to know exactly when that passes the crease. Umpire thought it was a wide, and that's the way it'll go. Again, random questions time, bit of food chat time as well. I can tell you, tried a couple more Belgian beers last night. Go into that in a second. Oh, that's really well bowled. And, oh, what's this hit? I've got no idea. I think this has come off the handle of the bat. I reckon it's hit the very top of the handle. Look, yeah, it's very hard to tell. It's a real weird one. I just have a feeling it's hit the top end, the handle of the bat. May or may not see it here. Yeah. Well, it's hit up on the handle one way or another, and Muneeb will get 4. So, well, wasn't expecting that. I don't think Muneeb knew much about it either. Now it tries to pull straight, but this is a catching opportunity. He's picked the wrong man here because it's not going to go over him. And Wally Dazar takes the catch. So they went with a change at the top of the bowling order. Sohail has done the job here. Sliding across. See, Muneeb likes to go leg side, doesn't he? But the angle was always going away from him. And Wally Dazar, those buckets, we're not going to let that ball go. And, wow, disappointment for Muneeb. He's really been courageous to be out there for his club this afternoon. Being very selfless, and just getting a bad luck from Majid, I think, as he goes for just that unconvincing boundary, and the score's 4 for 1. Yeah, ETC in the chat saying, yeah, great batsman gone. Well, he is a very talented player and leader of this team. But this does present an opportunity for Oliver Harrington, and I think this is a good time for him to be tested at the top of the order. I mean, I automatically thought he needs to bat in the top 3 when I saw him make those runs on Saturday. Here he is, facing Mohamed Sohail with his tail up. You see that, quite correct technique, high elbow. So yeah, this is an opportunity for him to just bat, and he doesn't have to be too inventive, I think. He can just play cricket shots here through the power play. We know he can elevate. We know he's got the power to hit over the top. Another tall lad. Again, still young, but immense potential. And now he's got it slightly wrong, but he'll get away with it. It's another boundary in this area. So Harrington off the mark. He's a bit late on that pull shot. Doesn't really cover it. It's a kind of a nothing shot. Even if he hits this where he wants it to go, it probably goes straight up in the air. So he gets a bit lucky and gets 4 more. So again, want to say hello to everyone who's tuning in on our YouTube channel, particularly those in our live chat. Last game of the day. If you have any food chat, let us know.
What?
Harrington. I think here the play would be for him to eye off the leg side with this large in-swing that he's receiving. That one's edge and it's dropped. It was low down, but it's certainly carried to Omid Malik-Kel, who's got the gloves. Again, not a regular wicket keeper. Just doesn't stay low enough, long enough here. So Harrington gets lucky on a couple of accounts early. This certainly was a little outside edge. So Hale will be upset because he got Harrington playing inside the ball. And you can see he's just kind of leaning down. He's kind of from the hips, he's leaning over the keeper. Oh, this one goes completely wrong. I think it's going to be a wide. I think it's just on the pitch. Again, if this is off the pitch, it's going to be a no ball. But as long as it pitches on the artificial surface, it'll just be a wide. So the difference between a no ball and a wide is just the fact that because it's a wide, it won't be a free hit. Here's the next delivery. Big woolly swing. This is closer, but still not close enough for the umpire. He does call it a wide. Rightly so as well. So don't forget, Ghent last time had all sorts of problems with their control early in the piece. And so this will be the end of the first over. The score is 12 without loss, so they pretty much get what they need in the first over. And so you can see that we've got 17 matches without a golden ball at the moment. So we're slowly nudging up towards a week. And well, it was a long time without golden balls actually for a while. It was the 31st of March where we had one in Portugal. Then we wouldn't have another one until late in July. There we go. It was 31st of March where we had the one in Portugal. And then it would actually be Portugal again. That would bring us another one in the night series. And now look at that. We're up to 11 for the year. The last one was here. Golden Ball 35 on the 2nd of September. Now they're going for Walid Azhar in over number 2. He pitches up. Pretty good ball, I think. Harrington just knocks it away. There's a field down there, just a single. So, again, they go at that pace, which is about 10 and over is a good benchmark, I think, here, just to make sure you're not falling behind. Cut away. And yeah, pretty good field and good pressure there. Yeah, it does well to get that back in, prevent any run. This is hit, and it's hit into the gap, probably catchable height. This is Mazuk Bhatt, who won't get the boundary for this one. An early throw. Well, Harrington was a long way short. It was a surprise throw, really, off balance from the second fielder there, Mohamed Sahel. Look at this. He gets up and throws. And look here, there's a bit of hesitation. Harrington was in huge trouble if this throw was closer to the mark. But I suppose sometimes I say an early throw is better than a good throw, because often it'll discourage the run at all. They went through it that time and they're a bit lucky. The throw didn't find the mark. Maya with a random question. What's the bravest thing we ever did? Good question. This is going to be hit to the leg side. Yeah, well, good time to bring back Charlie Hunt. You have an obvious one there. Brave. I don't think I've ever done anything particularly brave in my life compared to what some people have done.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm glad you say that, because I can't, and off the top of my head, I haven't.
Bravest thing I've ever done? Yeah, it's not going to.
I've lived on this earth quite long enough for myself to really.
I'll tell you what, I've got an answer. It's not actually me. Oh, bang. That's straight down the ground, and this will get to the boundary. Almost takes out the umpire on the way, but pretty nimble bit of work by Munir to get out the way. Look at this. That's a proper shot, isn't it, from Harrington, who gets 4.
Yeah, it's what you spoke about earlier, Vinny. You can, especially in the power play, you can play proper cricket shots and you will get rewarded. So that's all he needs to do here. But again, Azhar needs to finish off the over strongly here with a single delivery remaining. Go on then.
So it was actually my grandfather. Remember I mentioned last week he turned 90?
Of course.
It's a story from his younger days. This one's going nowhere fast. It's also the end of the over. It's 20 for 1 after 2 overs. And yeah, when he was younger, he won an award because there were 2 boys drowning in the Loch Lomond in Scotland where he was growing up. It was freezing cold. They were drowning in the lake, or they were in distress, and he jumped in and saved them.
Wow.
And so he won an award for that. So that shows that there is bravery in my family. I just haven't been called on yet to use it. It's in the genes. Hopefully. Have a look at this table. Royal Brussels. Now they're going to have to get moving, aren't they? They've got this game. And they've got 2 matches tomorrow against Liège, who are actually at the top of the table now. So that's a very even table. And it could stay that way. So, yeah, thanks for the question. And a food-related question from Wazza, which I'll come to after this ball from Zahale, who's going to continue now in the 3rd over.
Big swing, right off the turn of the bat. That's actually a really good stop from the man at just backwards a point. And it will be just a single.
Toe end of the bat. I think it's actually fielded off the toe of Fires as well. Look. He
Toes everywhere.
ends up just kind of throwing the legs at that one.
Actually a really good stop.
Yeah, at least he's prepared to put his body on the line, isn't he?
For sure. Harrington on strike, though. Pushes offside.
What?
It'll be a dot ball.
What's his question? Is, have I ever tried Hakari, referred to as fermented shark in English? I've heard it's pretty bad. And if you think that's bad, look up Suströmen.
How do you spell it?
In Sweden. Sustromen? Yeah.
S-U-S.
is in way you're saying, yeah, that's bad. It's a Swedish thing. Smacked away over the leg side, and this is going to be 6. Take it coming. Maximo Harrington. I like this. Bit of stand and deliver. Doesn't have to get too funky just yet. He sees the ball coming in. Just a clean swing of the bat, 6 runs.
Yeah, lovely shot. Again, that's all he has to do. Just get that front leg out of the way. Swing and swing hard, baby. And that's what he does. 6 more. So what is this? What is this? What is Surströmming?
Yes, Surströmming.
Oh.
Go and read that out.
Oh, fermented herring. Oh.
It's so bad, they won't serve it inside.
And tries to rotate the strike. Big man gets down, does low, does really well. And it will just be a dot ball.
There's a few different things. I know Hamish and Andy, if you're from Australia, they do a segment called cultural eating where they'll dare each other to. They're kind of like the Ant and Dec of Australia, except they're actually funny.
Again, offside. Not really playing with much intent, those shots. I don't mind it. He's got the boundary. Okay, here's a question.
Go on.
I've forgotten what I was going to ask.
Okay, good. Yeah, high quality commentary. That's what you signed up for.
Sorry.
Cube FM.
I'm so sorry. It's been a long day.
Plenty of silent periods coming up from Charlie. He's just checked out for the afternoon now. Last ball, the power play. Whoa, why not? Bit of backwards. Well, Charlie would appreciate this one. It's gone for 4. It's the backwards straight drive. Harrington, he's caught up in his own success. He's got his partner, Wazook, tell him to settle down. Try that once in a while. Don't overdo it. End of the power play as well. And the score now is 31 for 1.
Right, I can remember the question now. Thank you very much. What's the one thing that no one probably knows about you that's quite quirky or an interesting sort of fact that no one knows? That can be said on there?
Plenty.
Yeah, of course you do.
I'll give you one.
Go on then.
That I quite enjoy not talking for long periods. I quite enjoy being quiet.
It's just not true.
It is, though.
It's so not.
It is. That's my balance. It's but the thing is, when people are around, that's not those times.
Yeah. Okay.
When I'm alone, I quite enjoy it. Like my Sunday, I went out alone.
Would be concerned if you were speaking to yourself.
Yeah.
Anyway, here comes the big man. Nazar back into the attack.
Oh.
Driven right off the shin. And it's a good bit of fielding from the fielder. And he comes through for the single. So you like to be quiet on your own.
I like to be quiet. That's my happy place sometimes.
Oh, that one.
I like a mixture.
Sure.
I probably, before ECN, I'd do this kind of work twice a week.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm doing it 6 times
6
a week.
days a
For
week.
longer periods as well.
Neville says that's hard to believe.
Yeah, that's a quirk, though. I also like that. I like, being quite systematic, just going to work on my computer and doing a few things like that.
Okay. Bit of downtime more than anything. That's not going to be kept down because it's a wide.
What's something about you that's quirky people might not know?
I very nearly got on to...
We know you're a pop star, by the way. Go on.
I was going to say I've very nearly got onto The Voice.
Oh, okay. Continuing with this one then. All right, well, Yeah. Andres is so... Andres, we've got to get you in the contracts. Andres, our director, said to us in area, I would have watched it.
Full up and into the pad and gone. And so much so that I think that's actually not found the pad at all, because I think that's clashed into the calf muscle of Oliver Harrington. And he goes in a lot of pain as well.
Oh, yeah, it does miss the pad. And, yeah, that's because what happens is the back leg kind of collapses a bit in this shot.
It's
and
the
see,
knee.
cops it just, ouch. It's a real nasty one. Well, we'll have plenty of time to give it attention because that's plum LBW as well. Harrington goes for a well put together 20. And he'll be oiling up the joints after that. The score is 33 for 2.
So, yeah. So, my saying that means soon we'll be hearing some performance. No, we won't. Absolutely not.
Yeah, I mean, you want to drop a link to your Spotify? Do you make any money off that? What do you get?
I should do.
What do you get per click?
Do you actually want to know?
Yeah, go on.
So per stream, it's 0.05 of a cent.
Oh, you're laughing. So let's say how many viewers? So if 20 viewers were to click on it, that's a cent.
Yeah, great.
And that's money you can take to the bank.
Anyway, new batsman in Hayat. Oh, this is a full toss, and it is a no ball, and it will go for another boundary. So, not really the first delivery that you want to give to a new batsman, but he clips this off there pretty nicely, actually, and he goes away 4 more.
You got to be fair to Waleed Azhar, because this probably wouldn't have been above his waist. But unfortunately, it's a regular-sized human that is at the other end, and there's no doubt that was a no ball. Plus, it's going to be 4.
Regular size.
So,
dear.
all right. So it's pretty amazing that Justin Bieber can make all this money. He's just making 0.05%.
It changes,
click.
but
He's got a few fans, though, doesn't he?
just a few. Free hit, driven nicely, but won't go all the way. Collected by Fazal Khalid.
So have you given up on your music career now, or you still think there's a...
I don't expect it to go anywhere.
Yeah.
It's one of those industries. I tell you what, that industry.
Music's something I enjoy, but it's not something...
You can't make money out of it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably just as an amateur, I'm a good musician. I like the low expectations of it. Okay. So, when people would listen, they're saying, oh, it's obvious this guy's not professional, but he's pretty good. Yeah. I used to sometimes, I've played, I suppose, professionally because I got paid to do it. At people's weddings and stuff like that, wedding receptions, things like that.
The wedding singer.
Yeah, let's talk about, you've only had a very short professional life so far. Some previous jobs. Maybe let us know your previous jobs in the chat as well.
Okay, I'll talk about that.
Going way back.
Not going to be a wide.
Tell you what, umpire's got no idea. You know why? He's trying to look around Waleed here. So it's a good call, but it's also a guess.
It's a blind call. It's a blind call.
It's a blind good call.
Oh, dear.
You have any interesting jobs in your teenage years or anything? Or is it mostly just swanning around the golf course with Jeremy Kyle?
Oh, yeah, brilliant. Hilarious. Last ball hit of the 4th.
Oh, we love it.
Comes down the track.
Oh!
He's lost the bat. It will be a single to end the 4th over. And Royal Brussels 41 for 2 after 4.
If this goes onto the stumps, then he's going to be out. Look, he's lucky because that could have gone absolutely anywhere. And he goes batless to the other end. Hyatt will be the single. So it is 41 for 2 after 4 overs. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me in the commentary cube is Charlie Hunt. We're enjoying last game of the day. We're finding out a little bit about each other, aren't we? Yeah. And the viewers.
Exactly.
So I'll try and think of some interesting jobs. Yeah, I've played some piano. Okay, you said that you had a bit of a musical thing. When I was, this is, again, if we're talking embarrassing things, nothing against anyone that does this. I was in a barbershop quartet when I was...
That's not embarrassing, that's
cool. When I was in high school.
That's...
Yeah. Is that no good? What? Was that no good? Is that worse?
I mean, at
you think of it as an adult, if you're fully formed and you choose it, that's okay. But no. I was in a barbershop quartet, which is like a 4-person singing.
Oh, there's got to be video proof
with
of that.
a cappella, and I'll tell you some funny things about this as well.
Anyway, spin into the attack.
Guess who? It's Fires coming off a 5 for. And, geez, I love last game of the day sometimes. We used to then at Christmas essentially be doing a lot of Christmas songs. Just pop, and shopping centres would hire us.
Yeah.
So, we would just sing everywhere basically in shopping centre.
Wide down the leg side. Actually, good bit of work by the makeshift keeper, Ahmed Malik Kel.
Yeah, obviously they're missing their man Mahinda Deepak Bali behind the stumps. So he was pretty useful, wasn't he, for the spinner fires in the last game? Yeah. So the funny thing was that we would then just sing towards random shoppers.
Yeah.
They would quite often walk away.
This time leg side, and it will be just a single. So similar story to that. To be fair, so obviously the song I have, everyone knows about it now. There's no point,
Huge.
trying to hide. It's not huge. So basically, the
you
bar
might have just made a quarter of a cent.
Yeah, brilliant.
While
Great.
we had this conversation.
Fantastic. Thank you ever so much, whoever listened to that.
Thank you, Archie.
I'll carry on here. Fire's continuing here, and this time squirts away, and it won't go for a boundary. That's actually really good work from Zahid Zarani on the leg side boundary, and he's going to get a wicket for his troubles.
Wow.
Great run out, and look at that. Just a bit of a calm, cool and collected. Hand up, because, yeah, I know what I did. Another wicket goes.
Durrani's got the movie star smile here, doesn't he? He just gives a little cheeky side grin and a bit of a wink here because he does well. And then this is a bullet throw. Had to be a good throw, and it was. And look how far out he is. Miles out. And you can see just never even close of getting there. So Wasik Butt's going to have to go now. He's run out for 7. And Royal Brussels at the crossroads here in the 5th over. It's 44 for 3.
So in the bar I used to work at,
Okay.
I used to do summers, and during COVID it was quite beneficial when it was allowed to open up again. A lot of my friends always try and get the song played, especially on like a busy night on a Friday
Obviously.
or a Saturday. And the bar owner, the boss, always turns around and goes, no, it's our closing song because it gets everyone out of
Oh, that's harsh. I would have thought it would be a floor filler.
it. No, absolutely not.
That's very well, at least it's got a purpose.
This is well waited on, pushed into the offside for just a second.
I want to say a quick hello to Avinash Pai, who's jumped into the chat. Gibraltar
Harvey's in there.
cricket star. Hello, how are you? Looking forward to seeing you hopefully soon.
Oh, there you go. Hope you're well, Harvey. Looking forward to seeing you again at some point.
Good cricketer. He was
Very
here
good.
right at the beginning of the season. First game of the season, it was him actually.
That has gone a long, long way. 6 more runs. Nice shot this time. And he goes down the ground. Beautiful shot. 6 more.
Slightly over pitched, only slightly from Fires, but it's a really good shot. And smacked out of the ground, pings up the 50 as well. And that's Hamiel Hyatt. He shows that he likes to go after the bowling. And Fires hasn't had it all his own way so far. Although he did have a few runs off his first couple of balls last time. Came back to take 5 wickets in his next over or so. Goes round the wicket now for the last ball of the 5th. As we drag to the leg side. Hyatt looking pretty comfortable at the moment. He's 14 off 8, halfway through the innings. It is 52 for 3. Well, double 52, you get 104, which is the target they're chasing. So they're right on target. They have lost 3 wickets. I think a blockbuster finish coming up here in match 36.
You never know. So there's a bit there's talk here. There's us being half a boy band. Well, I think there's... I think we'd have
half
to
a boy band.
You'd
What
have
do
to
we
hold
need?
auditions, wouldn't you? Because, I mean, what's the stereotypical boy band? Is 4, right?
Yeah, 4. I think we worked out from S Club 7, what the world learnt from that is once you get above 7, it's getting a bit too much. You can't really track it. I know the 10 tenors is a thing, but you can't name them, can you?
The who?
So the 10 tenors, they're a group.
Yeah,
they're-
the name makes...
Yeah, a bit young.
Makes
That's
sense.
all right. So
I can't
I can't
help
dance. I will admit that.
No, only
I can admit that. Can you dance?
only at about after hours.
Yeah, I mean I can move, but most people don't think it's dancing. So yeah,
The 2-step.
yeah, I tend to have this thing where I can dance without actually moving my feet at all. Just kind of
That's
just go
really
side
dad
to side. It's something
dancing.
that Ryan Campbell picked up actually.
That's proper dad dancing, that is.
Yeah,
Serious dad dancing. Halfway stage, though.
yeah.
Go back to the cricket for
Good
a minute.
game.
This is a close game, you know.
Really good game.
Couple wickets here and there changes it for Ghent, but also they just need to stick on it to Royal Brussels here. Continuing here, though, Rahman. Well, this has gone high. Has it gone the legs? Yes, it does. 6 more runs. And there's a big, big scream there of pure excitement from Royal Brussels because they know how important a victory is here, and that 6 could certainly help them on their way.
Huge game here for Royal Brussels in particular. I mean, Ghent, obviously, they haven't quite done enough to guarantee qualification either, but yeah, a lot of it comes down to me next couple of overs. You'll probably see Rehan Fires bowling out in the next over, I imagine. Maybe not, but a lot it depends on how they handle his second over. Right now it's Rahman.
Needs a response. It's a full toss. Excellent bit of work from the man in the covers. Really good. Gets a hand on this one. And he gets a bit of appreciation. Really good work this time from Mababullah Ramadzai. Keeps it to just a single.
Yeah, it's borderline on the height as well, isn't it? Umpire let that one go. Well, Avi says he'll be down at Cartermart Friday evenings to watch the ECC.
Short and slapped. Could be an opportunity. And it's taken. Really good catch. Comfortable catch in the end for that man on your screen, Faisal Khalik. And it's another wicket to go. Wickets are crucial here for Ghent.
Is it
And
good? Yeah.
it's going to be 59 for 4.
It's a good catch because he has to kind of let it go low. He decides he doesn't want to kind of dive, doesn't need to dive. He knows it's carrying, but he just has to get in a good position, and he actually gets his head a lot lower without kind of lurching over. Stays well balanced, but then he has to trust his hands. So not an easy catch, but a well-taken catch. Almost like a slips catch, low down, like an edge that comes to you low down, because that never really got too high off the ground. So 59 for 4, and a few wardrobe issues for Taha Chowdhury, but he's out there now.
Yeah, no, can't dance. Can't dance. To
Okay. So we both had a slightly musical background.
Yeah.
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 So, yeah, but like I say, with my music, I like being amateur because then you've set the bar low for expectations. If I went and if I charged people to come see me, I'd be okay, but they go like, okay, and the diamond doesn't, right? But it's nice to surprise people with a talent like that. And I taught myself to play piano when I was about 3. So it's a bit like learning a language.
3? You taught yourself?
Yeah, I taught myself, and then I got lessons when I was about 5.
Okay.
I was an early reader, so that made it a little bit easier.
It all makes sense. All makes sense.
But you play any other instruments then?
No. I had this conversation. I don't know where you were. I can't remember where I was, but I've definitely spoken about this live on air. Tried the drums, tried the piano, tried the violin, tried guitar, tried ukulele. All started, especially when I was younger, all started, and then sort of got older, stopped doing it, and then never really got back into it.
I can write songs pretty easily. What if I wrote something that I can play on piano and get you? Because you're obviously the supreme vocalist here.
No, Andres, no.
It'll be a tearjerker. It'll be a power ballad. I'll tell you that much.
Oh dear.
Charlie Hunt.
Let me hang on.
Have you ever heard of the Captain and Tennille?
No, I'm just
Tennille.
No, I'm calling my agent. Yeah, he's told me that's a bad business move.
I'm your agent as long as you're working here and you're doing it. I don't know what we're waiting for here, but it's giving us more time to ponder. What should the title of the song be called that I write for Charlie? I'll play it on piano and he'll sing it.
Lord save me.
And if we're making 0.05 of a cent per click, we'll be rolling in it. Yeah, we have to split it. I'll give you 10% of that.
Roman continuing. It's just the single person.
You already got your big money.
No,
your
I
big
haven't.
Spotify money.
No,
You've
I
already
haven't.
admitted to it.
No, I haven't.
What
money?
You're making all of that.
Actually, I'll tell you. I was supposed to be given about 50 euros for it.
Is it?
Never got it.
Really?
Never got the 50
They
euros.
wouldn't even give you the 50 euros.
Nope.
Who was meant to give you 50?
I will not disclose that information. Big shot down the ground. Opportunity. And it's taken. Another chance and another opportunity. Faisal Khalik, he's not going to miss out. And it's going to be another wicket. And this could be the downfall for Royal Brussels. It's the 5th wicket to go. 60 for 5.
Didn't quite have the distance, did it? And it comes up a little bit short. You see, Khalik had a good idea that he had both feet in, so he didn't have to move, didn't have to do too much. He's had a little bit of a peek in the rearview mirror and sees he's fine. So right now, Ghent doing a good job. Ghent themselves were in a bit of a trouble, weren't they, in this part of the innings where they found a way just to kick on despite losing a few wickets. Can Royal Brussels do the same? This was always the concern. If they lose these key batters, will the bottom half be able to do it? We'll have to see. 60 for 5. It's a few suggestions. It should be called the Summer of Charlie or Golden Balls the ballot. I would just worry about the potential.
Yeah, I don't think we can do that.
Well, let's make it not even cricket related.
No, I reckon Summer of Charlie.
Maybe
that's the album.
Golden Balls might be good because we could have that played whenever there is a golden ball coming up in the 2 or 3 minutes.
I don't want that. I
Timeout.
don't want this to be stuck to my name until the day I die.
You can use a stage name. Look at Elton John. He's gone places.
Reginald.
Yeah.
Good old Reginald.
David Bowie. It was David Jones, I think, originally.
Okay.
You know that?
Okay. No, I didn't know that. I didn't know that, actually.
You learn things here. That's another reason people love watching ECN for education.
I was just thinking, we had a video of you playing cricket. Should we get a video of me playing cricket?
Yeah, have you got
to
something?
share it about?
You
See
got
what I can
something?
do? You take over then.
All right. Is that something we can share?
Yeah.
What is it? You in your backyard?
No, me playing cricket.
Well, we had you on ECN.
No, it doesn't count. I played one game and batted 2 balls.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah,
ran myself out selflessly. No, we're not getting that
I'll
up.
dig up those 2 balls. Thanks for reminding me. It's the end of the over. 61 for 5 off 6.
No, we're not doing it.
What do you got for us then?
Well, I'm going to find something. I'm going to send it to
we know how
Angus.
we're going back to Barcelona. That actually reminded me that my first day, when we arrived at Barcelona, I went for a bit of a walk. This is early last year. It was early February. And still a few lockdowns and stuff, but Barcelona wasn't too bad at that stage. Went round the corner. There's a game of street cricket.
Oh, I've seen this. Yeah,
And that was heaps of fun. So we actually ended up giving them our old stumps. Because we had some old stumps, just like the ones you see out there in the middle, because they were using, non-stumps as stumps. They didn't really have any equipment.
They weren't using stumps.
A couple of balls. So now, I wonder if they're still playing out there. This is hit to the leg side. Yeah, we encourage them to get involved in organised cricket as well, because they certainly had a lot of enthusiasm for the game. Probably the hardest thing about batting against them, though, is they all pinged the ball. They weren't bowling, they were throwing it. It was quite challenging. Never faced Jeff Thompson, but facing those kids off about 12 yards was probably about as close as I'll get. This is hit straight, and this is going to come our way, and it's going to go all the way, 4 runs. And that's going to lodge all the way down under the table.
It's the second time that's happened now.
So it's not a bad shot at all. Remember, they need someone to kick along here in the second half. That one was cube bound. Lucky we had the rain, because that one would have probably bounced over the cube earlier in the tournament. This one just nestles at my feet.
I'm struggling
Good shot though by Chowdhury.
Struggling to find.
Oh, don't worry, we'll find the two balls.
I don't want that one.
It's unselfish though. That's what you're about.
I've got it.
All right. This will be turn to leg. All right. So just set the scene here, where you can tell me what country this was in, for example, and who you paid to film it and whatnot. I'm just going to show a Viv Richards video and Photoshop my head on it, because the guys at
You're not that good at
production
Photoshop.
are pretty good.
Right, it's sending now, so give us an over or two. Andreas depends if he's going to do it this hour or next.
Yeah, Andres normally he's pretty quick. Normally goes for it leg side. Where's this one going? Towards the fielder. Well, what a fantastic catch. I think he's claiming it. I think he's got it. He was kind of falling short, I thought, but he went low and to his left. Zahi Girani, well, he likes it, and it looks like it's the first wicket for Fires in this match.
Yeah, lovely catch. This is, take a look. Depends if it's carried, though. And it has. That's actually a really good bit of work yet again from Durrani. And look at that little smile, the movie smile. And it's another wicket to go. And wicket's just the issue now for Royal Brussels.
Yeah, hopefully your agent isn't watching, because they'll drop you and they'll get Girani, because that guy is going places. He's got the movie star smile, and he's got magic hands as well. So Royal Brussels, a game they really want to win. They're running out of resources here. 69 for 6 now in the 7th.
And this is interesting now, because these are big wickets, because that run rate isn't too difficult at this point, because what is it now? 10.5 and over.
Yeah, I mean,
so
that's not so much the problem, is it's the running out of batters, aren't they?
Yeah, it is.
Zahid, his turn.
And this one just into the offside for a single.
I guess the issue with Fires, sometimes the set batters have got after him, but when they've lost a wicket, it's the new batters coming in have really struggled. They've wanted to go after him straight away and failed most of the time. So he just gets out the way, over to Chowdhury.
He needs to push this through, and this is down the ground. Could be an opportunity again. And very comfortably taken this time by Hakimi Ngalai, and it will be another wicket. And this is the issue now, because it's a 7th wicket to fall at the end of the 7th over. 70 for 7 on the
Clever
board.
bowling, just kind of throws it out a little bit wider outside the off stump, makes him reach for it. And very casual looking catch from Ngalai. End of the over. The score is 70 for 7. All right, Charlie, talk us through Charlie Hunt in action.
Here we go.
What
Look
are we
at this
watching
one.
here?
This is me in La Manga. This is me in the T20 tournament. I don't know how long ago. Look at this. Bosh.
Oh,
Textbook.
wow. Is that a golf ball that you're playing with? That went miles.
That's it's just me. There you go.
Maximo time.
Just showing you. It's still there sometimes.
Oh, Charlie Hunt.
Every now and then. Every now and then.
Well,
Don't get the ones up in Barcelona out, because they don't they don't quite show the best.
shows. See, that's a Hollywood shot, but you get more respect from me for running yourself out and ruining your average in a T10
in a game which was must win as well.
Yeah,
that was for ECL qualification.
It was
as well.
Spanish Championship Day. It was the 28th of February 2021.
Sunday Fun Day, I believe it was.
Yeah, Sunday Fun Day. Best of 3 between La Manga Torrevieja and Minaj for ECL
was.
qualification. Turns out it wasn't, because ECL would be cancelled.
Skipper coming into the attack, and he gets punished first up. 6 into the leg side, just keeping this game alive, our Royal Brussels, because that means that it's now into the 20s.
Yeah, well, don't put a fork in it just yet, because they still have batters, and this is Belgian ball, baby. They will hit all the way down, and Zahid, he hit that one very, very well. Khalid goes for a Maximo first ball.
Yeah, nice shot, this one. Wider, offside, trying to hide it out there, and it's eventually fielded, and it will just be a single. So this game's coming down to the wire. We've quietly been chatting about whatever we've been chatting about, but this game is getting close.
Was your bat regulation there?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Kookaburra Kahuna.
Is that an illegal bat now?
No.
These days?
How is it? What are you on about?
I'm just wondering, that went way too hard.
And this one finds the outside edge. It's just called timing, Vinny. You'll find out about it at some point.
What are you doing in the box? Get out there with shots like that.
It's just timing, Vinny.
Poor bowler. Probably needed counselling after that. Beautiful ground, though.
Very
at
lovely
Lamanga.
ground. Very lovely ground.
All the 7, slot machine.
And this one, oh well, he went down in stages, but he forgot to get the ball, and it will just be another single.
He did, didn't he?
And
Fires.
they're ahead at the moment, our Royal Brussels. Look at that.
On the comparison.
Watch
again.
this though. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. In
Good
installments.
Good effort though. Down the ground again, hasn't timed it, and it gets put down. Real slap, and he's not happy.
Could be a run out. Wrong end.
Oh, is it wrong end? Because this is going to be close, because we're going to go ahead and take a look upstairs. Well, this is interesting because he forgot to
I tell you what happened. He dropped it, and then he was getting yelled at, and he was already yelling back at the people yelling at him. That's what happens here. He goes down. It was a great effort, and you see, then they decide to go for 2 late in the piece. That's why I thought he was a lot closer to the bowlers, and that's why that's the direction I would have gone. We'll have a look at it now. No mid. Calls for it, gets it, and I think he's home.
Oh, I don't know. It's close. It's very, very close. Going to have to be a matter of a frame yet again.
I think he's home.
Andreas got his work cut out.
Instinct. Got to go frame by frame. There.
Oh, it's got to go back.
No,
Got to go back.
No, he's in.
Oh.
Yeah, because that line kind of extends. Yeah, it's given not out now. If you extend that line, then I think you will find it's in. It was a funny one. It was like Ramadan came up yelling. And it was a very good effort. And he did everything he could to throw himself at the ball. Back to live action. Next one's hit away. And a bit of work for the fielder who does pretty well. And Nungulate will keep it to 1. So it's the end of the 8th over. They'll need 23 off the last 2 overs of the day, Charlie. Game on. 81 for 7 after 8.
All happens here. Now, how many times have we seen this? This is a... I want to know. I'm going to ask the question. Anyone tuning in, right? And I'm going to ask Andreas as well. Are you getting a tingling sensation?
All right.
I'm asking the question. Andreas will answer us in one way or other because he'll put something up if he does.
I'm going to go out on a limb here. It's a big limb.
Uh-oh.
Probably a Walid Azhar size limb. I think runs on the board are going to hold up here with 7 wickets down.
You're putting the call out there.
I got a feeling they're going to end up stranded in the 90s. That's my feeling.
Okay.
But I don't know. Time will tell.
Did you do a lurker's call out today?
Look at the white one though. It's been incredibly consistent.
Solid.
Whereas the other one had ebbs and flows. Andrus, you feeling the golden ball? We need to start getting Andrus so the audience can hear him because he's actually
he's got good
input.
input.
There's been plenty of times in this game he's been more entertaining than us.
Rahman here. Good start here in the 9th. It all needs to happen in the 9th, doesn't it? This is either where the game's going to go from one team to the other, or we're still going to go all the way down to the last, and this is a good start.
Yes, so it is a perfect start to the 9th over.
This is all coming a little bit too real now. Could be close.
Fairly deep in his crease here, Zahid. Can hit a big ball.
And this one, lucky to get an inside edge. Well, he gets the dive in, but I don't think it's going to be enough. They're thinking of coming back for the run. We're going to go ahead and check a look upstairs
I
here.
got him out here, just live. I got him out. It's a nice dive, but I think the direct hit does him. And we'll have a look at it. I'm pretty confident I'm right. And, well, I think that's an elevated bat. It's a good dive, but I think this bat is in the air there. I don't think it's hit the ground yet. And now the stumps are down, so he is out. Actually got closer than I thought. So they might want to have one more look at that because there's a bit of a tough one. The fielder comes in front of the camera slightly, which kind of throws him out a little bit.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting here because
I'm pretty confident it's out, if I'm honest.
He's gone.
Yeah, he's
He's
given
gone.
it. Yeah, I think it's a good decision. And we'll probably get an even better look if we
Tough
look at the
though.
other camera as well. But yeah, it was a very, very good looking dive, I was going to say, but it just bounces up. You can see the bat doesn't stay in contact with the ground. And when the stumps go over, his bat is in the air. So it's unfortunate for Yassine Khan. 100% effort, but not the great result that he was looking for. So they've lost an 8th wicket now, 81 for 8.
Yeah, this is, again, 2 boundaries change the game here for Royal Brussels. This is really a must-win game for them, isn't it? I know they've got 2 games in hand after.
They've got to play
this one.
Liège twice tomorrow. So
That's not an easy game.
no, they're definitely not. But I suppose nothing's easy games here as
No,
well.
very
but
true.
yeah, if they can't string a win together today, then to have to win 2 tomorrow, it's a big turnaround. We have seen big turnarounds both ways though, haven't we? But certainly it makes things pretty tough for them. Let's see if they can get home here. Yeah, it's Reman Hussain batting.
Down the ground, hasn't quite hit this well enough. In fact, he won't even get out just outside the 30-yard circle, and it will be a single. So that's pretty good because it brings a heat on strike. He's 11 off 7, but he needs to go now.
Yeah.
Doesn't it? And I think you could be right here because I think wickets could be the issue because they don't have set batsmen.
That's
at the
what
moment.
tilted me when I was trying to make a prediction after 8 overs.
Halfway through, and this is a net again off the bottom edge, and they're going to hold on here because I think Rahman was asking him to go to the wicket-keeper's end, but the fielder said, well, no, I want to go to your end, but you're not there. Where have you gone?
Got to say, though, Anna Khan with the direct hit, that was a pretty good piece of work as well because wickets are so valuable at this stage because you can win the game in 2 balls if you can.
Do you know what?
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm going to come back to as well?
Go on.
That stop for that 6.
Oh, yeah.
Could be crucial. Could come down to the wire. This is a big miss. And again, it's a dot ball. So they need to get a boundary off this last ball, really, because if Royal Brussels is going to have any chance of doing this with 8 wickets down, it needs to be as small as a target as possible in that last over. And this has been a really tidy over, I tell you that, from Saif Rahman. 10 off it.
He's been very, very good. Last ball of the night, though.
Down the ground. Taken. And you're not going to ask many questions of Majid Ali because 9 times out of 10, he will engulf the ball and keep it clean. And it's going to be another wicket. 9th wicket to fall. And it's slowly looking like it's going to be against day here.
Yeah, Majid's taken some very good catches in this series. That's a fairly regulation one, but he makes no mistake. And so 9 wickets down. They're on their last legs now, Royal Brussels. This was always the concern, wasn't it? 83 for 9 after 9. Coming tomorrow. Well, we've got Kent versus Beverin, and then it will be Royal Brussels. It does seem they'll be playing for their tournament life in the afternoon. But, I mean, a lot of things can still happen. Beverin, they'll be back after a day off as well. And Ghent, they certainly have come of age, haven't they? If they hold on here, they've won 4 in a row. That's after losing their first 2 games. And a lot of people writing them off on the basis of those first 2 games. I wasn't one of them because I know that they've got some very good cricketers. They've still got someone like Ali Raza potentially to come back into this lineup as well, don't forget. All right, they need a magical finish. 21 off the last. That's not going to help.
That's certainly not going to help. That's going to be left by the batsman.
This will be the best win ever if they can win from here. Zahid, who is the man who you want on strike, but he needs 21 off 5 now.
Down the ground. He's hit this quite well, but I don't think it's going to split the fielders. They won't. And they won't come back for the second.
Such a tough one because you feel like you want to gamble for 2, but you know if you run out, the game's over. But I'd also argue now the game's probably over anyway.
I would argue the same argument.
Yeah, bad throw there. They would have got 2. So it looks like 103 is going to stand up.
And just into the offside. And it will just be another single. Clever, sensible from Ramfaiz, as he knows he doesn't have to take any risks. Just a single isn't going to hurt them, really.
Any ball could be the last now. Just want to say a quick thank you to everyone at Spring Productions as well. Andres and Andres and Karina.
And this is going to be a dot ball, and that will most really seal the victory there.
Seems like it. I want to say a big thank you to all the Blue crew as well. Players, officials, umpires, all of our chatters as well. Everyone that joined us on our YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe. Also our FanCode viewers.
Driven again pretty strongly, and it will just be a leisurely ran single. So that will be the game. So Ghent will take 2 from 2 here. Yeah. And Royal Brussels struggling.
They are, aren't they? Especially with the injury to their captain, Manib.
Wild swipe from Chowdhury.
But it's been a very enjoyable day. We've had a few laughs as well. And in fact, that could be it. In fact, it is it. So, well, I'm not so sure it is actually. I'm going to feel there's 1 ball left. You wait. Wait.
Possibly. Very much possibly.
Wait.
Dot 1,
Well,
1.
okay.
Dot.
What do you
Dot.
Well, this is...
Oh, no, 1 dot. Yeah, no, it is. There we go.
Okay, you're going to call it?
Yep,
All
that
right,
is.
I'm going to call it too. 103 to 86, the final here in match number 36. And look, congratulations again. They're 2 for 2 this afternoon. They're right back in the mix, aren't they? This is probably one of the most even fives we've seen. And probably it's only Royal Brussels now that are falling off the pace. All the other teams neck and neck. Royal Brussels can change that narrative with a couple of wins over Liège tomorrow. And they're going to need those wins, because if not, they will be the team that is eliminated in 5th place in Group B. Join us tomorrow morning, 6:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 local time here in Belgium, and noon in India, 12:30 in Bangladesh, and it's 2:30 on the west coast of Australia, 4:30 on the east coast of Australia, 6:30 p.m. in India, and if you are in New York, it's 2:30 in the morning. It's 11:30 the night before if you're watching from Los Angeles. Anyway, let's go to the highlights of this one. And really, Manib picked the wrong man to try and go over there. Walid Azar is the man that took the catch. And then we saw Harrington, who bolted their batting somewhat, and he looked good while he was there. Even though he got dropped then, you thought he had to go on with it. Ultimately, he wouldn't be able to, missing a full toss, which we'll probably see in a second. But played some nice shots. But again, just in case no one took the ball and ran with it forward enough for Royal Brussels. I mean, that's a sign of what Harrington can do at his best. But yeah, he'll be annoyed despite all these trick shots that he's able to pull off sometimes, that ultimately they needed a few more out of him here. He wasn't the only one, of course. You see, he was getting a bit of a talking to there. But Wazook was there with him for a while. And you see that 103 doesn't win too many games. That was when Harrington went. And yeah, that was the beginning of a bit of pain physically and game-wise for Royal Brussels.
Yeah, it certainly was. But again, I think it's pretty similar to what we saw in the previous games today. Manib Mohammed is often the one that sets the tone for the chase. And when he goes for just 4 off 2, it just ends up showing that it's a bit of a difficult ask after losing pretty much your main batsman right at the start of the innings. And there was some really good fielding, though, especially from Zayed Durrani on the field, but also with taking some excellent catches. And he's been really good, and it's been a really good addition to the Ghent 11. And this was a big shot down the ground. They went down fighting, didn't they? Did Royal Brussels, but it just wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, I mean, it's the kind of game that when you look at, if they do miss out on the finals, I'll go back to root a batting performance like this, really. But, let's give credit to Ghent. I think that they certainly tightened up their bowling a lot in that second game compared to the first game, where they were very, very wasteful with extras in particular. And I look at that innings, there were just 5 wide deliveries, and that's compared to, I think we had 12 combined wides and no balls. That time there were only 6. So they cut those in half. That was a good start. And they also caught well. And I think that Rehan Faiz, I think he's a real weapon with the ball. I think he actually put a lot of side spin on it. Obviously coming off the only 5 in the series. Although he didn't have it all his own way in his first over, he did break through in the second. And they just kind of on track run rate wise. This is a funny one where Ramad Zai came up remonstrating, almost created a run out. Wasn't quite out, but in the end they just kind of ran out of time and ran out of resources, Royal Brussels. Yeah, they did, and that was the issue, wasn't it? We knew it was going to be close, but it was just a matter of losing too many wickets in quick succession. That was a bit of a dramatic one, but it was obviously the bat was in the air. It was a bit of fight, but it just wasn't meant to be. I was getting a lot of credit for that, but it was a lot closer than I thought, actually. I just thought, the dive took a while to come down, and ultimately, they're all smiles. Why wouldn't they be? After taking 4 points from this afternoon's games, Royal Brussels, they've got a few issues, don't they? And like I say, one of them is the injury concern surrounding their captain, Manib Mohammed, who, well, hopefully he can get fit again. Probably see him tomorrow. He's very gutsy to be on the field today, but he'll want to feature in Belgium's ECC campaign, which is just a couple of weeks away. Let's have a look at the scorecard in this one. 103 to 86, the final. You see, Manib went for just 4, hit a boundary off the handle of his bat, and then got out next ball. Wazook Butt was sent up the top. Couldn't do too much. He was run out, though, so a bit unlucky the way he went. Harrington with 20 and Hyatt with 21. You felt one of them had to go on with it just to get him a bit closer, because when it came to the middle and lower order, it's been the case. They lose one, they tend to lose a clump of wickets, and Zahid fought hard at the end for 14 not out, but ultimately they were well short in the end, going down by 17 runs. Yeah, no, and it just wasn't meant to be. Take a look at the scorecard for the bowlers. I have to say,
thought Gent actually bowled really well, especially that man, Saif Rahman, going for 3 for just 11 runs off his 2 overs. Also kept and supported well with wickets shared all around, apart from Faisal Khalik not getting all the action, but he was pretty economical towards the end and bowling that last over as well.
Yeah, pretty good team performance really there, and they couldn't afford a bad bowler in there. They couldn't afford an expensive bowler, and that's how they defend 103. It's right up there with the best defences in this series. I mean, normally 103 will win you quite a few games, but not really here in Belgium with the conditions we've seen and the kind of batting teams that we've seen on display here in Mechelen as well. Once again, I want to say a big thank you to all of you out there for your company here. It's been a great day 9 on the European Cricket Network. Certainly enjoyed working with you. Again, we had a little bit of fun today, didn't we? And another day in the can. And now, well, it's quite exciting because we've only got 3 more days here in Belgium. We've got the last day of Group B. Of course, it's still very up in the air about who will qualify and where. Then we've got Friday quarterfinals. We've got Saturday the finals day. Sunday I'll be off to Malaga. I know that you'll be off, and you've got a bit of a role behind the scenes we're finding out as well, which is great that you're part of our ECN family, even remotely. And of course then we're on to ECC action starting on Monday around lunchtime in Spain, and that should be huge. So a lot coming up in the next few days, Charlie.
Yeah, no, it certainly is, and I can't wait for that because it's just going to be an absolute frenzy of cricket. The gala of cricket is slowly coming, and I'm looking forward to it, but we've still got plenty of Belgian ball left here.
Yeah, Belgian ball. Again, it's kind of Belgian ball off the boil, I think, the last couple of days. Haven't quite seen the consistency through the batting lineups. If I had, people were comparing Group A and Group B. For me, I would summarise it this way. I think Group A were more destructive through the order. I think in Group B, the top batters at the top of the order have been more destructive, but it's fallen away a bit more. So we're not quite seeing the depth from the teams we saw in Group A. But still, I mean, if the top order get in and they get going for the 10 overs, we've already seen the highest score of the series, the highest power play we've ever seen in ECS cricket. So, yeah, it's going to be super interesting to see how this plays out. Fingers crossed. I've got wicketkeeper fingers, so I have to cross them like
So
this.
have I.
Okay, fingers crossed the weather's okay, because I know we're expecting a bit of rain over the next 3 days. So keep an eye on the forecast for Mechelen if you're out there, and hopefully it doesn't intervene too much, because we don't want that to become a factor. We've had really good weather here over the first 9 days of action. Hopefully it continues. But yeah, we had a bit of fun today. We're talking a bit of music as well. We're talking about some ideas. Even I kind of showed my other side, didn't I, towards the end of the first into that. Cube FM. That's something that could catch on. Lily's all good ideas.
Absolutely
I think
not.
Lily should get a job with us because she's always got a good idea. Smooth Cube FM. We will be back tomorrow with more, won't we, Charlie? Because day 10 is on the way, and it's going to be the final day of Group B.
It certainly is. I'm looking forward to it. I hope you all are around the world. Thank you ever so much for all of your contributions in the chat, and also to Spring Production and to the Blue Crew on the ground. They have been exceptional. So a huge shout out to all of you. You know who you are. You have been fantastic.
They have been fantastic. And, well, we'll be back tomorrow. Don't forget about that last day of action on the way. And for now, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, and Charlie Hunt. Hope you have a wonderful, safe, and quiet evening. Pour yourself a little something and be back tomorrow, because we will be back for day 10, the final day of Group B, right here in Belgium. And we're going to leave you some highlights of the day. We'll see you tomorrow right here for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night, everybody.
Hasta luego.